In the Grand Rague's estate, Duke Balgar Rague's stood at the window with his back to Thor Rague's, blasting a cold decree into the silence, telling his son the Empire of Bulgaria had already decided his fate and would ship him off as a political hostage to a foreign country. Stunned by that sudden blow, Thor only managed a gasp, while his father kept right on going, voice ice cold, saying the carriage meant for his departure had already arrived. Then he spun around, his face carved into cold indifference, and the Duke stared down at his son before announcing Thor was done and he was no longer wanted. His son begged for answers, yelling, "Why me? Why him?" as if the world had picked the worst possible target as a hostage. The Duke didn't soften his voice. He cut straight to it. Thor was useless. And that brutal verdict burned into Thor's memory, because it was the first time he'd seen his father in 3 years, and those were the words waiting for him. He stood there humiliated while the court's cruel laughter rained down, and the thought hit him like a punch. He should have cut every tie with his family right then. 3 long years slipped by. He stayed a nobody, never once planning to come back. But then a soldier from the Duke's house found him at his job and hauled him back with not a single word to explain why. His father's past fury still echoed in his head. "No combat skills, no use to me," the cruel words tearing through him. Back in the present, the captain of the guard snapped to attention and told the Duke he was ready to go over Thor's appraisal results, and the Duke's face already looked sick of waiting. He kicked things off with a contemptuous grin, telling me how a skill appraisal was done on Thor at the Shinden Temple when he was just 10. And that the results were a real problem for the oldest son of a ducal family, because he had 0 combat skills whatsoever. An old official with a monocle kept pouring out the damning report. Then, at age 12, a second appraisal revealed it. Thor had a knack for basic magic but 0 talent for attack magic. The nobles around them erupted into mutters and sneers, labeling the Duke's son a letdown and a shame, and one even went so far as to wish he'd vanish from the empire. Duke Rague's towers over Thor, his voice dripping disappointment as he hammers home the family legacy of ancestral battle skills, something he insists was meant to steer the empire. Then the Duke drops the truth. He expected Thor to be more than a letdown, and all he's got is failure. Rage surges through him as he jabs a furious finger and screams that Thor, the oldest son from a family that spawned a sword saint, can't fight and can't cast attack magic. Then he snarls, "Tell me this, can you even understand how it feels when a parent gets cursed with a kid like you?" When the words hit him, the thunderclap kicks in thunderstance, because this brutal treatment is only for the ones who don't have got any combat skills at all. This brutal judgment traces back to the Dalgarian Empire's brutal rise, territory seized by force again and again. Both nobles and common folk get judged by how hard they can fight, and anyone who can't throws themselves on the chopping block. When Thor faces his father's fury, he swallows the hit, then shoots back with a defense. He may lack combat skills, but he's got alchemy. He talks like his life depends on it, begging you to understand that his alchemy can mend broken things and repair what's been wrecked. Then he admits he runs a government office, and he can't stop dreaming that if he sharpens his craft enough, one day he'll forge brand new items from nothing. His father slams his fist down and roars for him to shut up, while the Duke dismisses Thor's dream of a workshop as worthless. He scoffs at the whole idea of making new gear, slapping the thought away and reminding Thor that the Empire already owns the sacred swords and shields of the heroes. So yeah, the strongest equipment in existence, and he treats the idea like a joke, leaving Thor staring, stunned, and completely unable to speak. Or clenches his fist, realizing his words hit a wall, because the decision is already locked in. Defeated, he turns to his father and begs to hear what's waiting at the place where he's being shipped as a hostage. His father warns him this place is death and then drops a horrifying truth. Every hostage the Empire has ever sent here vanished. Not a single one came back. Thor drinks that grim news in, and his face hardens like steel with worry. He stared in total disbelief, his voice shaking as he begged for proof. No way. The Demon King's territory, the thought hit him so hard his words choked in his throat. His father, Duke Rague's, snapped him back cold as ice. "No," he said, and his face turned grim at the thought. Then the Duke admitted it, just remembering the Demon King's territory made a suicidal dread claw up from his chest. He broke down the brutal truth of their border politics, how the Empire had to clamp down on the bloodthirsty demons and demi-humans packed closest to the Demon Lord's doorstep. And Thor finally pieced it together, staring at the idea that 2 powers were actually trading blows, and wondering if his father really was sending him to a place like that. Then the Duke finally tore the curtain off the truth. Every few decades, they'd hand over a human sacrifice to keep the monstrous neighbors calm. Nearby nobles just scoffed, coldly guessing that slaughtering humans was how demons proved they were strong. And when Thor realized the nightmare was aimed at him, he was next to be sacrificed. His father snarled at him to hurry, vanish, and disappear. Before he even had time to blink, the Duke's fist detonated in his gut, folding him double as agony surged through him. He crumpled to the floor, lungs burning as he gasped for air, and the Duke snapped, "That's it!" then walked away from his own son without a single look, so there could only stare up from the ground, mind shattered by pain and disbelief. Shock and pain fused into one searing, burning rage. His face twisted, and he hissed his father's full name like a curse. "Duke Balgareges, I hate you." The Duke stopped mid-step and snapped his gaze over his shoulder, pure contempt on his face. "You're a dead man," he said, cold as stone, "and I don't talk to the dead." With those final, vicious words, Thor was thrown out of the country he'd been born and raised in, cutting him off from the grandest legacy of his family forever. Now he's locked up in a guarded carriage, rolling straight toward the life he can't escape, staring out at a dead, empty stretch of land as the Demon King's realm comes into view. A whole country run by humanity's old enemies, and all he can do is wonder what kind of nightmare is waiting for him there. As he rode on, his thoughts went straight to the old war centuries ago. The Demon King and his brutal army stormed the human lands, and the only way the desperate humans could survive was to rip heroes out of another world. The Demon King and his army roared with terrifying power, but the summoned hero matched them blow for blow. After a grinding, brutal clash, the hero and his brave human allies shoved the Demon King's forces right out of human land, and once that crushing defeat hit, open warfare between the two sides finally stopped. That truce slammed the fighting to a stop, and the world became what it is today. A hard border was carved in place. Humans stay in the south while demons and demi-humans live beyond the forest to the north of the Tikoku Empire. They say the demons were pushed north after their defeat, and since then hatred for humans has burned in their bones. Yet somehow once that line was drawn, no big war has erupted. Thor just stared at it all with a heavy, thoughtful look as his mind drifts to the land ahead. An enormous, shadowy kingdom sprawled before him, while the Demon King's realm stays a total mystery, wrapped in stories of ancient hatred. Shut in the dark, swaying carriage, Thorgus slams his back to the wall and lets exhaustion sink into his face. Then he reaches for the window, only to find it sealed shut by boards nailed tight, blocking the light and leaving him nearly blind in darkness. From the outside looking in, the horror of his confinement hits you hard. The carriage is ringed by a brutal crew of 20 guards and Mount a Cavalry is right there. He finally gets it. Escape is pointless. Break free if he can, and he'll only make it a short distance before they snatch him right back. Frustration keeps surging, and that's exactly why he fought to stay away in the Duke. He honestly thought he'd severed every last tie, but it turns out his past doesn't get dumped that easily. His thoughts yank him back to the life he built, spotlighting the day he crushed the government office exam, the turning point that let him officially take his mother's surname and finally ditch the Regue's name, then slide into steady work, sorting papers and fixing whatever needed mending. No glory, just real effort. He sits back and stares at the career he picked inside the Doleria Empire, because being a civilian official isn't something adventurers, military officers, or common soldiers can touch. It's a lane all his own. Sure, other departments sneer at what he does and the pay is barely anything, but he's carved out a niche that finally fits. Even without the prestige, he still loved his job, like when he slammed his stamp onto a document, a calm little smile settling on his face, proving he was truly satisfied. His peace was simple. At his job, he could finally unleash his alchemy skills nonstop, standing there staring at a massive sword he'd rebuilt, its blade gleaming like it still hid untapped power, a living badge of his craftsmanship. Jolted back into the moment, he clenches his fist, because he was just repairing that exact magic sword, desperate to make it perfect, and now it feels hopeless as a cold line snaps through his head, declaring his end. "You're a dead man." His eyes flick down to his hands, 2 plain spoons, and somehow those are the only tools he's got. A wild spark of an idea ignites inside him. He remembers that one of the spoons was used by a soldier at the meal. With fresh resolve, he raises it, eyes blazing, locks in hard, and throws his will into the air as his alchemy finally awakens. He steals his will, and that simple spoon in his hands starts to buckle and slump, warping and melting fast under the sheer force of his alchemical touch. The molten metal is still soft as fire, and he lunges into the work, pressing, pulling, and molding it fast into the razor-sharp shape of a blade. This is his rare, game-changing power, alchemy. It lets him purify and mash substances into something brand new, reshaping their very nature to forge fresh materials and items, and it even gives him appraisal. That power sparks his dream again, the one he guards with all his heart. One day, he'll open his own workshop, carve out his name, and become Alchemist Thor. Knife clenched in his fist, his courage turns to iron. He refuses to die here no matter what. Suddenly, the carriage door bursts open, mounted soldiers roar a warning to brace themselves, because they're closing in on the border of the Demon King's territory. He's dragged into the open and immediately boxed in by a squad of Imperial soldiers, and a heavy-set commander barks his full name, Thorigas. The commander gestures at the endless land stretching ahead, and Thor stares past it into far-off mountains. When dread crashes in, the Empire stops right here. This is the edge of the human world. He whips back to the commander and demands answers. What's the plan for him, and who's going to haul him into custody? The commander just stays silent. Thor's eyes snap to a shadowy forest on the horizon, and dread creeps in as he wonders if that is the real border. Without a word, the commander roars out an order to the archer, who's already got an arrow with a ribbon tied to it knocked, draws back, locks in the target, and lets it fly. From the shadowy forest, a vicious silhouette with blazing eyes and razor-sharp horns claws its way into view. Thor's eyes pop open with shock as he realizes what it is, and an Imperial soldier blurts out that a demi-human has shown up, and the party they warned about is finally here. Stepping out of the forest wasn't a lone creature, it was a whole little squad. A sharp-eared young woman in a maid's uniform, standing there calm and unshaken, while two hulking bull-headed minotaurs flanked her like loyal guards. Her face looks calm to the point of haunting, like it's glued in place. Those dark eyes lock on the humans in front of her, steady and impossible to read. Her guards grind their weight into the ground, massive and muscular, and their hulking presence hangs over the quiet borderland like a threat. He can only stare. Cold sweat pours down his face as the truth slams into him, and terror pins him in place. Deep in a tangled forest, a calm elf maid in her maid outfit stands next to a towering, power-built minotaur, like this is the first time anyone's ever gotten this close. From just a few steps away, Thorigas clocks the demi-humans and decides he has one shot at a flawless first impression, so he plans to ambush them and slip out later. While his Imperial guards shake with terror, he strides forward, flashes a smile, and announces he's a representative of the Dalgarian Empire, dropping his full name like a challenge. The elf slips into a graceful curtsy and welcomes Thor Regues to the Demon King's turf, saying she's Mabel, an elf sent to bring him back on His Majesty's orders. Thor's stunned by the courtesy because this doesn't feel like a hostage situation or a sacrifice at all. And behind Mabel, even the Minotaurs bow politely too. Imperial soldiers erupt in terror. One screams that it's a trap and that rushing an unarmed demihuman is suicide. He stammers out the usual horror stories. Elves are magic-born monsters who can erase a dozen men with a single strike, and Minotaurs have superhuman strength that can crush a person's skull. Thor stays ice-calm and shoots down their panic, reminding them their hosts are treating them with perfect manners. He snaps on his guards, simmering with frustration as he rips into them. Why should he tiptoe around these beings when his own escort shoved him into a carriage and wouldn't even talk? He mutters that the Demon King's people should have just ignored them completely, but the soldiers are still on edge, insisting that caution is normal and that his calm act is just plain craze. Thor barrels past the soldiers' protests, spins back to Mabel and her Minotaur crew and tells her how much he appreciates their warm welcome, while Mabel immediately rushes in with a heartfelt apology for any trouble they caused. Then he snaps back into the spotlight and reintroduces himself, Thor Regues, the eldest son of the Duke of Regues from the Dalgarian Empire, declaring he's here by order of the Emperor himself, and that he'll be coming along. As he finishes his declaration, Mabel plants one slow, deliberate step forward and Thor's face tightens tense, unsure, because she keeps a stone-still expression, her eyes swallowed by her bangs. Her stern face snaps open into a radiant, sparkling smile and she clasps her hands like she can't believe it, because this is the first time the Empire has ever greeted her this politely. She thanks him warmly, calling him messenger, then tells him, dead serious, the Demon King's territory is to the north. Thor gets totally blindsided by her warm, genuine reaction, then lets out a slightly awkward smile and tells her he's genuinely excited to team up with her. He scanned the document Mabel slid to him and his brow tightened hard at that word, messenger, and he couldn't shake the fear that it was just a fancy mask for sacrifice. Meanwhile, his imperial escort was losing patience fast, yelling at him from afar to sign the papers and finish the handover. Once the formalities were done, Mabel declared the messenger's delivery finished, then waved at her two Minotaur buddies, telling them they'd been called in to help and they greeted her warmly. Right after that, she said they'd push straight into the forest on foot. The moment the Imperial soldiers saw demon territory, panic detonated in their hearts. They shattered formation, shrieking in terror as they bolted back the way they came. Mabel watched them scatter and whispered that she prayed the peace deal between their nations would stay safe forever. She snapped her focus back to the one who was still there and started laying into the messenger, while Thor dragged out a tired sigh. Because behind them, his old escort's terrified screams kept ripping through the distance, begging that they were all about to be killed. Mabel was so curious she blurted out, "Aren't you scared?" Because she'd never met a human who wasn't. Then Thor said that with their people under a peace treaty, showing fear would be downright rude, even as he quietly admitted to himself that he was terrified. Even with that fear gnawing at him, one memory steadied his nerves. He'd stumbled once and a Minotaur had caught him, lifting him like he mattered, treating him like a guest, and that small kindness kept him from falling apart. As I kept moving, Mabel leaned in and told him to let her know if he started to feel worn out, and he promised her he was okay. Like the mercy people were showing him was a whole different world from what the Empire's soldiers had put him through. He soon realized the brutal terrain didn't drain him at all. If anything, it made him feel stronger, the moment he crossed into the Demon King's land. A cold, sinister magic began to whirl around him, sinking into his body and flooding him with raw power he'd never once felt back in the Empire. That surge of power slammed into him and flipped everything inside out. Darkness magic flooded in to the last drop, locking in with the 6 basic attributes. His alchemy skill leveled up into creative alchemy, and his hidden gifts for material alchemy, attribute alchemy, and that appraisal grass finally fully. Blown away by that sudden inner shift, he stared at his own mind like it betrayed him. Then, right on cue, a translucent panel blinked into view and flashed one word: status asterisk. He gaped at the insane details of his ultimate power, creative alchemy, something only the chosen few can unlock by embracing all 6 attributes: light, darkness, earth, water, fire, and wind, letting him forge real items using nothing but what they look like and what they do. The screen also flashed his fresh powers, material alchemy that let him forge brand new substances straight from his magic, and addition alchemy that lets him load a target with exactly the traits he wants. Finally, he got appraisal, an instant power to rip apart any item's attributes, materials, and effects, then stash every detail as data right inside the skill. Staring out at the wild, twisted plants of the demon territory, he absorbed every detail, because his alchemy had leveled up for real, and turning pure magical power into something tangible was suddenly within reach. He started to suspect the real reason he never built a fighting skill. His talent was being funneled into creative alchemy instead. But sure enough, his abilities proved it, and he couldn't shake the feeling it was all just way too convenient. His face went stone still with intense focus, and Mabel couldn't help but notice. So she rushed over, worried out of her mind, and asked what happened. She reminded him that the magic in the Demon King's territory isn't like human magic, that it can make you sick, and told him to speak up right away if he felt anything wrong. He whirled toward her as a theory snapped into place, and Mabel backed up his gut feeling. Darkness magic is insanely powerful here. Thor then laid it out: inside the Tikoku Empire, fire and earth run the show. And when Mabel pressed him about whether light and magic even exist in the human realm, he nodded. Yes, they do. The puzzle pieces slammed into place. Of course, in the human realm, light rules and darkness fades, which is why he could never scrape together enough dark magic in the capital. But now, in the Demon King's territory, it flips completely. Darkness roars like a wildfire while light barely flickers. He finally got it perfectly. To ignite creative alchemy, you had to master all 6 attributes. And by charging straight into the Demon King's territory, then draining its endless dark magic, he finally checked every box for his real power to awaken. As Thor and the crew pushed along a rocky, forest-choked trail, he reached out to Fi and warned her the ground was turning brutal. then yanked her down a ledge just as a sharp crack echoed through the trees like something snapping right behind them. Fia snaps into shock. She gasps as a fine pendant on a delicate chain slips loose and drops off her neck. She and Thor lock onto it with wide, stunned eyes as the tiny ornament spins and tumbles through the air. One of the Minotaur guards blurts that her pendant snagged on a tree branch, and Thor instantly blurts an apology, until Fia snatches up the shattered piece, telling him it's fine since the chain was already split. Then she murmurs just as softly that it was a gift from her mother. She stares down at the shattered keepsake in her gloved palm, and in the hush, sorrow hits her like a wave. She lifts her eyes from the pendant, gives Thor a soft, calming smile and tells him, "Don't worry." He still looks worried and he asks, straight up, if he can try to fix it, saying he's repaired broken chains like this before. His offer slams into Fia like a shockwave, and she blurts out if he's some kind of craftsman, only for Thor to snap back that, in the Delgarian Empire, he wasn't allowed to call himself an alchemist. He stares back at his past, back when all he ever did was use his alchemy to patch broken things, because no workshop would take him in and nobody ever came asking for his help. Even with all that behind him, he still clenches his truth: he's an alchemist. Somewhere along the way, he just started calling himself that, no hesitation. Then a wild idea sparks. What if he became an alchemist right in the Demon King's own backyard? Thor Regue's alchemist steps forward and formally introduces himself, then asks Fia if she'll let him fix the shattered chain, while she and her two intimidating Minotaur guards stare in stunned surprise. She swallows her nerves and asks, like she's afraid of crossing a line, if it's really okay for her to make that request since she isn't human, and he breaks into a warm smile, telling her it doesn't matter at all. She then leans in and tells him this pendant isn't just jewelry, it's her mom's precious keepsake. With the pendant held out to him, she begs him, eyes locked on his, to please fix it if he can. With a hard, determined stare, he takes the job and nods, "I've got this." Then he sits down, cradles the pendant, and readies himself to start, locking his focus on the real heart of creative alchemy. He cradles the delicate chain and stone in his palm, then fires off a move called Appraisal Grasp to read the thing piece by piece. The appraisal locks in its true form. A pendant carved from water spirit stone, buzzing with a water attribute, pure magic even in ruins, though the fine details are smashed and blurred, while the chain is some mystery metal and the years have ground its strength down. Armed with what he's learned, he weighs his next strike, studies that mysterious chain and wonders if he can forge a brand new metal soaked with magical power and water. Then he kicks off material alchemy. He shoots his memory back to the skill's rules. Material alchemy is powered by your own magic. Earth magic births metal itself, and you can use basically any metal as the starting base. Then you visualize the spell's core churning like everything's alive while you pour power into that imagined heart. With theory in his hands, a brilliant beam bursts from between his palms as he unleashes his power. Then, in a heartbeat, the damage is instantly fixed. The light dies down and there it is, the pendant, restored to perfection. Fia freezes, staring in shock, demanding, "Is it really fixed?" Even her Minotaur guards gawk, baffled as hell because it looks flawless and yet not a trace of magic was used at all. Her jaw just dropped, then off flooded her face as Thor stepped forward and unveiled the mended pendant, and even the Minotaurs looked shocked like they couldn't believe it either. He told her he'd forged the materials using only magical power through pure creative alchemy, and even if he sealed the damage fast, he warned it could still have weak spots and urged her to get a real professional to inspect it later. He snapped, "Mess, Mabel," but she clearly froze, hunting for the right words. She even tried messenger, then shoved it back and landed on Thor. Her gaze dropped to the pendant pressed against her chest. Her face broke into a glowing, tear-sparkling smile, and she clutched her hands together as she burst out with pure joy, "He really fixed it." The precious keepsake her mother left behind. Her flood of gratitude made the Minotaurs swarm Thor, praising him as a great guy and bragging about how his alchemy was already famous and would only get better. Thor caught the whole thing, noticed the chain was fixed with zero trace of how, and just told her he was happy she liked it. Their praise hit him like a shock. He'd never felt so seen before, because for the first time, anyone had been truly grateful for his alchemy skills. This gratitude hit him like a punch because his past was pure venom. His father had branded him worthless and begged for his death, and the Empire spat on his skills like they were worthless trash. Her voice yanked him out of that dark memory, and when she smiled, she asked if he felt it too, because helping people matters. Then she thanked him again like it meant everything. Her kindness hit him like a wave, and tears flooded his eyes as he finally choked out, "I'm so glad I came here." His raw reaction hit her hard, and it made her dig into the roots of his craft. Then she couldn't help wondering if that fabled alchemist from the history books, the one who forged magic swords and shields before the heroic age, had trained the same way too, with one simple goal: to help others. She wondered if those ancient craftsmen were chasing the same dream, making things they hoped would make people smile. And then she turned to him, called him Mr. Thor, and told him straight up to just call her Mabel. She flashed him a bright wink and went, "Of course," calling him Mr. Alchemist Thor with formal flair. He got choked up, shut his eyes, and smiled through tears, thanked her for her guidance, and finally said her name, Mabel. With that acceptance finally locking into place, his journey kicked off for real. Staring out at the endless world, he realized this was the exact spark for his new life as an alchemist. As Thor Regis rides his carriage across the endless grassland, he leans to stare out the window with a heavy face, quietly wondering if he's just entered the Demon King's territory. His eyes scan the endless plains, then lock onto a huge river in the distance, ships constantly cutting across the water, until his gaze sharpens and he gasps in pure shock. Those sailors aren't human at all, they're fishmen. This land is packed to the brim with beings like them. Big bear men grunt under heavy sack loads, wolf men drive whole flocks of sheep, and right by the shoreline a calm mermaid lounges on a rock, just soaking in the waves. A young woman with tiny horns leans in with a grin, basically saying, "Yeah, demi-humans come in all kinds." Then he's hit by old stories from the Dalgarian Empire talking about the Demon King's territory like it's nothing but pure, relentless chaos. His companion leans in and tells him, "Life here is way calmer than in the Empire," then blasts the Imperial rumor wide open. Step into the Demon King's territory and boom, a demon beast attacks or someone snatches you. She spills the truth to a suddenly quiet Thor and says that since their territory is small, everyone has to bring their best to keep things running. Then, with a small smile, she adds that she's hoping Thor will do a great job here too. He blinks at her words in shock. "Me? A good job," but the idea hits like a punch because he'd been ordered straight to the Demon King's territory as a hostage. His thoughts snap to the people who could have arrived before him. Then he whips around to the horned woman and demands to know what happened to the other humans who were dumped in this territory before. She locks eyes with him and her smile drops into pure seriousness as she admits the last time this happened was 50 years ago, before she was even born, and then she shoots him a question. "Did you seriously only find out about it just when you arrived?" She keeps talking, saying she'd heard the forest was deadly if he went in alone, so she secretly arranged for his transport. Meanwhile, somewhere else an old carriage driver talks to someone you can't see, asking if they got home without a peep, and insisting he never put any rules on how they should act. Thor stared the truth down, and rage-laced determination hardened his face as he measured what those past 50 years could mean. This mess started because everyone saw the situation through totally different eyes. Duke Regis for the Empire called anyone sent to the demon lands a hostage, even a sacrifice, while a top demon noble insisted that in the Demon King's territory, the Empire's people were welcomed as honor guests. Since the humans would swear they were trapped and sprint for the exit, the Empire would just label them missing, and their real fate would never get reported back. The talk snapped back to the present, and FIA stared at Thor like something was wrong, then asked straight up if he was thinking of leaving, because in all the territory there wasn't a single alchemist like him, and that blunt question completely threw him off. She clasped her hands and begged him to stay, swearing she'd help him live in comfort, while Thor listened and remembered why he was truly here: to forge peace between the Empire and the Demon King's lands. He finally admitted to himself that he'd been toying with the idea of running away, and the moment he hit the castle, his first move was to hunt for an escape route, only to realize his freedom was never truly locked down, so the whole getaway scheme was pointless. His mind snapped back to the maid, Mabel. She was the one who gave him a real shot at being an alchemist, and somehow she made his work feel like joy. And once he pictured her kindness and the faces of the others living there, he knew he couldn't afford to fail her. With purpose blazing in his chest, he stared out over the land and slammed his decision into place. While he was in the demon lord's territory, he would give this country everything he had. He snapped his gaze to Fia and said, "Thank you." And the moment he did, her face erupted with joy, eyes blazing wide like she'd just won the world. As they kept moving, Fia told him they'd hit the demon castle in about an hour, right when he'd be called in for an audience with the demon king. She snapped that he needed to steel himself because the mere thought of that looming, shadow-swallowed king filled Thor's head, and she hammered in the one warning that mattered most. To survive in there, he must never ever anger the king of the demons. Even with Fia and the Minotaurs welcoming him with open arms, one jittery question kept gnawing at Thor's mind. What if the demon king was standing right there? His destination, the demon king's castle, loomed ahead like a nightmare, all dark stone and jagged spires that stabbed straight through the gloomy sky. Deep inside those walls, Thor and Fia marched straight down a towering pillar hall dwarfed by their fermentator guards, until they reached the far end, where a horned figure waited like it was about to unleash something. His heart slammed in his chest with shaky anticipation, while the horned official leading the way stayed stone-cold and silent. Yet Fia leaned in from behind with a soft, encouraging smile. The official finally snapped around, his voice ringing as he asked if Thor was the Empire's guest. Then, right on cue, a Minotaur guard bellowed that Demon King Rookie Everguard was here, and Thor shot his head up in panic. A towering Demon King loomed ahead in dark, regal robes, his face erased by a brutal white mask and crowned with massive, curved horns, and he introduced himself as Rookie Everguard. Then Thor Regius, still kneeling, snapped into a formal reply, declaring he was a guest from the Dalgarian Empire. In the Demon King's throne room, Thor Regis squared up in front of that massive shadow on the throne. Then he introduced himself, straight-faced and respectful, and went right for the truth. The Demon King loomed over him, towering in silence, and asked what he was really there to do, muttering that the Duke must have sent him for a reason, like Thor had some rare knowledge or useful skill. He says, with full confidence, that he knows a little alchemy, and that same idea has been brewing in his head ever since before he even showed up. He keeps pushing his proposition, selling it like a negotiation since they're treating him like a guest, not a hostage, and then he says, "If you want me working, Demon Lord, hire me properly as an alchemist." The Demon King's masked face twitches with interest, and Prime Minister Curve, standing right by the throne, launches into the full explanation. Alchemy isn't something they have in their territory. Then Curve points out the cruel irony, how the Empire overflowing with alchemists would drag one off to another country. And the moment Curve says Thorigis's full name, Thorigis's confidence snaps, sweat breaking out under that brutal, searching stare. He lifts his eyes, hope sparking bright as he asks, "So, does this mean I'm getting hired?" The Demon King nods and reaches out, sealing the deal, then vows to set up a workshop for his guest where he can do exactly what he wants. Salmonarch leans in and fires a practical question. What does Thor need before he can start brewing alchemy? Thor answers with a firm, no-nonsense yes, sealing his commitment. He explains that alchemy demands special gear and asks for a room right by the workshop for convenience, and boom, the Demon King instantly agrees, ready to set it up without a second thought, then turns around and asks what else Thor needs. Thor can barely process how fast his every request is getting answered. The Demon King watches Thor's face light up at the offer and inside his head realizes just how fast the kid buys in, then he leans in and tells him, "Make a list and send it." Prime Minister Curve jumps in with orders, telling Thor to squeeze every drop of his alchemy for all it's worth, then shrugs off concerns about the final product's value and presses him. Would it be okay to mass-produce anything helpful for the people in their territory? Thor, of course, has his own question and the Demon King urges him to ask. He bows and thanks the monarch for the kindness, but then his voice tightens with confusion because he's a total stranger from the Empire and he can't wrap his head around why the king would go this far for him. The Demon King's masked face tilts just a little, like he's reading the question off his soul, and he answers with one cryptic truth. It's all to learn. He fired a question at the alchemist. Did he really know that demons once got crushed by human wisdom and heroes who came from another world? The answer hit Thor like a thunderclap, leaving him only one thought: to learn. The Demon King leaned in and started telling a story from centuries ago, when demons and humans were stuck in a brutal feud that never let up. To take on the mighty demons, humans ripped heroes from different worlds into the fight, fresh, hungry, and leveling up fast. then watched them unleash overwhelming power until the demons started trembling in fear. That hero's obsession with raw strength didn't stay put, it spread through this world and drove the Empire to preach one brutal truth: power is everything. And that philosophy finally pushed the hero to crush the demon king of that age, sending the demons fleeing and exiled all the way to the north. After all of that, the hero went back to his original world, grinning with pure satisfaction. And from that day on, hero summoning finally stopped. Even though the hero vanished from this world, his wisdom and deadly gear still stayed behind in the human world. Tucking his tail in like a signal, the Demon King stepped up again and faced Thor one more time. While the alchemist insisted this was a tale from 200 years ago, the king snapped that age didn't matter because the only thing that counted was admitting they'd lost and swallowing that lesson. His clawed hand shot out in sharp, emphatic gestures as he nailed down his point. He wasn't trying to become the Demon King who just fights. He insisted he had to keep learning from humans. At that instant, Thor finally got it. This rule was the Demon King's whole foundation, which is why they even dared invite guests from the Dalgarian Empire. When it clicked, the Demon King slammed his masked hands over his face and swore that those who fell in that ancient battle would never be forgotten. He kept going, insisting that an alchemist's power can only truly bloom inside the Demon King's territory, and that this is their one shot at closing the gap and finally catching up to the Empire's strength. That declaration hit Thor like a ton of bricks, and he could barely wrap his head around it. Right here in the Demon King's territory, he was finally free to make whatever he wanted, and the Demon King himself even recognized him as an alchemist. His disbelief crashed, and pure determination surged through him. He faced the Demon King head-on and said first he'd show exactly what his alchemy could do. Then he vowed to forge some incredible item with his creative alchemy skill and present it as a tribute for the welcome he'd just received. The Demon King stared down at him, his masked face impossible to read, and with one calm, crushing sentence he accepted. He'd place his faith in Thor Regis. Right then, a young demon woman with flowing light hair spoke up, saying both His Majesty and Thor had to be exhausted from that grueling journey, and the Demon King nodded, admitting it had been ages, before urging Thor to finally rest. With those words, the formal audience in the Grand Hall fell silent, and the whole moment wrapped up. Elsewhere, in a colossal chamber, a regal queen sat on her throne, glaring down at a line of massive, horned demons standing at attention. Her lips parted, and the moment she started barking her order, her voice boomed with pure authority. Now, in the Demon King's throne room, the court gathers tight around the silent monarch on his throne, and his aide strides forward to the commanders and declares that it's time to talk about their new guest from the Empire, Thorigis. There, standing at attention, are three top-tier military commanders: the Elf Magic Commander, the Lizard Man Assault Commander, and the Minotaur Unit Commander. A hooded official steps up and lets his authority fill the air, admitting the commanders might not recognize this human, but making the rule crystal clear: no one is allowed to hurt him. The crowd breathes in and the scent hits the whole assembly. As he strides away, his decree keeps booming: treat Thor Regis with respect and soak up everything he knows about the human world. Then he drives the point home: pass this order down to the rest because their pride won't let it be forgotten. The elf commander looks shaken by the order. He speaks up respectfully, saying he's totally fine with avoiding harm, but he can't shake the question: what is there to learn from a guest of the Empire? Just as he drops down, some unseen observer flashes a sudden, razor-sharp grin. Then bam, before he can even process it, the Lizard Man Commander slams a heavy hand onto his shoulder and whips him into a full startle. He whips around, concern melting into a sharp, calculating grin, and the Elf Commander calls out a bold idea. Stop just watching, put the Demon King's power right in their Imperial guest's face. He demands a show of force, so Thor can see the troops the Flame Giant's descendants are leading and feel firsthand how terrifying their territory really is. His words stalled in the air, then a heavy, masked force crashed in out of nowhere, and the elf commander's eyes went wide with pure shock. The newcomer weighs the advice, nodding as he realizes Thor Regis has to feel that fear tied to the Demon King's territory. He agrees it's necessary and calls it a perfect chance to show their power and measure themselves against the threat. With the approval flashing in his favor, the ELF commander blurts out a shaky, desperate thanks, like those numbers finally understand. That menacing figure exhaled a low sigh, and his earlier approval still lingered like a warning. Yet even after the call, the trouble isn't gone. His deep thoughts got ripped apart by a bat-like commander's furious roar. He slammed the question down. Had they really forgotten their history, where demons and demi-humans nearly vanished because their own ancestors shrugged off humans as harmless? And he made it clear words that insulted the Empire couldn't be swept under the rug. He kept on ranting, snapping his hands around like it was proof in the air, demanding they stare at the Empire's rising momentum. Because the human nation was swelling its territory and crushing it with power, and he even warned that plenty of humans already had more strength than they did. With a thunderous slam, his hand hit the surface. Then the menacing figure cut in hard, and he snapped his ruthless gaze toward the elf commander, who was now sprawled on the floor begging forgiveness. He demanded to know how anyone could brag that they couldn't learn from the Empire when people like the alchemist Thorgus were right there. He snapped that Thor, their guest, would answer to him as an alchemist. Then if Prime Minister Curve judged the boys' creations spotless, he'd unleash them across his own territory so they could soak up the Empire's culture and techniques. And Curve, right there beside him, confirmed the order had been heard by everyone. The masked leader then snapped straight to Curve, admitting Thor hailed from the Empire, and everyone was on edge about what he might do next. Then ordered Curve to test the boys' strength before cutting in with one cold command for the maid. Mabel, refrain. Then he laid down the formal command. Mabel was to keep watch over Thor Regis and be his caretaker. With a calm, peaceful smile, she bowed and stepped into the role with real gratitude. As she accepted, Curve cut in and snapped the talk toward one brutal incident. He pressed Mabel, asking if Thor was the one who'd fixed that broken appendage. She confirmed it and told Her Majesty straight up. The magical silver used in the water spirit stone pendant was something they didn't have at all. Her words lit a spark in the masked leader's mind. He'd seen it firsthand. He spun back to Curve and pressed, "So Thor Regis really conjured magical silver with zero base material?" Curve answered that the real proof would come down to a formal appraisal. Prime Minister Curve snaps his eyes open with pure intent and shouts for Mabel. She's there instantly, ready to answer his call. He whips his focus to the maid and asks whether the pendant on her chest is a treasure she inherited from her mother. Then he can't help but think, this kind of thing runs in his family for generations, but the power tied to it should have vanished ages ago. Because she can't even speak, he shoves the pendant into her hands. Bam! Its magic stone ignites with a blinding glow now, and he tells everyone it's fixed, even asking if the only reason it was dead was that the stone itself got busted. Mabel and the demi-humans nearby just gape in total, stunned disbelief. Inside the Demon King's council chamber, Prime Minister Curve pointed at the water spirit stone, restored, glowing, and blazing with light. He told the commanders that their own tech couldn't pull off a miracle like this, and still, Thor had repaired it all the way. He raised two fingers and said Thor's arrival meant two dangerous things. A noble woman beside him stared, stunned, because first, Curve suggested there really was an alchemist who could instantly fix magic items. And second, far worse, the Empire already had plenty of alchemists just as strong. So if the Empire can throw a whole swarm of alchemists like Thor Regis into the fight, then the resistance doesn't stand a chance. Futile. The Lizerman commander clenched his jaw and snapped back. "I always knew the Empire wouldn't hand over something like that unless there was a hidden motive." Because to him, it screamed threat. That grim possibility sat heavy in the air as every commander swallowed the weight of what it meant. The noble woman fell into deep thought, Curve stayed hard and unyielding, the lizard man simmered with rage, and the elf commander's nerves turned into a cold sweat. Curve stared at the problem like it had a second doorway, then lifted a hand to his chin, thinking hard. Maybe the Empire was just too stupid to see Thor's real talent and had carelessly tossed him aside. From his throne, the Demon King shut that idea down cold, warning Curve not to underestimate humans, because the Empire definitely wouldn't miss a talent like that. Curve dropped into a deep bow, swallowing his pride and pledging to stay on guard, then quickly changed gears, promising he'd set up the man's workshop and room. Meanwhile, the maid FIA finally found Thor, dropped a sincere apology for the delay, and brightened her voice to announce she'd escort him straight to his room, and as she walked beside him, Worry gnawed at her. He must be worn out and terrified by now. Her guess was way off. Thor stood in a lavish hall, clutching a delicate vase, cheeks flushed with raw excitement, and a tiny gasp of awe burst from him. His obsession didn't stop at one thing. He jabbed at any furniture he could see, blurting out what it was made of like a kid in a treasure room. And when FIA asked if anything had truly caught his eye, he grinned so wide it was basically screaming, everything. Seeing that real spark in his eyes, FIA's worries crumbled fast. Maybe she'd been panicking for nothing. She broke into a soft smile and promised they'd have plenty of time to talk later, then pushed them to focus on getting his room sorted right now. She takes one look at the two hulking lizardman guards posted outside the room, and then one of them snaps that they're standing there by the Prime Minister's orders, Thor's protection, no questions. She can't shake the thought that this huge guard detail is overkill, and she worries Thor's going to feel trapped and uncomfortable. Because even with no weapons in their hands, any ordinary human would be totally helpless once a lizardman's claws come swinging. Her thoughts get cut off when Thor whirls toward her, cheeks blazing, and admits he's still got a mountain to learn. Then, with zero fear, he marches straight up to the guards and cheerfully puts himself in their care, where one of the lizard men simply nods back. He throws her off with his laid-back acceptance, and she blurts out her shock. Because this isn't just her first time meeting a lizardman, it's the first time any human has ever spoken to them using their true racial name. She breaks it down like this. Humans usually throw around harsh words, and with their huge strength plus those tough scales as natural armor, it makes total sense for a human to get stunned. His reaction is anything but normal, no fear at all. His brain snaps straight to a practical problem. Those lizardman scales will snag on their clothes. Then a spark hits and he declares, "I'm an alchemist, I'll invent special cloth smooth enough to stop them," leaving FIA completely stunned. She locks eyes on him, stunned as his wild, purely scientific theory clicks into place, while the two guards just watch, then break into a calm, gentle smile. He leans in and tells the still startled FIA the truth. He's genuinely curious, dying to understand what daily life is like for all the different races living across the Demon King's territory. He figures that with so many species and demi-humans out there, every race has its own brutal problems to fight. And once he starts talking, you can almost picture the land packed with minotaurs, bearmen, rabbit folk, and those graceful mermaids weaving through it all. With a sharp glint in his eyes and a fist clenched tight, he lays it all out, his real dream. He'll throw his skills at the Demon King's people, crush their problems, level up their tech, and forge an item that can rewrite the world itself. Thor's words didn't just hit the guards. They echoed to everyone watching from a distance too, and even Mabel the maid swears to Prime Minister Care, wrapped in his hood, that Thor's got zero lies in his mouth. Care nods along and promises he'll run straight back to the Demon King to report hiring the young alchemist and letting him work. He keeps on assessing, and it's clear to Curve, Thor doesn't care one bit about the differences between races. His only drive, Curve believes, is to fix what's crushing the demi-humans and demons by alchemizing his way through the chaos. Curve swears you can spot the truth just by staring into the young man's eyes. Inside the room, Mabel locks eyes with Thor and blurts out, voice shining with admiration, that he's amazing. Then Thor turns to her like, "I understand." She shuts her eyes tight, clutches her hands to her chest like it's a promise carved in stone, and then, voice steady, declares herself Mabel Refrain, vowing she'll help Thor alongside Oliver Hart. He dips his head and with full formality accepts her pledge, promising he'll be under her care. And that's when Mabel's cheeks flare with a shy blush as she admits she feels the same way. Because right there, she just became the caretaker of the one person who could someday rewrite the history of the Demon King's territory. Once everything's arranged, Thor grins in the middle of his two lizardman guards, then fires up his hands in big, excited motions as he talks to his brand new companions, ready to start his work. A gut punch memory crashes back deep in a forest clearing. Shadowy figures hiss to each other, their words slicing and cold, wondering how an elf stained with dirty human blood, and who can't even cast magic, could possibly belong with them. Their scorn lands on a young elf and she stands alone, eyes wide and trembling with pain, while the hate keeps pouring in, calling her disgusting, branding her as something every elf should be ashamed of. Their cruelty spikes as they roar at her, slamming her with useless and good-for-nothing, ordering her to get out, while the young girl can only tremble out soft, desperate pleas for them to stop. Her pleas fell on deaf ears, and after weeks of non-stop abuse, she finally snapped, tears spilling as she screamed for it to stop. But it was only a dream, just a memory her mind refused to let go of. Fia jolts awake with a gasp, shoots upright in bed, and realizes it's another nightmare ripped straight from her childhood. Then she stares out the window, wondering if there's ever going to be a day when she can finally beat the trauma haunting her. She kicks herself out of bed with a shaky whimper, muttering that her feet feel like they're made of ice. Then the moment her bare soles hit the floor, she jolts hard from the freezing sting. That cold hits her the same way it always does, spark bright and heartbreaking. Tears flood her eyes as she begs for one thing, to crush the chill fear and the trauma that taught her to feel it. Her eyes land on those thick, fluffy socks, and she knows wearing them in front of Thor is going to be mortifying, but with no real options, she has to do it anyway. Meanwhile, somewhere deeper in the castle, Thor stands at the entrance to a massive chamber, arms thrown wide as shock hits him hard, because in front of him, rows of heavy, sturdy chests stretch out. He bursts inside with eyes wide and blazing. He's found the Demon King's castle storehouse, packed floor to ceiling with endless treasures, and it's so incredible he can't even process it. He realized the storehouse was stuffed with throwaway junk, damaged shields, and armor split at the seams. Then, right as he was counting everything, his eyes locked onto a single scabbard lying alone on the floor. His first glimpse snapped into pure joy. He threw his arms up, shouted that the Demon King's castle was the absolute best, and knew he'd just hit the jackpot. He slapped a lid on his excitement, and his face turned stone-cold serious as the truth clicked. This wasn't a gift, not from the Demon King. He'd handed over the room as an early bet on what he could become, and if he didn't meet that promise, everything would get ripped away. He clenched his fist with full-on resolve, vowing to stop it from happening, because he had to forge something everyone could love, even the Demon King, and the moment that idea hit, a confident grin snapped across his face. Fresh purpose hit him like a spark. He tore into the storehouse, sorting and scanning everything while excitement bubbled in his chest, spotting tons of materials and wondering what he could build, until one specific book snatched his attention. He snatched it up, stared at those weird cover characters he couldn't recognize, and figured the locals couldn't read it either. That's why it was left to rot. Then he flipped to the page and saw a sketch of some kind of chair, tagged with a price, $3,980. His eyes popped wide as he read the page. This was a relic tossed aside by heroes from another world, a foot bath. The ad promised powerful water currents and steady vibrations that would keep anyone nice and warm, and it even backed it up with testimonials, including one from a 34-year-old employee who swore it cured his sensitivity to cold and helped him land a girlfriend. He swallowed hard, stunned by the crushing thought that something this incredible was just sitting here totally forgotten. His aunt's words hit him like a shockwave, and confusion crashed over him, because he knew there was no way he should understand someone else's language from another world. He froze, staring down at the book in his hands. He leaned in, and the truth hit him like lightning. He'd read this before, like it was totally ordinary. The book was titled *E-commerce Catalog. Then he blurted, "Wait, is this one of my over-alchemy powers?" Like some kind of appraisal. He snaps to the truth. This is the skill he needs, the one that lets him read the words of other worlders and even spot what every item is capable of. He flips the pages, double-checking that this e-commerce catalog is packed with items you can actually buy, and the shipping goes to a place called Neon. When he hears that name, it clicks. Neon is one of the countries tied to a hero he once saw summoned, and that seals it for him. This book has to have belonged to one of them. As he keeps reading, he stumbles into a whole section on healthy goods, recovery items from the other world meant to smash stiff shoulders, soothe heavy eyes, and even sharpen your sleep. And that terrifying realization starts creeping in. That implication slams into him like a truck, and he gasps, stunned, was that the real reason the heroes were crushing everyone with that absurd strength? His jaw drops as he uncovers more and more insane gadgets, glasses that can crank his vision up 20x, and an oxygen capsule that lets him sleep a whole night in just 2 hours. Then the truth hits hard. Anyone with this stuff would get ridiculously stronger, so he can't help wondering, could he use over-alchemy to manufacture these himself? Mid-thought, he gets snapped back to reality when a voice roars his name. Then Mabel bursts into the room. She slams the tea service down and blurts an apology for catching him off guard. then tells him she'd been trying to bring him tea but got no response, claiming he was so locked in she couldn't even reach him before asking what he's been staring at. He raises the catalog like a key, then asks Mabel if she can read the characters from that other world, and she leans in, staring right into the mystery. After a quick, sharp look, she realizes she can't make a single word of it out, nothing but scribbles. She tells him that stuff like this sometimes shows up in the storehouse because a demon king from generations ago decided everything he found could be useful, so he ordered it locked up here. While he takes it all in, Mabel shoots him a razor stare, muttering to herself that his logic screams, "Guess who never cleans his own room?" He watches Mabel slide a little teapot and cups onto the table and offer to brew tea, and he jumps on it without hesitation. As she pours the tea, Mabel lets out a small laugh and admits she can't stand the cold because her mana flow is messed up. Thor's stunned, he's never heard of a problem like that. Mabel pushes on, saying elves are famous for magic, but her weak mana circulation keeps her from using it at all. And then she drops the real reason. She's pretty sure it's because her grandmother was human. Because she couldn't do it, her own people cast her out, but her skills at scrubbing and sweeping caught the Demon King's eye, so he brought her in. When he hears her story, Thor gets wrecked by emotion. His eyes brim with tears as he leans in and tells her just how brutal it must have been for her. She darts over, pats his head, and shoots down his worry, saying she couldn't care less about not being able to use magic, because her bond with her grandmother doesn't feel bad to her at all. Those words hit Thor like a light bulb, and a realization finally snaps into place. He finally gets it. She nods and says what he never dared to say. She was into the race her grandmother belonged to, which is exactly why she pushed to meet with. Mabel flashes a warm, genuine smile and beams that the very first human she's met, someone from her grandmother's race, is just as kind as she is. Her sincere compliment knocks the breath out of him, and he stammers out a barely there, "You're welcome," then quickly adds how wild it is that the Demon King's territory keeps welcoming people from other countries like it's nothing. Mabel nods along and tells her newcomers get jobs that actually let them use what they're good at. And then she points at herself as proof, while Thor listens and an idea starts snapping into place in his head. He snatches the catalog back up, locks eyes with Mabel, and asks straight up if she'll join him for his experiment. Inside a storehouse, two battered shields lean against a wooden wall, one pale kite shield etched with a refined winged crest, and the other darker and far nastier, its warped face shaped around a single, unblinking eye. Thoriaga, fired up by what he's been reading, leans over a page from a book of healthy goods and finds the one thing that really grabs him: a foot bath meant for people who get hit hard by the cold. It's a square tub with bright glowing letters tagged at 3,980 yen, and the ad even shows a glowing testimonial from a 34-year-old employee who swears it cured his cold sensitivity and helped him land a girlfriend. He keeps reading the ad, promising him an easy, cozy life, no more cold, and then it hits with a wild pitch. Strong water currents and non-stop vibrations that warm him up, kick blood flow into gear, and even zap the acupuncture points in his feet to supercharge his energy. He buys into the claims hard because in his head the book only works because heroes dragged it here from another world. And once that plan snaps into place, he decides the cracked, broken shields piled in the storehouse are all the base he needs. All that's left is hunting down one thing each: a fire magic stone and a wind magic stone. Those two shields used to be legendary weapons. One could shrug off arrows and even conjure wild storms, while the other could snuff attacks and blast fire right back. But now they're dead weight, their magic core shattered so completely they can't work at all. Once he has his materials picked, he knows it's go time. He weakens the shields and starts pulling out their magic stones, hands hovering over them as he unleashes his alchemy skill, and a brutal burst of power explodes into the air. His alchemy hits instantly. One touch and the wind shield's hard metal turns soft as putty, stretching and warping as he starts reshaping it. While he works, Mabel bursts into the room with a fresh tub of water, calls his name, and he whips around with a grin, still clutching the half-reformed shield, and tells her he's breaking down the shield's body to build the materials for the foot bath. She freezes in total disbelief. Her voice squeaks as she realizes what he's holding, and the shock hits even harder when she sees him using a shield from the storehouse for something like this. He laughs at her reaction, teasing the oddly soft, reformed texture with playful fingers, and Mabel cautiously pokes it too. Afterward, he beams and proudly hands over the finished tub shaped into a perfect basin, claiming it's the payoff of his alchemy. He clenched his hands and declared, "I'm starting now." Then he grabbed the salvage and swore he'd copy an item from the other world. Clenching his teeth with pure determination, he fired up his alchemy skill because his real mission was crystal clear. Brew a foot bath, one of those healthy goods from the hero's world. The skill slammed down and shattered the two shields, ripping their magic stones into raw pieces. Then he hurled a glowing schematic of the foot bath into the air, using the finished graph like a perfect blueprint to fine-tune and reshape every last bit. As he worked, his focus sharpened into a laser. He pictured the item's core job, watching mana blast out of the magic stone and pour into the water until the whole thing was charged and ready to work. He admitted the brutal truth: copying that exact foot bath from the hero's world was impossible because their tech was on a whole different level from his civilization. Still, he didn't fold. He'd build something that worked the same way, powered by magic stones and mana. To pull it off, his design needed two essentials: a fire magic stone to blast out warmth and a wind magic stone to churn vibrations, plus a raging water current. So the blood could flow better, the cold would get chased from his feet, and the acupuncture points would get hit exactly like the original device. With the finished product burned into his mind, he realized one thing: he could make it for real now. With a blinding flash, the alchemical process finally slammed shut. Creation alchemy done, and the brand new object appeared right where it belonged. He clutched his handiwork like a trophy, and that proud, satisfied grin exploded across his face. Yeah, it was a total success. As the creator, he already had every detail of that foot bath burned into his mind, 2-star rarity and packed with fire, water, and wind. The fire stone drives the heat into the water, the wind stone churns it into smooth flow and rich bubbles. But the magic stones are consumable, so you've got to swap them out every year, and the device itself is built to last a solid 25 years. He proudly shoves the brand new foot bath into Mabel's hands, swearing it'll soothe her feet fast. Then he freezes as she stares, stunned, and blurts out, "Wait, did you really already finish this?" When he confirms it, her shock keeps climbing. She can't believe it's only been 10 minutes. She blurts out how, seriously, are all the Empire's alchemists this good? Then his face drops as he admits he has no idea because his family always shut the door and kept him out of the workshops. Thor's mind flashes back to his father's brutal words, Duke Rigue's yelling at him, warning him not to get cocky, claiming there were always alchemists just as skilled as him. Then Thor tells Mabel straight up, he doesn't personally know any other alchemists because that's exactly the kind of lesson his dad drilled into him. He awkwardly admits to himself that there have to be tons of alchemists out there just like him, and Mabel's eyes go wide with stunned disbelief at his guess. Her thoughts spin out of control, failing to wrap her head around a world packed with alchemists who can match Thor's insane skill. When he sees her face, he scrambles to play it down, saying it wasn't some big deal. He just copied an item from the hero's world, and that truth only slams her shock even deeper. Then he steps up and presents the foot bath to her, straight up telling her, "I'm giving this to you." She's totally flustered by his gesture, stammering like she can't believe he'd hand her something like that. He doesn't even blink, just grins and promises to teach her how to use it, then asks her to lead him to a water source. Stunned and overwhelmed, she can only nod and agree. With the brand new foot bath set and ready, Thor Regis wheeled back toward Prime Minister Curve and said he was about to lay out exactly how to use it. Curve just stared back with an unreadable face and answered, "Very well, go ahead." He froze mid-sentence, stammering, "Why is the Prime Minister even here?" Curie shot back that he just couldn't resist seeing the stuff Thor had made, and Thor, blushing, figured it was probably fine, because yeah, he'd technically used their materials for free. With the Prime Minister and the guard captain watching every second, the showdown kicked off, Mabel stepping up as the subject. Thor barked instructions: first pour water into the foot bath, then dump mana into the fire magic stone and wait. The steam started to billow and Thor shouted, "Now feed in!" Mabel snapped to attention, nervous but obeying. She obeyed at once, raising her leg and lowering her foot into the basin with careful precision. Right before her foot kissed the water, she froze for a heartbeat, heart hammering with nerves and pure electric anticipation. She took a breath, sank her feet in, and the warm water splashed up softly as she smiled, and then Thor barked the next order: pour mana into the wind magic stone in the tub's front to trigger the vibration function. As she poured her mana into the device, it kicked to life and blasted the water with fierce, vibrating currents, slamming against her feet like thunder. Suddenly, a crushing wave of sensation slammed into her out of nowhere. and she blurted a startled, wide-eyed gasp before she could even react. Thor calmly clocked the feeling as the magic stone's doing, while Mabel screamed that the water currents were grinding straight into her sensitive spots, making her jerk and twitch without even meaning to. Her whole body shook as she gripped her uniform, helpless against the surge of feeling. She couldn't believe how amazing it was because that cozy warmth spread through her like fire, turning everything into pure, pleasant heat. She gasps, tears bursting into her eyes as that overwhelming heat from the foot bath surges through her. Her mind melts into pure bliss, like she's floating straight up to heaven. While she rides that rush, Thor clocks exactly what this device is doing, because Mabel's body is going through a wild transformation right in front of him. That foot bath is melting away her cold sensitivity like a blazing hot spring sweeping through a frozen land. She finally steadies herself, nods that she's okay, and then, blushing, admits the mana in her body has started to flow the right way at last. Hearing that, Prime Minister Curve snaps his focus onto Thor, eyes burning with questions, then demands whether the thing Thor made is one of the hero's healthy goods. Thor confirms it but admits he doesn't really know much about those heroes. The Prime Minister pushes harder, flat out saying there's not a single record of these heroes ever touching items from that healthy goods section, because everyone knew they only helped with fatigue, so he snaps, asking how this one device ended up hitting Mabel's mindset so deeply. Thor calmly snaps back with a question to the Prime Minister, telling Curve to stop and think, because heroes are drenched in massive mana and crushing abilities, so he pushes, "Are you really saying that's all they're worth, just simple, healthy goods?" The Prime Minister freezes in shock as Thor blurts a sharp yelp that seals his worst fears. Curve doubles over, overwhelmed by the revelation. Because in the Demon King's territory, not even their top healers could ever fix Mabel's mana circulation, and the thought that a simple, healthy good could do the impossible leaves him utterly unable to wrap his head around it. Or drinks in the Prime Minister's stunned face and thinks, yeah, no kidding. What he just saw isn't some trick, it's the real power of an item forged by a hero, and it hits him that heroes from their own worlds must be absolutely bursting with pride over that technology. Curve leans in, asks Mabel how she's feeling, and tells her they can stop the moment it feels weird. Mabel, barefoot and glowing with a fresh calm, says she feels amazing, her mana flow is finally running right. Then Thor lights up and pushes her to try using magic, convinced she might be able to do it now. Her hopeful smile snaps into pure disbelief, and she blurts that there's no way she can use magic, her voice cracking with despair as she admits she gave up on that dream ages ago. Right beside her, his fist tightens hard with determination. With rock-solid confidence, he tells her everything is about to change, then pushes Mabel forward. Hesitating, she lifts her hands and calls out the wind and the dark, trying to unleash a spell. Dark wind. A sudden, invisible force crashes him mid-curve and he snaps his arms up to brace, his face screaming pure shock. After the magic blast tears the air apart, Thor and Curve snap their focus to Mabel, shouting her name as a nearby basket crashes through the sky. She stares at her outstretched hands, completely stunned, then it hits her like lightning. The magic is coming from her. Thor barrels to her side, snapping, "Are you okay?" And from a few steps back, Curve watches, remembering how everyone used to label her useless and good for nothing. Mabel's overwhelmed with emotion. She lunges into Thor with a tight hug, cheeks blazing, and blurts out her thanks nonstop. Still gripping him, she blurts out the truth she'd lied earlier. The fear in her chest runs deep because she couldn't use magic, not even once. In her village, they'd mocked her nonstop for being an elf with zero magic. Then tears spill as hope finally hits. She's overwhelmed with joy. Now she can prove herself, serve the Demon King, help people, and she declares Thor her savior. As Mabel keeps squeezing him in that crushing, grateful hug, Thor's sweat starts pouring. He's fighting just to breathe, and Curve can only stare, thinking, yeah, Thor's definitely getting squeezed into trouble. She goes totally flustered when Mabel rushes in, apologizing nonstop for that earlier emotional blow-up, and he just waves it off, baffled that she's even thanking him. Then he pivots to the foot bath he built, and he swears it does way more than just boost her circulation. Mabel can't believe it, her feet are fully warm now and that cold chill is completely gone. When he hears her buzz, Thor breaks into a smile and admits, straight from the heart, that he truly loves seeing people light up with the items he builds, and for Mabel that device is basically a hero's relic. Prime Minister Curve slams the brakes on their sweet moment. He snaps that the foot bath gets seized and handed over to the Demon King's territory. With a stern glare, Curve warns that something that can awaken dormant magic is way too risky to leave lying around, then spits the question, what happens if it lands in the wrong hands? Thor's eyes widen as he protests, insisting he only brought it along to help Mabel. Even with his protests, Thor realizes he's boxed in, so he swallows his argument, refuses to spark trouble for Mabel with the Prime Minister, and quietly hands over the item. As he passes it over, Curve leans in and tells him they'll buy the item from him at a fair price, paying him in gold coins, the currency of the realm, and Thor is so blown away he can't even find his voice. His shock detonates into pure disbelief, and his mind spirals at the thought that he'd get paid just for making the things he genuinely wanted to create. That thought yanks a bittersweet memory right to the surface. He's suddenly back in the Empire where his alchemy skills were treated like salary, and some dirty thief wanted to get his hands on it. Curve clocks how quiet he's gotten and calls him out. Thor don't know. Another official witnesses the moment, and you can see it click for him. Thor's old life was brutal, where he wasn't even allowed to use his skills freely, only to fix things when they told him to. But here, Thor finally gets both the payout and the thrill of making exactly what he wants. The contrast hits him like a punch, and Thor clenches his fist, silent but fully understood. That snap of realization hardened his resolve. He marched right up to the Prime Minister and told him, no gold coins. Instead, he demanded magic stones because he needs them for his next project. Curve pushed back, asking if Thor truly understood how those stones could arm a whole army. Thor didn't flinch, he said, then file the proper petition for what I need. He laid his proposal out like a blade, clean, sharp, and clear. Send me materials and magic stones from the Demon King's territory and I'll hand over what I craft. Prime Minister Curve didn't hesitate, he snapped up the deal. Then the Prime Minister's smile vanished, replaced by a hard, serious stare. He turned straight to Thor and demanded answers about the so-called unlimited magic stone usage plan. His stare sharpened, his eyes turning darker as he fired a brutal question. Does Thor have any doubts about his creations being marched into the Demon King's land by folks who aren't even human? Thor shot back with a grin like it was nothing, saying there's no glory in making things nobody touches. He wanted his inventions in the hands of all kinds of people, so he could hear what they think, learn from it, and forge the next creations to actually smash their problems. His face tightened with pure resolve as he finally confessed his real dream. He wants to forge creations that smash every hero's gear into the dust. The Prime Minister held his breath in crushing silence, letting Thor's words slam into him, while Mabel flashed a sly, knowing smile. Then Curve finally made up his mind and decided he'd go straight to the Demon King to negotiate himself. In the Demon King's throne room, one razor-sharp shout of disbelief ricocheted through the towering ceilings. The Demon King himself snaps, demanding how Mabel could be casting magic when she's using an item forged by Thor Regis. Prime Minister Curve stands right in front of him and confirms the news is real, admitting he can barely wrap his head around it too, but he's checked it himself with his own eyes. That confirmation ignites the commanders into action. One of them steps forward and tells the court straight up that Mabel's magic sickness has crushed the territory's best healers for years, and they don't buy that some alchemist can pull off in a single day what their experts couldn't do at all. Curve snaps straight to the Demon King's face and declares that Thor Regis really was the one behind it. Then he lays out how that foot bath worked, using two magic types to heal Mabel. A fire magic stone to warm the water and a wind magic stone to keep the bubbles moving. The Demon King snaps in rage, roaring that it can't be done. Then Curve stays stone calm, laying it out. Thor already melted the fire and wind magic essences straight into the water. He keeps pressing his logic straight up, saying that Mabel's an elf with a natural pull toward water, so mana soaked through that element would get absorbed insanely fast, and he can't come up with any other reason for her sudden recovery. The explanation lays bare just how brilliant this trick is. Fire mana melts her chill sensitivity, while wind mana smooths her internal mana flow like a well-tuned song. The Demon King goes wide-eyed at the sheer foresight, realizing Thor is the real deal, terrifying no doubts. And in a flash, Mabel shows up blushing in the steamy, bubbling water, her sickness completely wiped out. Then he blurts out, "So Thor just copied something from the hero's world." Curve shoots back that Thor might be an alchemist so rare, so unmatched that you could count his equals on one hand. Curve nods to the possibility, then drops a total twist. The sacred scriptures say the healthy goods from the hero's era never came with any secret buffs at all, so everyone's left staring at the real mystery. Where in the world did Thor's creation come from? He slumped against a pillar, mind spinning, while those ancient scriptures, handed down for generations, promised strength and healing magic, and yet nothing in them could possibly explain what that human had just shown. His confidence as Prime Minister, the man who guarded their history, took a brutal hit. He'd never even heard of some item that could boost a human's circulation, and the question burned in him: what kind of alchemist would swear by nothing more than a plain tub of boiling water? Close by, the lizard man assault commander snapped, admitting he was just as lost too. Then he shrugged and said, "Either way, hand that foot bath to Mabel." Then he turned to the Prime Minister and demanded, "Is this really okay?" Curve pressed a hand to his chin as thoughts raced, saying Mabel was a treasured subordinate and he would never strip her of something that helped her. Still, he couldn't ignore one thing: Mabel seemed to trust Thor an awful lot. Sitting on his throne, the Demon King muttered that it felt downright weird for her to act like that, especially toward a human. Curve nodded, remembering how Mabel had been slammed with discrimination in her own village for not being able to use magic, and how it took her ages before she could finally start trusting them. Then a fresh idea sparked in his head. He spun to his sovereign and blurted out, "Majesty, I've got a proposal for you." He fired up a pitch, insisting that if it matched Mabel's own wishes, she should marry Thorigus, because that would give her a reason to stay in their territory, and he even started plotting how to push Mabel into saying yes. The Demon King snapped into action the second it happened. He roared like a beast from the depths and slammed it down, yelling that it wasn't going to happen. His voice boomed down the hall as he swore he'd never let his precious subordinate and his friend get fooled by some human. He shot Curve a fierce reminder: their truce didn't make them any less than humans. The Prime Minister jerked back at the raw punch of his king's fury. That outburst only hardened the Prime Minister's resolve. Outwardly he urged the king to calm down, but inside he was done waiting. Now was the moment, time to make his move. From the shadows, a brand new menace crawls into view: dark robes, a fur-lined hood, and two horns jutting out like a warning sign, plus a mask that screams cruelty. With a razor grin, they stand up like a judge and declare they'll personally put the alchemist, Thorigus, to the test. With a cruel grin and a jagged scar cutting across his cheek, the man lifts his glass and muses that this is exactly how a talentless, shameful piece of trash deserves to go. Meanwhile, in a grand office, the captain of the guard leans in and tells an elderly butler that the imperial court wants answers about repairing a magic sword. Yet the butler's eyes widen, because he swears they don't even have that request on file. He declares the sword is meant for Her Highness alone, and she personally ordered it fixed the exact way the hero's legendary blade was repaired. Then the butler's memories snap back and he shoots off to check on it right now. Elsewhere, a heavy-set official rips the truth into the room: there's no fixing that sword, and says they've already hauled it to multiple alchemy workshops, only for every single one to slam the door and refuse the job. The elderly butler, now face to face with the official, goes ballistic and slams a document in the air, demanding answers, because the report in his hands screams that the repairs are already 80% done. The official squeezes out a strained smile, saying their department gets its budget chopped every single year, so they're stuck scrambling to run things without spending a dime. Then he blurts that one of his own employees has been secretly fixing the magic sword. With a sharp, exasperated sigh, the butler snaps, "Call him." The butler's order gets answered with a cool, terrifying twist: the employee has already retired. Rage explodes in his chest as he snaps that the official is incompetent for letting the man go, and he demands the employee's name on the spot. A memory snaps into the official's mind, showing his younger self right next to the young man, and he finally blurts out the name: Thor Kana. The name hits the butler like a bell. He instantly figures Kana is probably his mother's surname, and now that the young man's back in the Duke's house, he should be called Thorigus. He lets it slip in a low voice just how wildly fascinating the guy is. The official spells it out: that's just how the Duke's household runs. Thor would sweep through every item, check it piece by piece, and fix anything that was broken. No paperwork, no orders, just pure duty. The HR manager lays down the brutal rules for Thor: get results, never once say the name Thorigus, and don't let any other nobles even notice you, so Thor can't report his own massive wins. In a whole new scene, the manager tries to spin a speech that Thor's comeback could shake up the Duke's household, but Mr. Butler snaps him shut instantly, jaw clenched, teeth gritting as he warns him to stay out of a noble family's business. He then booms that the Duke's own household will fix the sword with their best alchemist, demanding everyone to wipe it from their minds and swear to never speak that name again. The very next day, his big declaration collapses into nothing, because Mr. Butler, the Empire's so-called top alchemist workshop, greets him with a full-on apology, and the master alchemist bluntly tells him the job is way beyond their reach. The master alchemist leans in and points out a nasty crack in the blade, explaining that the first repair looked perfect, but a few spill marks still cling to it. A regular sword would have gone straight to a swordsmith, but this isn't normal steel, it's a magic sword, and fixing that mess is way more complicated. He keeps going, saying the blade's metal is laced with powers, fire and earth, and if you want to fix it, an alchemist has to mess with the metal itself. Melt it down, reshape its attributes to match the metal around it, then fuse the two back together. Then the alchemist slams the truth down. Back when the hero's era still had masters like that, there were countless skilled people, but now their ranks have thinned to nothing. The craft of repairing magical swords is gone, and he's certain no one in the Empire can do it anymore, so Mr. Butler's face drains of color. His own words hit like a light bulb, and the alchemist snaps to it. He remembers past warnings about losing valuable stuff when talent isn't nurtured, and now he realizes someone already went and fixed the cracks in this sword. He turns to Mr. Butler and demands one thing: why not just let that same person finish the job? The answer hangs there, heavy and chilling. That gut punch realization makes him lean in and stare hard at the blade. His breath catches at how masterfully it's been made. He spots old cracks that once ran straight to the very core, but now everything looks so flawless that you can't even find where the missing pieces were stitched back together. This masterwork hits the old craftsman like lightning. He drops to one knee, begging Mr. Butler to let him meet the artisan behind it so he can learn. Trapped and freaking out, Mr. Butler blurts that it can't be done, and the moment the truth lands, the man panics harder, scrambling to shut him up. He stammers, scrambling to save face, then asks the master alchemist if the sword really needs a full repair, insisting that for the Duke's household it's enough if it just looks fixed. The alchemist nods and confirms that's the request, and the official agrees too, warning that swapping in other materials would only invite even bigger trouble. His calm finally cracks, bam! The official slams his hand down, barking at the alchemist to move faster and get it fixed, then snarls whether the craftsman is really ready to defy a direct request from the Duke's family. Hit by the outburst, the master alchemist slumps and lets out a tired sigh. Then he nods and agrees to the job, but only if the official files a formal request stating it's strictly a cosmetic repair. He even mentions he's heard that sword is meant for ritual use, so a shallow fix won't put any weight on the blade. Cornered and totally flustered, he reluctantly gives in, because if his household ends up taking the blame for the next failure, it'll be a disaster. The alchemist, already locked in his role, just grins and nods, sealing the deal. Meanwhile, miles away from the capital's vicious political games, a brutal fortress claws into the rugged mountains, guarding the edge of the Demon King's territory. Mabel pops up with a bright smile and shoves a spoonful of food toward Thor, begging him to open up, and when he's totally flustered, he finally gives in. Then, as he eats, gratitude hits him hard. Thanks to her fixing his pendant, he can use magic again, and now he's burning with the need to repay her kindness. He then leaned in and asked Mabel if there was any way to beg the Demon King for another room. Mabel thought it over and said, "Yeah, it's possible, but every room nearby is already taken, so getting one ready is going to take some time." His mind snaps back to why he asked for this. He needs a sealed, dedicated manufacturing room. His alchemy work can flare into fire and chemicals, and one careless slip could wreck the rare books and gear he brought from his world. Then the memory hits him. He heard the Demon King plan to turn the treasury into a workshop, but it's packed with priceless artifacts. He changes his mind on the spot and tells Mabel he won't need a room after all. He just wants to get his bearings, so he asks if she'll show him around the castle, and she gets it instantly. Her face locks into fierce devotion. She presses a hand to her heart and, as Mabel refrains, swears she'll stake her very life to carry out his wishes. Thor is left staring, insisting that kind of extreme vow isn't needed. That tough, serious vibe evaporates in a heartbeat, then she flashes a bright smile and tells him, "I'll be right back." saying she'll finish cleaning the dishes, sneak off to grab some tea, and leave with the tray in hand. All alone in the designated manufacturing room, Thor sinks into a plain chair behind a simple desk, a book waiting in front of him, and he just stares past everything, like his thoughts are stuck in another world. It hits him like lightning. He remembers the old heroes had the exact thing he needs: a storage box, a storage skill, or an item box. He grabs what looks like a catalog and flips through it fast, hunting for the storage section, sure it's the missing key to building his workshop. He replays the details in his head. The power lets you pack mountains of stuff with zero weight, and every item you stash inside snaps into perfect order, ready to pull out anytime. He can't help but stare because this has to be real, lost tech from the hero's era, no question. He's convinced this book holds the same kind of secrets as that legendary storage box, and if he can build one, he might finally crack the code to the past's lost tech. So he steels himself and decides the risk is worth every second. He flips through the catalog and bam, an ad for the iconic White Rabbit small-size storage room grabs him. The promo hypes it as the ultimate, easy-to-organize, store-anything space where you can pull items out whenever you want. And even though it looks tiny from the outside, the inside is supposedly huge. It's 2 meters tall, 3 meters wide, 4 meters deep, big sliding doors up front, so from the outside it screams boring storage shed, and he can't believe it. The book really does hold the schematics for an ability just like the hero S, and the official name of the item is small size storage room. It claims space is so rock solid it wouldn't crack even if you stuffed it with 1,000 rabbits. Like a dimensional scale so wild it blows past anything anyone has ever seen. That idea hits him like a truck. He jerks, gasps, and tries to grab onto the truth of it. He's really building a brand new pocket dimension of space, totally separate from everything else. His mind barrels back to the legends. This hero storage box doesn't just hold items, it opens a door to a whole separate space. Sure, there were simpler options like enchanted leather bags, but this iconic White Rabbit model is the high-grade upgrade. He puts the pieces together. The name comes from the massive, horned rabbits, the very first creatures the heroes slaughtered the moment they arrived in this world. The thought of recreating something that wild sparks iron resolve in him, he clenches his fist, ready to build it no matter what. Purpose surges through him as he drops his hands over the open book, stealing his will. Activate. Through sheer alchemy, he roars the command. The whole process grinds to a halt. Then an alchemy formula flashes in front of him, spelling out exactly what it needs. He can build the little storage room with clever alchemy, and earth and wind mana line up perfectly, but dark mana won't cooperate. He slams his hands to his head, furious, realizing he could have finished it if only he had enough dark mana. He lets out a heavy sigh, arms crossed tight, and you can feel the trouble closing in, because the truth hits hard. He's got 0 usable dark mana since the Empire never exposed him to it at all, and a tiny wisp of dark energy curls out from his fingertips. That tiny wisp of power vanished in the blink of an eye, like a cold warning that the fight ahead wasn't going to be easy. He just stood there, lost in thought, sweat dripping off his brow as regret crashed over him. If only someone nearby could wield a huge stash of dark mana. The idea sat there like a shadow, heavy and formless in the air. Like fate reading his mind, a deep voice sliced the silence and demanded permission to step in, then the door filled with an intimidating presence. "Thor Recaps," the man announced, "I need to talk with you." And right then, a notification slammed into Thor's thoughts. The dark mana he needed was already absorbed and the item was ready to be created. Thor froze, stunned by the sheer impossibility, blurting words he didn't mean to, then yanked himself together, his face twisted between shock and total confusion. Thor drops to one knee before the Demon King's looming shadow, calling him "Your Majesty," and the king waves off all the ceremony, telling him the little secret he keeps for himself. When Thor straightens up, that crushing, powerful aura from their last official audience slams back into his memory. The Demon King looks downright pleased, clocking that Thor's as sharp as everyone warned. He stands there, dead still, while Thor's eagle eyes drag over him. And the young alchemist realizes the king's robes and mask aren't just clothes, they're packed with serious magic, the kind his instincts are already screaming is true. After a beat, the king clears his throat and his voice turns gentle. He thanks Thor for letting Mabel use her magic again and for calming the fears gnawing at her, saying she matters to him more than anyone, like a childhood friend he never forgot. He beams and slaps a hand over his heart, saying that ever since he showed up, Mabel's been caring for him, so he's just relieved he could return the favor. The Demon King freezes for a beat at that heartfelt honesty, then mutters that Thor has no right to receive praise like that. The king leans in just a bit, eyes locked on the young man, and says Thor is downright strange. Because in past generations, anyone from the Empire would panic and bolt back home fast, but Thor stays perfectly calm. A sharp glint flickers in the Demon King's masked eyes. He stares like he's locked onto something. Thor's attitude grabs his attention so hard he starts to wonder if the kid has finally cracked the truth. Then he leans in, hand on his chin, and straight up asks if Thor is cooking up a plan. His question hits the room and the Demon King flinches, blurting that he was right all along. Sure, a plan was already moving, but Thor flashes this almost manic grin and shoves a book packed with schematics forward, yelling that the real truth is he was already building something. He eagerly lays out every detail, grinning like he can't wait, and asks if they're ready to go, spelling out his big, easy-to-assemble scheme that could hold 1,000 rabbits and still fit inside a small storage room without breaking a thing. Then he finally admits the real dream, turning that space into his own personal workshop. The Demon King just goes silent for a heartbeat, sweating as that insane request scrambles his brain, and all he can manage is, "Thor, you're really something." Because he's not backing down, Thor hangs around, flushed with hope, while the king regains himself and asks to take a closer look at the plans. As the Demon King studies the schematics, a memory snaps into place. He leans in and reminds Thor of their earlier talk about how his mission was to forge something that would crush everything the hero world has ever seen. He presses, "You still mean it?" And Thor, calm as stone, nods, no doubt in his face, just pure determination. He tells the Demon King he's got an e-commerce catalog from the hero's world, stuff packed with their items, even the footbath Abel made, and the Demon King can't believe it, snapping back, "Are you insane? You're trying to copy tech from a world way ahead of us." Thor cuts him off. "Yeah, the heroes are transcendental," he says, "but if we rebuild their gear and put it to use, we'll finally crack the tech behind it." The Demon King listens like he's weighing every word. His eyes blaze with conviction as he digs deep, not just to understand his advanced knowledge but to wield it, leveling up his alchemy skills to new heights. He gets yanked into a vision. Suddenly he's picturing his own workshop. A big sign hanging out front that screams an alchemist is here, dreaming of a place packed with materials and swearing that everything he makes will be used inside the Demon King's territory. His grin grows bigger as he imagines tons of people rocking his items, shouting their thoughts, and handing him feedback he can turn into upgrades. Then bam, he snaps back because he's been daydreaming. Right then, the Demon King's voice slices through the air, perfectly calm and impossible to read as he speaks Thor's full name. The tension snaps the moment the Demon King explodes into laughter, and he declares it loud, an ambition from a man of the Empire to craft items that will outshine the hero's gear and make even him genuinely thrilled. He steps up, declares himself the Demon King, and grants Thor Riga permission to chase his dream. Thor freezes in total shock, wordless. Then the Demon King flashes a sharp grin and boldly announces he's all in on Thor's ambition. Still in shock, they demand proof that he can really build his workshop. Then the Demon King nods and grants it, remembering how Thor once only asked for a tiny storage room. Without a blink, Thor snatches the Demon King's thick, flowing robes and vows they'll be his first materials, and the Demon King jerks back in panic, screaming that Thor can't start right now. He strains against the Demon King's iron grip, snapping that His Majesty was the one who approved it, so now he's confused why it's being treated like a shock. The panicked monarch finally relents, but you can tell he never expected those words to turn into action, and that fast. He's standing in front of a cramped, metal-walled storeroom now, clutching a catalog and plotting his move, having gathered softened metal chunks stolen from old shields and armor he found in the storehouse. The catalog swears the room is only 2 meters tall, 3 wide, and 4 deep. But he doesn't care because his real plan is to use alchemy to carve out a whole bigger storage space inside this metal shell. Plans locked in, he wastes zero time, right now. He thrusts his hands forward and thick, crackling dark energy starts pooling between his palms because he's finally stockpiled enough dark mana to power what's coming. The Demon King, Rookie Everguard, stares at Thor, both stunned and worried, and demands of Mabel, "Tell me, does the alchemist really mean to do this right now?" Mabel stays calm and cold, saying, "Once Thor's Sama decides, nothing can stop it." Still baffled, the king pushes her for answers. She smirks and says Thor gets the demon races like nobody else, because just the other day he decided to craft special clothes for the lizard men after watching how their scales wrecked their usual outfits. His shock practically leaps off the page. How in the world could a human show kindness like that to a lizard man? Mabel keeps firing back Thor's belief. He'd weigh everyone's needs in the territory and forge tools to help them. And then she lands the punchline. Thor sees what's really there, no prejudice in sight. Her hand clamps over her heart as she locks eyes with her sovereign, begging him to trust in Thor's Sama. Yet all the Demon King can manage is her name, stripped down to the bare truth of how unshakable her conviction is. Meanwhile, Thor's locked-in hands spread wide as he imagines his creation taking shape, drilling down on exact measurements like a blueprint in his mind. A flawless cube, 1.2 meters on every side. He kicks off the creation, dumping dark mana into clumps of metal until a tiny storage room starts to take shape. Then he hammers the structure with earth mana to toughen the floor, roof, and walls, and finally blasts the inside full of wind mana to fill the air. His focus turns laser-sharp as he studies the cube like a sculptor, hardness, color, weight, texture, even its scent, until with a flash, a perfectly glowing cube forms and darts away. Every detail snaps into place in his mind. Then his eyes fly open with pure resolve and he unleashes his power, ordering the execution of Alchemy to forge a tiny storage room. The moment the spell finishes, the thing snaps into existence, turning into a small storage room. It's packed with earth, wind, and darkness, so it carves out its own sealed space inside. Drop items in and they won't rot or spoil. It sorts everything on its own. And while it sits there doing its job, it drinks in the territory's dark magic like it's nothing, no magic stone needed. Built like a tank with physical resistance and a 100-year durability, it's straight up a miracle of a creation. He leans in and inspects his finished creation. Yeah, it works, but he can't shake the truth. Hero's gear wipes the floor with his. Then he digs back into the original e-commerce catalog description and remembers what he couldn't pull off, those finer touches like the drainage system and even the keyhole. He declared the job done with a grin that screamed satisfaction, and deep down he knew every second had paid off. He might have been chasing a totally different league from the hero's world, but his real goal was crystal clear: beat their tech. His work sparked instant reactions. Mabel's eyes lit up as she blurted out that his creation was amazing, while the Demon King, still stunned Thor could build it on the spot, shrugged it off as practical. It was too small to work as a real workshop. Thor fired a challenge straight at the Demon King, asking, "Does your majesty know the legendary storage box of the heroes? The one everyone swears has infinite, limitless space for anything you dare to shove inside." That comparison stopped the Demon King cold. He even blurted out whether any alchemist in the Empire could bend space, and Thor admitted right then that this was his first try, so he couldn't swear the quality was perfect, even though it did the job like he intended. But in his gut, he didn't believe anyone else could pull it off, especially in the Empire, where dark mana was basically nowhere to be found. He quickly yanked the talk away from the Empire, insisting he couldn't possibly have built it with just his own magic. Then he asked to examine the inside, and the Demon King granted it on the spot. Spinning back to the Demon King, Thor declared, "We'll be right back." And Mabel shot him a bright little goodbye, smiling as she promised they'd see him again soon. With that, he shot his hand out, clamped the handle, and yanked the door wide open. Inside this tiny box, Thor and Mabel stare into a huge, empty sea of white stretching on, so big it feels unreal. Thor whips his head around in awe, stunned by how massive it is inside, while Mabel can barely hold it together, sprinting across the floor with eyes bulging as she yells that she could run forever in here, and claims even the royal treasury has nothing that matches it. She whips around and realizes he's using the hero's tech from another world, then asks if he plans to study it, and one day top it. Thor smirks, says he's got a long grind ahead, and admits he noticed the hero's storage box had infinite space. He admits his skills still don't match what the heroes can do, and that's why this storage room is tiny compared to their space. Meanwhile, Mabel keeps grinning and happily scours the huge area in the background. Staring at her, he lays out his idea. If they use this tech right, they can craft bags with secret built-in storage pockets. Then he leans in and asks, once he finally perfects them, would she try them for him? The request slams into Mabel like a sucker punch, and she stammers that she's just a maid. No way she can handle some legendary class item. Thor leans in, dead serious, saying she matters to him and she's already helped him tons with his experiments, so that's exactly why he's pushing his prototypes into her hands. Her face burns a deep red, overwhelmed by everything she feels. because somehow every time she's with him it turns into one wild surprise after another, and yeah, she can't deny it, she's happy. Steam practically puffs from her head as she spirals into pure fluster. Their quiet moment gets ripped apart by a thunderous voice outside demanding answers, and when Thor and Mabel recognize the Demon King's tone, they snap into panic, apologize fast, and do it, unit by unit. Beyond the dimensional void, a chilling, wide-brimmed figure steps forward and calls out to the Demon King, demanding entry and asking permission to cross the threshold. He insists that, as ruler of this realm, he has to verify the space is safe. The Demon King grants the go-ahead. The figure strides through the portal into the White Room and the occupants jump at the shock. Then he blurts out that Thor is insane for making a space this bright and massive, bigger than the arena back in their own territory, and he admits that hearing praise from him feels like a true honor. Just as the towering visitor looms in front of him, a jolt of a notification slams into Thor's mind. An SS rarity item has been spotted, and it's about to get auto-stored in his space. Thor's eyes blow wide because it screams that the guy standing right there, or something he's carrying, is the item. He got a fresh, sharper mental notification. 2 items were going into storage. A robe of recognition and a mask of recognition, both tough enough to shrug off every element, and then the white, jagged-edged mask dematerialized right before his eyes. His eyes bulged and disbelief hit him like a punch. When the hiding clothes disappeared on the newcomer inside his dimension, his mouth opened and only a stammer came out, stunned beyond words, because that terrifying presence was suddenly replaced by something he never saw coming. Right in front of him wasn't some rampaging tyrant at all, it was a young woman with long, pale hair in twintils, dark ribbons tied tight, and huge dark horns curling from her head. She just stood there, calm as the petals swirled around her. He couldn't process the impossible sight, then it hit him with a jolt so hard he stammered. That Demon King Looker was the real deal. Arms crossed and lips pursed, Demon King Looker scrutinized the explanation in silence, then after a beat her resistance cracked. She sighed, admitted she finally got it, and granted forgiveness. She forgives Thor and he stays kneeling, shoulders slumped because he owns it all. He admits it was his fault her robes and mask got snatched since he forgot about the auto-sorting feature. He explains that there's a shed on the grounds built to instantly scan and auto-sort any rare item it spots. With one flick of this function, the towering robed Demon King got instantly tagged as a rare item, and got snatched away before he could even react. So that's what he figures, how Demon King Looker's robes and mask got snagged right as they slipped away, exposing her true form to him in the blink of an eye. That sudden reveal exploded into chaos. Looker froze in pure embarrassment and instantly crouched, cupping both hands over her face. While she crouched in hiding, her maid Mabel was suddenly everywhere, sprinting through the chaos in pure, frantic panic. Amid all that chaos, Thor kept blurting out non-stop apologies until Looker and Mabel finally cooled off. Then he finished with one last, deep bow and a loud, heartfelt shout of "I'm sorry." Still flustered, Looker demands that he stop, and when she admits she believes he meant no harm, she formally forgives him and Thor finally lets out a breath of relief. It's revealed Mabel already knew Looker's real face, only the Chancellor and her family are in on it with her. And Looker assumes a demon king who looks that young could never stand toe-to-toe with the Empire's brute power. She tells them she took Prime Minister Curve's advice, then used an item to forge that terrifying new form. Mabel tries to soothe her, saying she already has a demon king's powers and it's only her body that grows slow. Looker brushes it off and snaps her focus to Thor, declaring she wants to hear what an outsider thinks. Staring him down with a little fear in her eyes, she demands his honest take on her real form as the Looker Everguard, and the bluntness of her own question throws her off. She stammers, "What is?" He gets hit with a total shock, his face blazing red while he scrambles for the right words, and all he can do is stammer, totally helpless as the Demon King's unexpected vulnerability catches him off guard. Thor's jaw hung open, and for one wild second it felt like he just glimpsed the shape of a real deity. He tried to put his amazement into words for the confused Demon King, because as an alchemist he'd always loved magic items with killer function, but the second he saw her, everything he thought he was worth got shattered. He didn't stop. His voice thundered with pure conviction as he admitted that when he looked at her natural beauty, shame crushed him for not being skilled enough. then realized the functional beauty of his own creations couldn't possibly hold a candle to her. His raw praise sent the Demon King into a full-on flustered panic, and she snapped, demanding he shut up, blushing hard as she insisted she couldn't understand a single word he was saying. Her chest tightened as she clutched it, shaking with agitation. She fired back, demanding how an alchemist with godlike power could truly know her plight, and blasting him for never understanding what it's like to live a lie behind a mask. Her words hit him like a thunderclap, and he dropped his gaze as a shadow slid across his face. Then he mumbled an apology, confessing that he'd been wrapped up in the same lie. Head bowed low, he finally spilled the whole truth. He wasn't a guest in the demon lands at all. They dumped him there as a hostage, a living sacrifice. His mind snapped back to Duke Reguse's brutal words. His father had commanded him to die, and seeing him alive was just a stain on the ducal household. That memory hit, and shock exploded across the Demon King's face and FIA's too. He remembered why his father looked at him with pure disgust, because in the Empire, strength ruled it all and his weak fighting skills made him feel like he didn't belong. Even his alchemy got tossed aside as nothing but kid stuff, and that humiliation never stopped. After he finally ripped open his painful past, everything in his face changed fast. He looked up with a small, real smile and admitted that ever since he stepped into demon territory, he'd been counting his blessings. That line hit the Demon King so hard he couldn't even speak. As he kept talking, Thor's face melted into a real smile, and he admitted that after all this time he'd finally made it. He could work as an alchemist now, and he'd finally felt the rush of crafting things people can truly use. Just when he finally tasted a breath of peace, Fi barreled forward, stunned and furious, demanding to know if the Empire really sent him as both a sacrifice and a hostage. Thor stayed ice calm and answered yes. And that single confession left FIA scrambling for a way to even process what she'd just heard. She dropped to her knees and grabbed his hands, grilling him on every scrap of logic while FIA pushed the point that it had been smarter to keep up the envoy act, because with the Empire as the patron, he could have demanded anything he wanted. She just couldn't wrap her head around why he'd toss away that kind of advantage. But instead of a straight answer, she smirked and winked, then pressed a finger to his lips like it was a secret command, and when he begged for silence, the Demon King just froze, totally stunned and speechless. His face hardened as he laid out the truth. One word about him being a sacrifice would slam his treatment into the gutter and stain the Empire's name for good. So he cut straight to a deal. He'd guard the Demon King's secret and they'd keep his. The sheer weight of his proposal slammed into Lookier and FIA and froze them in silence. And as the Demon King stared dumbfounded, FIA clapped a hand over her mouth, a shocked gasp spilling out as the truth hit her. He could tell they got his plan. If she guarded Her Majesty's secret, he'd be safe too. And once those conditions were set, he finally knew he could earn her trust. Turns out Demon King Lookier wasn't some unstoppable monster at all, just a tiny girl with zero confidence, hiding her real self behind bulky robes and a mask. A quiet chuckle slipped past her lips as she clapped a hand over her mouth, because in that story she spotted a reflection of herself, right down to the life she never chose but was forced to live. Her soft amusement suddenly blew into a roaring laugh, tears of pure joy spilling as she pointed at Thor and called his plan totally ridiculous. Then she grinned and agreed to his deal with zero hesitation, and just like that, Thor finally shows up to them while they trade him their secret for his, keeping it safe. Flushed and teary, she snaps with furious rage, fangs bared as she screams, demanding to know what he could possibly be thinking. He snaps back that she's the real bully for still laughing while he keeps chuckling, and she finally admits taking his robe and mask was brutal. But she swears his choice to expose his own identity was way crueler. Even with her teasing smile, she crosses her arms, winks back, and admits that with a move like this, there's no way but to trust it. She fires the question at him, "Do you really trust me?" And he just has to hear her say yes because he tossed her his secrets and that's her proof, so as the ruler she can't afford doubt. Then she whips around to Mabel, her maid, and orders in no uncertain terms that not a single word of this leaves the room. Thor lets out a grin and calls her an amazing Demon King, but she snaps it off as cheap flattery. With fresh authority in her voice, she slams down a formal decree. Thor Regis is the Empire's prized guest and an alchemist under her direct watch, and in this castle everybody is to treat him exactly like they always have. Mabel snaps into action with real, aching devotion, while Thor watches, shaken to the core by the Demon King's promise of protection. Then she whips around to face him, presses a finger to her lips and winks like they're sharing a secret, telling him their real identities stay hidden just here asterisk. So between them there's no need to tiptoe around secrecy. He lets it sink in and the meaning hits hard. This place is a sanctuary cut off from the world, a shield meant to protect her and the perfect safe haven for him. It hits Mabel like lightning. She gasps in pure joy, realizing her majesty can finally be here at home, no mask needed. Mabel, practically bouncing with excitement, pitches the idea of turning that section into tea parties and Lookier grins like he's planning something, saying it sounds perfect. Meanwhile, Thor just stares, clearly thrown off by the sudden swing into cozy time. He watched Mabel choke up with tears and swear her only goal was to welcome him and her majesty, then got flustered and fired back to ask what Thor was really up to after the maid's outburst. When he spotted a chance to smooth things over, he grinned and suggested the perfect fix. Why not make room for both of them? When he offered up that tiny storage room, Lookier didn't just respond. She surprised him by laying her hands softly over his, sighing like she'd finally given in. "Fine," she muttered, letting them use the place for their tea party meetings, and when Mabel beamed her heartfelt gratitude, the Demon King officially thanked her alchemist. Once everything was settled, all three of them broke into the same warm smile, and just like that, their little plain room became the official spot for tea parties. That small, little agreement would come back in legends as the kingdom's tea time. Because right there, the Demon King's territory started its slow, unstoppable march, and not a single person in that room realized their choice would flip the whole world. Across that tiny table, their notices stacked up. Mabel held back a quiet smile, leaned in, and asked what was on her mind, then let out a soft little chuckle. She says she was only pulling back a memory from earlier, because that was the first time she'd ever seen Demon King Lookier laugh so freely. Then Mabel adds how Lookier was groomed from the start to become the next Demon King by the last one, a power-packed monster but brutal through and through. In a flashback vision, the old Demon King's ruthless playbook lights up. He crushed Lookier's will and made her crave limitless power by forcing her to battle multiple monstrous demon beasts at once. This hits Thor right in the chest, ripping him back to his own home, and it stirs memories of his father too, who pushed him to become just as deadly and trained him for it, no mercy in sight. His mind drifts straight into those brutal training sessions, and he remembers thinking, "This is it, I'm going to die asterisk, beaten, bleeding, and sprawled on the ground," until one truth hits him. He has to escape the Duke's household no matter what. He snaps his focus back to the now, asking Mabel if her majesty isn't already insanely strong, and Mabel hits back with a thunderous, emphatic yes. Mabel declares that when magic's on the line, nobody even comes close, because Lookier shows up in a storm of dark, deadly aura. But then you're left wondering, why hide that look in the first place? Mabel fires back that inside demon territory folks worship physical power, so they'd brand Lookier as weak just from her appearance. And she makes it crystal clear, among that crowd there's one person he has to watch more than anyone else. She dubs him the Flame General, Riizinga, this towering near 2-meter beast with a fiery red mane and the terrifying gift to breathe flame the moment anger snaps. People swear his clan runs on Ifrit blood, and in the Demon King's castle everyone bows to his martial arts. Thor's eyes widen in pure alarm. He's never even met the guy, yet the mere description chills him to the bone. He demands to know if this is the same Ifrit who guarded the Flaming Mountain's fortress and tore into the heroes of old in a brutal showdown. He confirmed Mabel's hunch about the 7-day battle of the Flaming Mountain. Then Mabel hit him with the truth. Rizinga's an Ifrit descendant from the very clan that was tasked with guarding that fortress, which is why people revere them for their raw power. Thor stayed silent, but his decision was loud. He'd be smarter to avoid the general entirely. Mabel then added that sure, Rizinga's clan worships strength, yet a few members still have hearts, and Thor snapped that remark right back like, yeah. She's way too kind. Then she flashed a grin and shoved the conversation elsewhere, reminding him about their plan to tour the castle tomorrow, and Thor snapped into agreement at once. But when Mabel started to make a solemn promise, he cut in fast and demanded she never do that again. That night, the Demon King's castle sat stone still beneath a full moon's cold glow. Later, in a castle corridor, Thor gripped Mabel's thanks as the day came to an end and they got ready to split. She stood silent for a beat, staring off in thought until he finally called her name. She shot him a playful wink and basically dared him to ditch the honorifics between them. Thor immediately went bright red, insisting he couldn't because she was taking care of him, until she pressed a gentle finger to his lips and cut him off. Her voice spilled the order plain and clear. She wasn't just serving him, she was treating him like a special guest backed by Her Majesty's decree. His rank had to match the chancellor or a state minister, so his status sat higher than hers from the start. She flashed him a bright, pleading smile and begged him to talk to her like a normal person, and when Thor saw how serious she was, he grinned back, then formally stepped right into Mabel's care. Barely had he finished talking before Mabel yanked him through a nearby doorway. No warning, no time to react, just pure surprise. Inside that room, she slipped his hand into hers and bowed her head, pouring out a quiet, fierce plea, "Stay right here forever." She snapped her gaze up at him, heat rushed to her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled with raw emotion as she admitted, softly but fiercely, that if she could, she'd stay by his side for eternity. Her words hit him like a shock, face burning, eyes bulging, so all he can do is stammer her name, frozen in pure disbelief as the door clicks shut in front of him. On the other side, Mabel doesn't wait around for an answer. She whips around and barrels down that long, empty hallway, shouting back in a fluster that he should have a great night. Alone in that quiet room, he clutches his chest, his heart still hammering from what just happened, and the wild part is, it's only been a few days since he arrived. He's already uncovered a book from another world and even forged his own magic items. Mabel's words yank his thoughts back in, and a small smile flickers across his lips as he can't stop imagining it. Maybe he'll just do exactly what she said and stay here forever. The idea hits him like a rush of pride. He's thrilled he made it into the Demon King's territory. With his resolve sharpened, he vows as an alchemist to use his craft to make this place easier for everyone. And no matter what, he's never going back to the Empire. Now his mission snaps into focus. He'll help the people who chose to take him in. Mabel flashes in his mind, then lookier too, but the thoughts skid away. Beneath the full moon's glow, his resolve locks in for good. Inside the Demon King's castle, the throne room blazes with sharp, glinting light, flashing off its ornate, terrifying architecture. Prime Minister Curve stormed up to the throne and declared himself to His Majesty Rookie Everguard, while the Demon King sat in crushing shadows, apologizing for dragging him out so late, and then revealed he had a fire-breathing, urgent report. The monarch snaps right away, asking if this is about Thor Regis. Curve nods and says he's better understood him by watching Thor forge items with his own hands, and then the Demon King leans in hard, demanding the details. So what new thing did he make? The Chancellor steadies himself, swearing he won't get rattled over little things, then asks if the item in question was one of the healthy goods Thor once made. The Demon King answers flat out, no, it wasn't his. His Majesty then shrugs and guesses it's some kind of Mabel-style accessory, until his cool slips and he finally blurts out the truth. It's a whole different thing, a dimensional storage box. He locks eyes on it and realizes it's the legendary hero item that can store infinite supplies in another dimension. Then the truth slams into him like a truck, and he bursts out in a full-throttle shout of disbelief. His sudden outburst makes the Demon King flinch, snapping that Curve shouldn't scream out of nowhere. Then he turns and tells Riley straight up that it's Riley who looks truly stunned by the minister's reaction. Even still, the minister writhes with agitation, claiming this is nothing like his earlier vow to keep his cool. He insists the king understands what a storage box is, a knack that lets you tuck items away in a space of its own. He goes all in, explaining that this wild variability is exactly why the other world's heroes are terrifying. Because they can churn out endless items out of thin air, they're a constant, unstoppable mystery that keeps every demon on edge. In the Demon King's lands, he repeats an old saying, if you spot a hero, get ready for 100 items to spill out. They swear they're empty-handed. Then boom, weapons appear, and the ones who look wounded just reach into their bags and unload mountains of potions. The Demon King sat tall on his throne, letting his prime minister's frantic report crash over him, then he nodded, cold and certain. He knew exactly how rare that skill was, and if every hero truly had it, the demon race would have been erased ages ago. His king's calm does nothing to quiet him, his hands cinch into a tight fist as the truth hits hard, and he realizes the Thor Regis really did create that exact storage box. The thought slams into him and suddenly desperation erupts. He yells that this is serious beyond words and Thor Regis can't be allowed to monopolize that power no matter what it costs. Caught in his minister's panic, the Demon King just waves it off. Don't worry. He stays cool, leans in, and asks why Curve is losing his mind, then drops the truth. Thor already promised a storage box for both him and Mabel. And just like that, the news hits Curve so hard he goes completely silent. He staggers back, mind screaming as Thor's coming for round 2 more of them. Then he realizes it's the same storage box the heroes used, and the whole idea of rare items in this world starts crumbling right before his eyes. From his throne, the Demon King's voice slices through the fog, telling Curve to rein in his rage. The Prime Minister blames his outburst with a shaky apology, but the king doesn't dodge it. He admits he poked the situation too. Then he cracks open more of his chat with the human, letting out a quiet chuckle, while Thor himself already told him he wants to be viewed as a fair, reasonable alchemist serving the Demon King. It sounds just like what Demon King Looker said too. Back then she claimed Thor swore he'd stand with them, and the weight in his words was so strong she felt she had no choice but to trust him. Now he's composed and kneeling, and Curve starts processing this like, so, does that mean the man is actually worthy of my king's judgment? Then the Demon King nods and says, yes, and I trust Thor too because he handed over that foot bath without a single complaint. Behind his mask, the Demon King's lips twitch into a faint smile, convinced this is just the kind of man Thor is, and that idea chills him because he's never met anyone like this before. He stayed planted on his throne, fingers interlocked, and admitted to himself he couldn't look away from the young alchemist, then realized the boy was going through serious pain. While he was lost in thought, Prime Minister Curve slid up, clocking that the king looked downright cheerful, and then he cut straight to the point. Did anything happen between the Demon King and Thor Regis? The Demon King leaned in and demanded he be more specific, and Curve scrambled to confirm he meant their conversation, only for the king to shrug and say they talked normally, leaving Curve stunned like, what on earth could normally even mean here? The king leaned in and spilled what happened next, recounting that moment when everything clicked. He said their talk wasn't just words, it was a real push to understand each other's side and look past their own viewpoints. He wrapped it up with one clean statement, saying that this shared understanding was the only thing that truly happened, like those words settled over the moment, heavy and solid as the castle itself. Right as Thor finally tore into the Demon King's territory, chaos was already exploding back in the Dalgarian Empire. In the heart of the imperial capital, the empire's nobles crashed a lavish party at a towering guest house. The grand hall crackled with whispers and gossip, and every attendee's chatter swelled through that lavish, echoing space. Their voices erupted into loud gasps the moment Duke Vargas Regis stepped in, and his towering presence snapped everyone's attention to him. The nobles fawned over his perfect loyalty, bragging that he'd even handed his own son over as a sacrifice for the empire's prosperity. One woman couldn't help blurting, "Does he feel no pain at all?" But the Duke didn't flinch, wearing stone-cold composure like a mask. That praise hit the crowd like a spark. People erupted into applause, cheering the Duke's household as the gold standard for every noble and the living heartbeat of the empire's honor. He and his last surviving son loomed as dark silhouettes against the glow, drinking in the crowd's roaring adulation in total silence. A dark satisfaction surged through the Duke as he lifted the appraisal, his mind snapped into place. Yeah, this was exactly it. Yet another noble watched the moment unfold, broke into a huge grin, and felt the praise fit the Duke's household perfectly. He strode up to the Duke's last son and coldly smirked about how brutal it was to live under that spotlight. Then he said, "Now the stain's gone and the household's rise can finally start." The Duke's son went pale, completely stunned that Thor was being talked about like that. The young man stuttered, trying to brag about Thor's skill as an alchemist, but his father snapped him shut with one razor-sharp glare, his eyes igniting with sudden, blazing rage. Rage boiled in his veins as he snapped that his good mood was ruined and demanded a drink. Then he screamed that nobody was ever allowed to mention his son again, insisting the boy existed only to die as a sacrifice. As rage boiled in his veins, the other nobles snapped their attention to a newly arriving dignitary. Her sakura-colored hair and piercing blue eyes screamed, "Sword Princess." the blade's bearer, clutching a treasured sword from the Age of Heroes. Then boom, the guest of honor got revealed. Her Highness Rihanna, the 30th Queen of the Empire, standing there with a stern, stone-faced look, eyes locked straight ahead. Her eyes snapped to Duke Regius as the hall erupted with compliments. Then the Queen cut through it all, her voice sharp as steel, declaring an unwanted guest had to be gone right now. Courtiers stammered, but the Duke with that smug smirk was already the obvious target of her order. His confident grin shattered, and in its place, pure shock hit, total disbelief written all over his face. Before he even had time to fully process the order, Imperial guards lunged in to grab him. He fought their grip, screamed his own name, Duke Vargas Regius, and demanded to know what he'd done to deserve this. Yet all they said was that he had to leave because poor Her Highness ordered it. Her voice sliced through his protests, ice cold, razor sharp, and she demanded how he could possibly be so arrogant after he'd put her and her comrades in mortal danger. Her accusation froze him in total silence. Then she pressed harder, firing off the question about that imperial court request to get a magic sword repaired, and when the Duke tried to answer, he stumbled, admitting that he remembered. She dropped the devastating news once she heard the repairs were done. She reclaimed the sword at once, then admitted the truth. The blade couldn't handle her mana and just shattered to pieces. The Duke froze, horror etched all over his face. Her voice stayed steady as she laid out what almost got her killed. When she fought a demonic beast, only her comrades' frantic rescue saved her life. Then the investigation finally dug up the truth. The Regius household had fixed the sword with plain metal, and that one mistake choked the mana flow until the legendary blade snapped. As she finished, the whole court went silent, faces cracking into shock. Duke Regius' composure snaps like glass, sweat floods his face, his eyes bulge with pure disbelief and terror, and the Queen's accusation slams into the silence. While the Imperial Guard drags Duke Regius away, whispers explode through the stunned court, one noble scoffing that Regius must have ignored just how deadly his failure was, and another sneering that the House of Regius never could have handled a repair that hard, so they should have just owned up to it. Thor watches from the sidelines, jaw tight with dread, realizing the honor his family earned through sacrifice is already slipping out of reach, and cursing that his household was built for glory, not this crushing shame. A nobleman, sweating with fury, snaps that the shoddy fix to the magic sword couldn't be a mere accident. Someone must have sabotaged it to trick them, and the alchemist should be punished. Calm as ever, Queen Rihanna says she already sent an envoy to the workshop to track who was actually handling the repairs, and they brought back a document. She whips out a scroll and declares it's stamped with the Duke's household seal and even the sign of the Duke's butler. Then she reads every word aloud. A full restoration would have been a nightmare, so they only repaired the look exactly as requested while the Regius household took on the blame and the burden. When that bombshell hits, the nobleman yells in pure shock, his face draining of color, and everyone around him, courtiers and all, stares, mouths agape, stunned by what it really means. The Queen keeps on with her sharp, step-by-step explanation, revealing the alchemist even told her the sword had already been only partly repaired, and that tiny flaws were the real reason it snapped. Then she points straight at the shattered blade, saying it's all just weird as hell. She explains that every piece of the sword snapped, except the parts she managed to restore properly, which held firm, thanks to their grit against her light magic. She even fought off the demon beast's claws. Her eyes sharpen as she steps up and hits the nobleman head-on, reminding him that the sword was built only for rituals. Yet since her light mana had just started surging stronger, she chose to bring it out for hunting after the ceremony, just like she'd told his household. The poor man freezes, stammers, and can't get a single word out. With a razor-sharp grin, the Queen announces that the one who finished the repairs literally saved her life. So now she's decided that person will be her private tool, and she orders the nobleman to spill his name and tell her where he is right now. With a shaky voice, he insists the stranger must have been some wandering alchemist, and he has no idea who they were or where they went. Yet the Queen just snorts and calls his excuse a disgrace, then turns away and cuts him out of her sight. The disgraced nobleman snaps around and strides off, pushing through towering doors that slam shut behind him with a thunderous thud. Right then, he snaps to attention with his head bowed in front of the Duke's butler, trembling, drenched in sweat, and clearly falling apart, while the nobleman can barely get out the Duke's title, his failure screaming on his face. He stood there shaking while a furious nobleman bore down on him, his face twisting with rage as he screamed, demanding to know what the butler had done. No excuses mattered, only blame, because the nobleman insisted the butler's failure to control the image had stained his name. Then, with no mercy, he sentenced the terrified butler to house arrest. After sending the butler away, the nobleman sank into silence, his fury draining into razor-cold strategy. Sure, the plan had hit a wall, but he refused to fold, certain there was still a way to fix everything. He started pacing back and forth, furious at how that brutal accident had smashed his household's honor into the dirt. Yet he clenched his resolve and pushed forward, hunting results that would prove his worth and make the Empire notice him. His thoughts locked onto one clear move, and he had a plan, one he was sure would hand the Empire a huge, decisive edge. The moment he latched onto this plan, manic energy lit him up from the inside. Because if he could finally control the demons and demi-humans, his fame wouldn't just come roaring back, it would blast to even greater heights. His bold, lethal scheme zeroed in on one terrifying target: the Demon King's own territory. Thor steps in and formally tells Mabel he's counting on her for the tour, and with a slick wink she practically lights up. "Leave it all to me," as he watches her closely, clocking that her hairstyle's changed and that she's having the time of her life in this new role. As they stride past the castle's towering spire, she breaks down exactly where everyone will be staying. Thor's room sits on the 3rd floor of the west building, and the maids share the 1st floor. Then she tells him, plain and sure, that they'll be right there if he ever needs anything. The tour kicks off fast, sweeping them through the castle's everyday hustle, from checking the kitchen's gear to watching the head chef in full action. All through it, Mabel radiates pure, contagious joy, and her happiness practically glows, while Thor strolls right beside her, wearing a warm smile as he drinks in every sight. They finally reach a grand hall lined with towering columns, and 2 brutal minotaurs stand watch at the gate. Mabel calls it the main entrance. From up high, they stare down at the gigantic entrance hall, and she tells him this main hub links every part of the castle, so he better remember it. He nods and says he's got it. His eyes snap to an insane statue of a horned woman in full armor. Then he slams on the brakes and turns to Mabel, demanding to know who she is. She tells him this is the 1st-generation Demon King's statue, and Thor freezes, staring in pure shock. Then she adds that the 1st king was a woman, and Thor blurts out right away about how insanely impressive the sword in her hands is. Mabel digs deeper into the legend, saying the sword was forged from a stone that rained down from the heavens. Then she drops the bombshell that this exact blade was used in the war against heroes from another world, making it brutally rare. Leaning in, Thor hisses to her that the sword on the statue is just a fake dressed up to look real, and Mabel's eyes go wide as the shock hits. He tells her his insane alchemy skill is how he knows, because when he scans the sword, there's 0 mana flooding off it. Mabel stares, blown away, and grins, saying it totally tracks with him. One look and he sniffs out the truth. She spills the truth about the sword's fate. The real one snapped in the war against the heroes, now its whereabouts are a complete mystery, and Mabel can't stop regretting it, calling it a demon treasure she only wished Thor had lived to see. And hearing that, he confidently blurts that if the sword's still lurking inside the castle, he'd gladly go in and fix it. So bold it even shocks him, and Mabel just stares, eyes wide as saucers. Her shock crumbles into a flustered hope, and she blurts out a stammering, "Wait, are you talking about the 1st Demon King's legendary sword?" As her mind races, because even with the impossible weight of it all, she can't stop thinking that with his abilities, maybe it just might be within reach. He admits the sword's gone, so there's nothing he can do, and Mabel shoots back that it has to be out there somewhere, and the 1st Demon King would be thrilled the moment it's found. A new idea hits him hard. Sure, he wants to track down the original sword, but he decides that beating it sounds even better, imagining the current Demon King swinging a blade that crushes the old one. Mabel snaps right to it, blinks, and asks if he's about to forge a sword for Her Majesty. He nods, grinning as he wonders if it could stretch like a living blade or even fire dark mana. Mabel goes absolutely wild at the thought of a Demon King weapon made just for him. Overwhelmed with excitement, she snatches his arm and blurts that it'd be the perfect gift, then throws herself into full support mode, urging him to tell her anything at all she can do to help. 2 Minotaur guards nearby watch the whole thing. One leans in and murmurs that Mabel looks insanely happy clinging to Thor, and the other nods along in a quiet, approving whisper. As Mabel clings to a red-faced Thor, another intruder barrels in and asks if he's the Empire's guest. Thor freezes, Mabel yanks her grip back fast, and she blurts that they should keep touring, and even flustered Thor agrees on the spot. Her excitement died the second a towering armored man crashed into the scene, looming over Thor like a wall of steel, growling that the young alchemist looked weak. She stared up at the colossal man and her thoughts spun like crazy. He was easily over 2 meters tall and his straight red hair looked like flames dancing in the air. The moment it all clicked, a gasp ripped through her throat as a name finally surfaced in her mind, dawning with shock. Thor's eyes bulge with pure shock as the massive figure steps into view and he blurts out the name, Flame General Rising Asama, like he can't even believe his ears. That towering warrior with flame-red hair flashes a confident grin as he locks in his identity. Yep, it's Riizinga, the one and only Flame General, a general serving his majesty. And when word hits that someone from the Empire is coming, he steps out to meet them himself. He bows with perfect politeness, slaps a hand over his heart, and introduces himself as Thor Regius from the Dalgalia Empire. Then he flashes a hopeful smile, begging for a smooth start between them. The general admits he already knew Thor's name but still decides to come right in front of his daughter Agnes to her utter horror. He then jabs a hand toward the silent figure at his side, a woman in elaborate full armor, and proudly declares, "This is my daughter, Agnes." Thor's presence makes the man's face fall with raw disappointment. He'd pictured a powerhouse from an empire of proud warriors, not a frail kid, and he lets out a cruel laugh at the twist. Right next to Thor, Mabel leans in and hisses that he wouldn't last a fight, and the look on his face says he's already decided to believe it is. His disappointment crashes into heartbreak. He's furious that he wanted his daughter to spar with an empire warrior, yet all she's got is a pathetic weakling. Agni's fists clench inside her armor and she snaps that her father is taking it way too far. Her agitation spills out fast, steam bursts from her helmet as if she can't hold it in anymore. So Riizinga slaps a steady hand on her shoulder and tells her to calm down while her flames keep leaking out. Then he turns back to Thor Regis once more. He snaps his full focus back onto the young man and his face hardens instantly. Then he lays it out. His territory is the mountain stretch near the border where he can keep running into people from the Empire. He leans in and demands Thor name a powerhouse from his homeland because he's starving for a real fight. Right before Thor can even speak, Mabel strides forward, her voice cutting like steel. She snaps at Riizinga for brushing their guest off, reminding the general that Thor isn't just anyone. He's an honored guest and an alchemist operating under the Demon King's own direct watch. She keeps her gaze locked on him, sharp and unshaken, and tells him point-blank this isn't where he comes to spy on the Empire. While Riizinga just listens, eyes thoughtful, weighing the Demon King's noble plan to study the human world through an honored guest. Riizinga kept talking, cold contempt dripping from every word, and she could practically feel the worry in her chest as he snapped that peace was fine, but only the battlefield proved who was truly strong. Then he couldn't wrap his head around why a useless weakling who couldn't even fight was being treated like an honored guest, saying there had to be limits to that kind of hospitality. Then the general snapped his focus straight onto Thor, clamped a hand on his shoulder, and leaned in so close it felt like a threat, demanding to know exactly what Thorgus could do. Thor's vision snapped to a sneer contorting his face, and the man kept pressing, demanding to know how anyone who doesn't fight could possibly be useful to his majesty. The pressure pouring out of Riizinga was brutal enough to make Mabel jerk back in pure terror, but Thor didn't flinch. He barked at her to stand down, and the oppressive aura alone burned her throat. She understood, shaking with dread, that if that general swung those huge arms, she'd be dead in one hit. Thor realized one wrong move could lock in his fate. This guy wouldn't fall for easy flattery. So Thor clenched onto the oath he swore to the Demon King the day he walked out of the Empire, and that promise kept his head high. Now the same oath would steer every word he was about to say. Once the choice hit him, he pressed a hand to his chest and vowed, an alchemist for life until the day he dies, and swore that his alchemist skill could even fine-tune the general's daughter's armor. Thor shot him a calm look, and with a straight face he said the armor was packed with an earth element. He started breaking down the elemental rules. Water can't handle fire because push it hard enough and you just get steam, while earth is built different, packing heat-proof stuff like rock and iron to stand up to a fiery constitution and still deliver real strength. He decided this was an insanely rare find, packed with a double earth attribute. Then he snapped the focus right back to the Flame General. Mabel stared in shock because Thor had clocked the armor's powers with one look, just like that first Demon King's sword. Then he seized the moment and called out the armor's one fatal weakness: those brutal flames and raw heat would melt it, loosening the joints. As an alchemist, he swore he could fix and reinforce it, locked eyes with the general and delivered the offer straight to his face. General Rieisinga's offer hits like a punch. His face twists into a snarl as he snaps that it's none of the human alchemist's business, while Mabel and a Minotaur guard stare with wide, anxious eyes behind the clash, and the armored Agnes just stays perfectly still. He scoffs at the idea of some puny alchemist even laying hands on his daughter's armor, then turns his back on Thor and barks for Agnes to follow so they can get out. Yet Agnes tries to object, shouting his name while he's already storming off. As they leave, Agnes slips in a tiny bow so subtle you could miss it, then hurries after her father as his stomping retreat carries on. Thor just watches, face unreadable, while Mabel and the Minotaurs freeze in stunned silence. The calm gets ripped apart when the two Minotaurs suddenly barrel toward Thor, cheeks blazing with admiration. They gush that he's incredible and wildly brave for standing his ground against General Raising's furious wrath without even flinching. Mabel blurts out how she feels, clutching her chest in total shock, then says Rasenga is one of the Demon King's castle's top 5 strongest, and she can't wrap her head around Thor having the nerve to shut him down. So what kind of courage is that, really? He flashes a calm smile and shuts down the idea that it was courage at all. He was just obsessed with the armor. All he wanted, he says, was to prove to the general exactly what he can do as an alchemist. Watching the general and his daughter fade into the distance, he can't help but wonder what's going on, but he forces himself not to get stuck on it. Then he snaps his focus back, turns to their guide, and asks if they can finally pick up the tour again. The horn-made guide grins and waves them on, and as they move forward, Thor mentally vows to corner Mabel later. He just knows she'll have answers about that duo. As they chase her deeper into the castle, Thor grins like he still can't believe what just happened, thinking back to that moment. Because he had zero way of knowing his moves would spark General Rasenga's furious, earth-shaking rage. That thought hangs in the air like a warning flare, screaming that chaos is coming. And as the general strides forward, cold rage simmers behind his eyes. In a castle corridor, Thor wraps up his tour and thanks the horned maid who guided him, telling her this info will be a huge help. She beams and, in proper formal style, declares the Demon King's castle tour officially over. The maid beams warmly, tells him he's more than welcome, and jokes that he'll be hitting the bathhouse a lot from now on. Then he grins and agrees, saying he loves baths and fully plans to come back again and again. She lifts a finger and drops the key advice. He can hit the bathhouse anytime he wants, but there's one rule he has to obey. As he strides down that long hall, her last warning keeps hammering in his ears, so when the entrance tag shows the bath is occupied, he'd better be careful. He wastes no time and bolts for the bath, arriving at the entrance, then checks the tag and finds the path wide open. He strides into a sleek, roomy changing room, clutching a basket packed with all his bathing essentials. He finds the resting space empty and finally lets out a breath, time to cool off and wash the sweat off his skin, until he spots a familiar set of ornate armor sitting there, set aside like a clue. It's Agnes. At that exact moment, a hand flicks a cloud of powder over a bowl packed with glowing coals, or maybe crystals, burning bright like a signal. A brutal, ear-splitting blast tears through the air, and it jolts Thor so hard he freezes in place. He instantly knows what it is, the screech of a salamander's tea kettle, the very thing it mentioned during his tour. His thoughts sprint, snapping into place. Salamanders, he remembers, are served to Ifrit. And if salamanders are here right now, then Agnes is visiting right this minute. He freezes at the bathhouse door like, I've got permission so I can't sneak in. Then he steels himself, shouts his presence, and pushes the door wide open. The moment the door swings open, a brutal wave of heat hits him, and right there, long flowing hair dances through the flickering flames. With her back to him, a young woman stands in steaming water while tiny, dragon-like creatures swarm around her. Then she snaps at one for its pranks, exasperation crackling in her voice. She tells the creatures they can play as soon as that bath is boiling right, and she jabs a finger toward the water's surface like she's calling them in. She snaps out a sharp cry and hurls one creature into the bath, then it detonates on impact in a raging blaze. Steam curls around her as she panics, twisting a flustered face into place, then blurts an apology and admits she can't really rein in her power. Thor freezes in the doorway, eyes bulging in sheer shock, because it clicks in that instant. This is Agni's, and for the very first time she's standing there with no armor at all. His mind whips through the clues, then it all clicks. She's a descendant of Ifrit, and her very body soaks in flames no fabric could ever hold back, so yeah, she's here without armor. Frozen in place, he finally realizes she's noticed him. Then one of the tiny creatures perched on her shoulder whips its head toward him and growls low like a warning. Thor decides the smartest move is to inch backward, keep his mouth shut, and pray she doesn't notice how scared he is. Thank you for watching. Before he even gets a breath in, the creature rockets off her shoulder and rockets straight at him, vanishing into a flash of pure motion. The fiery beast shot forward, snapping its jaws straight at Thor, and before it could burn him, he whipped his cloak up like a shield to block that sudden blast of flame. He yanked a small, dark device from his uniform, barked the activation command to lock the portable storage room, and tried to trap the flames inside. The device roared to life, gulping the flames straight into its core with a sharp whoosh, and Thor finally exhaled, relieved that his plan had paid off. He clocked it right away. The storage unit was tiny, but it was more than enough for the job. When the flames finally died down, Agnes froze in horror, her mind sprinting, screaming in panic as she realized she just stood by while an honored guest of the Demon King got attacked and might have been burned. Her panic ballooned as she spiraled over what to tell her father and how badly healers were needed, until Thor caught her falling apart, stayed perfectly calm, and reassured her that he was totally fine. He flashed a calming smile and said he'd seen trouble coming, so he prepared for it before it even hit. With his composure still intact, he flicked his gaze away and gently urged her to cover herself before they kept talking, and when Agni blushed, she stammered out a shaky, happy yes. Sitting across from Thor, the armored warrior yanks off her helmet, and boom, there's a young woman with a look that screams worry. Agni's Freyzed. She says this is their second meeting, and Thor Regis drops into a serious stare, then formally reintroduces himself and tears into a deep, sincere apology for barging in earlier. With a guilty little grin, he admits he'd heard the salamanders were the ones heating the baths, and curiosity shoved him into going to take a look. And he's still shocked that he never expected the Agnis to be naked under her armor. Agnes, back in her full armor, instantly panics, stammering that she's the one to blame, saying she barely ever runs into people and decided to handle it herself, insisting he has nothing to feel guilty about. Thor won't let her take the hit. He shoots in right away, slamming out a quick apology for dragging her into that ugly mess, and then makes it clear the real mistake was his. He forgot to put the in use tag on the door. He snaps himself back into place, cheeks burning with pure embarrassment, blurting that it wasn't unsightly at all. No, it was breathtaking, and she was so stunning he got instantly hooked, comparing her to a deity. And then he blurts another apology for his outburst. Seeing their endless apologies turn painfully awkward, Thor slams the brakes on the conversation and pivots. He praises how incredible people with Ifrit's blood must be, right as Agni looks like she's getting yanked back into that humiliating memory all over again. Agnes catches his remark, her voice ringing from behind her helmet. She snaps that her own rare armor still can't handle these flames because the joints and seams are already starting to loosen, and she admits it with a grin. These fires are straight up incredible. With her helmet yanked off again, she finally shows the truth. Agni blurts out that her flames won't obey her, erupting the second nerves or excitement hit. She'd been praying those tiny salamanders could train her up and help her master control. She leans in and tells him she's known the salamanders for ages, calls them her friends, and that's why she never panics around them. Thor listens closely, feeling for her hard situation, and when a tiny flame blooms in his palm, he admits in a soft voice that he doesn't even like his own magic powers. Ophmi's laments are in the past. Back when her flame magic wasn't awake yet, she could wear whatever she wanted, but now everything she touches turns to ash, and she can't forget the moments her flames jumped to others and left them burning too. She freezes, stunned by his offer, and blurts, trembling, why he'd even risk this for her, like she can't quite believe anyone could tame her uncontrollable flames. Thor meets her gaze with calm, unwavering resolve, promising he'll do everything he can and that he'll figure out a way to fix what's burning her. With fresh, fireproof confidence, he blurts out that he's an alchemist working for the Demon King. Then he starts talking and Udmi's mind flashes to General Razinga, making her wonder if she's even useful to him, and that thought hits hard because now she's scared of what her father will say. She even catches herself hoping this might be the first time she can finally squeeze back into normal clothes. He keeps going, saying that if he solves her problem, he'll prove he's worth something and live up to what the Demon King expects, because helping her is the perfect way to show everyone what he's capable of. He turned slightly, made his formal plea, "Ubni-san, please hear me," and with her hands clasped tight, she weighed his words and admitted he was right. Her perfect composure finally cracks, tears spill as she blurts out the things she's been begging for: clothes, friends, anything that makes her feel seen. And once Thor sees that raw, shaking truth, he steps in immediately, formally asking her to commission him to fix her blazing flame problem. She dips her head in total formal agreement and says, "Please allow me to work with you. I'm really looking forward to it." His eyes lit up with calm satisfaction the moment she agreed. A confident, reassuring smile bursts across his face, like he's got everything under control. He snaps into action and declares he'll start crafting a magic item right now, then hands her a tiny glowing cube, a miniature of the hero's storage box, and tells her to stash her flames in it the moment she feels a flare-up coming. Udni's freezes because she instantly realizes that cube is insanely precious. He flashes a confident smile, waves off her worry, and tells her he can just make another one, then leans in and says the real thing. He's dying to hear what she thinks after she's had a chance to use it. He strode off, leaving Agni's phrase ad glowing in the grand hallway, his cape trailing as he vanished toward the castle's ornate doors, while her voice, thick with heartfelt gratitude, chased after him. "Thank you very much," she said, and those words lingered in the air as she watched him slip away in silence. "If you're born with Ifrit's blood, your flames won't just burn. They'll obey you more and more as you grow older." They looked at this new info and boom, it matched what happened to Agnes too. Most of these kids couldn't tame their flames until they hit around 20, so she still had 5 more years of being stuck unable to even wear clothes, stuck playing only with salamanders. Rage and resolve snapped into his face, hard as stone. He knew this quick fix wouldn't cut it. He needed something deeper, the real answer. So he started flipping through a book packed with goodies from the hero's world, fully expecting one of those items could actually bottle the flames. Just as he hunted, a voice rang out and demanded what he was looking for. Mabel marched up, spotting the door left wide open and the way he looked like he was rushing, and Thor told her he'd just talked to the Ugnies and was now scrambling to craft something that could choke her flames. So Mabel straight up poured out her heartfelt hope that he'd manage to pull it off. He asked if she and Ugni were close. Mabel nodded fast and said they were best friends because she'd been working at the Demon King's castle for as long as she could remember, so she'd met her again, and then, bam, she recalled the two of them as kids holding hands. She kept spiraling back to their old days, playing together like it was yesterday, then lifted her hand and dropped the bombshell. Inside the Demon King's castle, there are healers so skilled they can erase even burn marks completely. The implication hit Thor like a hammer. He snapped, asking if Agnes was the one who gave her that burn. Mabel's face went grim as she nodded, saying it happened around the time she was Her Majesty's. That accident crushed Agnes with guilt, and afterward she couldn't even work up the nerve to face Mabel or show her face in front of anyone else. When Thor finally saw how deep her suffering went, it hit him like a hammer. Right there, staring at a mail-order catalog, he understood her pain fully and vowed to kick off the alchemy immediately. He plants himself like a steel pillar, dead set on forging a device that'll let Agnes finally control her flames the right way, so he can bring her and Mabel back together like they used to. His gaze snaps to the mail-order catalog, and he spots the exact item he thinks will make it all work. That catalog page hypes a health enhancement pendant, swearing it circulates your body's energy, the key energy, to boost your health and knock out sickness brought on by energy imbalances, and it even slaps on a glowing endorsement from a respected teacher. While he and Mabel stare at the page, Thor spots a health-boosting pendant packed with feng shui secrets. Then Mabel blurts out, "What even is that?" And it hits him. The hero's world treats mana in a totally different way than they do. He lays it all out with fierce conviction. 6 core elements run their world: fire, light, dark, earth, wind, and water. In the world your hero came from, the powers are split into 5 categories: wood, fire, water, earth, and metal. He keeps talking, saying that pendant is built to feed 5 kinds of energy into the body and wake the power it's been hiding. Then Mabel blurts out how wildly different their systems are, and Thor admits the catalog's explanation for how mana flips between attributes is basically just hazy. Even with the clues all jumbled up, he snaps the elemental cycle into place. Wood turns to fire, fire dies out into ash, ash settles into earth, and from that earth metal gets forged, like a clean logic chain, even if some pieces are still missing. He studies the pendant and finds blue dragon reliefs, white tiger marks, a black tortoise, a vermilion bird, and a central chelan, then shrugs. Without knowing the exact conversion steps, it doesn't change much, because no magic group would ever publicly spill the secrets behind a power like elemental transformation. Her awe snaps into fear in an instant. Her brow knits tight, unease floods her face, and she murmurs the implications like a warning to her own heart. The idea that someone can rewrite fate itself, that's the kind of power that terrifies her to the core. Even with that last bit of fear still clawing at him, Thor's resolve locks in, his eyes sharpen, and a grim, forced grin breaks across his face as he stares ahead. He swears his plan will shield Agnes and choke the flames inside her, then declares, "All right, it's time." And he quietly waits for confirmation, like hope itself is hanging in the air. Thor clenches his focus and kicks on his over-alchemy. Then a blazing 3-dimensional chart erupts into existence in midair right in front of him. His mind locks onto every detail of the pendant he wants to make, gets the chain soft enough to never scratch skin, and makes the pendant big enough to actually hold. And he knows the brutal hard part won't be the metal, it'll be carving the beast god's patterns onto it perfectly. To make them, he first imagines the divine beasts, then locks in his plan. He molds the vermilion bird after the flame Garuda, designs the white tiger by leaning on the fact that tigers already exist here, and shrugs that the blue dragon is probably just a dragon. With the last 2, Chelan and the black tortoise, he finally admits he has no room to hesitate, so he traces their shapes exactly as they are, betting everything that the creation will work if he follows the designs perfectly. With those images burned into his head, he shuts his eyes, because the shapes are locked in, fully formed. His plan is a 2-pronged bombshell. Forge a clunky lump of metal into a health enhancement pendant, then supercharge it with an element-changing power by packing it with the 5 core elements. Suddenly, a nasty thought hits him, because here wood and metal simply don't exist. He's got fire and water figured out, and he guesses ground works like earth, but now doubt claws at him. Can he really pull this off? Right when doubt starts creeping in, his alchemical interface suddenly flashes a message, telling him he's mastered element attribute manipulation for all 5 elements and unlocked otherworldly mana with the exact know-how to wield ground, metal, and wood attributes. Then the system hits him with one question: add these new abilities. And he can barely believe it. Over-alchemy can handle these foreign elements too. His doubt evaporates in a split second. This is it. He doesn't hesitate anymore, as he declares he just has to forge the health enhancement pendant by mixing fire, metal, wood, water, and ground into it. With renewed grit, he dives in, eyes locked, mind razor-focused, pouring every ounce of precision into crafting the pendant. As it starts to take shape, he whips around to Mabel, shoving a document into her hands and demanding she confirm the paper's shapes match the beast's engraving on the pendant. She looks terrified, then scrambles to check, nodding when she's ready. He kicks off the final, delicate step and tells Mabel to make sure the mana can be converted from one form to the next. Then Mabel nods and swears every detail matches the book and all the pieces are set, and with her stamp of approval he announces, "All right, we start right now." As he channels his power, his hands flare with otherworldly energy and his goal locks in fast. Forge the health enhancement pendant that lets Agni turn her wild, scorching flames into completely different elements. He's fueled by something way deeper than duty. He's determined to make sure she never cries again. With one last burst of power, the creation snaps into existence. A 7-star health enhancement pendant forged from the magic concept of the hero's world, etched with the 5 beast gods and built to split the wearer's magical power into 5 equal pieces: wood, fire, ground, metal, and water, so they can boost and sustain their health for over a century. Wiped out but grinning, he declares it's finished, then leans in to tell Mabel that once mana is poured into the pendant, the engravings will spread that power through the user's body, boosting their constitution, and fingers crossed, finally smother Agnes' raging flames. He then confirms the huge, unspoken question. Yep, those 5 figures are meant to be set around the entire Demon King's territory. Clutching the completed pendant, his mind races to what it could really unlock. If this little charm lets one person push mana through their body and harden their constitution, what happens when that same effect spreads across an entire country? Mabel points out that this whole plan would be brutally hard. She'd need His Majesty's approval and the word of every high official too. And with that political wall staring her in the face, she nervously asks if they can even try. No matter how huge his dream is, Dependent is finally finished. Now he's itching to figure out whether its attributes can be changed, and if anyone can use it, this thing could turn into standard gear. He stares out of the castle, barely able to wait for tomorrow. In a massive pillared hall, Flame General Rei Zinga stomps forward, his heavy armor clanging loud with every step, locks eyes on Agni's armored figure up ahead, and shouts that he's been hunting her. He closes in, eyes hard as he tells her they're heading back to their territory the day after tomorrow, and makes it clear he already ordered everything to be ready. Agni bites back her nerves, apologizes for scaring him, and admits she just wanted to wander the castle a little longer. His voice softens as he insists he's not blaming her, he even sounds sorry for what she's forced to live with. Then he drops the real reason. The Ifrit blood pumping through her is so strong that it wrecks her control over her flames. Agni stays silent, her face swallowed by her failing health. He keeps talking, saying controlling fire with pure emotion is something only Ifrit's blood can do, and it's a trick she can't pull off yet. With his report to the monarch finally done, Agni drops her gaze and silently accepts her father's words. Elsewhere, Queen Rihanna stands tall before a roaring sea of soldiers, a banner snapping high above her head, and she declares their return is coming right back to their own territory where mining begins, and then she drops the bombshell. She's been cleared to team up with the Empire for joint operations. The moment the Empire gets mentioned, Agnes blurts out, then leans in and asks her father, "Are our lands near the border?" Like she's already figured it out. That's exactly why keeping peace is so damn crucial. Her father flashes a wide, chilling grin and snaps her suspicion into place. Then admits he came straight because the distance matters and he couldn't resist poking the Empire guest, laughing at himself for wondering what an imperial noble would actually be like. Then he bursts into mocking laughter, spilling every bit of his disappointment, because the noble looked so frail and when they demanded a duel he flat out admitted he had no real combat skills. Agni snaps, hurling vicious scoffs, calling the man pathetic and a crushing letdown, then flinches at the brutal words. Unable to take it anymore, flames burst from the joints of her armor. Agni screams for her father to stop, swearing Thor Regis is a good man because she's met him and spoken to him herself, and he's nothing like what her father says. She lifts a tiny, ornate box and tells him Thor handed it to her, dead serious, because he worries she can't reign in her flames. Then, with his character proven, she begs her father to stop trash-talking him. As she hands over the gift, her father Rizinga glares down, his thoughts snapping back to the instant imperial noble Thor officially greeted his daughter. Agni locks eyes with him, calm, unshaken, and deadly determined. That memory keeps feeding his rage. He watches Agni's small cube burn with steady, controlled fire, and the audacity hits him like a slap. How dare he thinks, and then his fury erupts as Agni's cries tear the air calling out his name. He shuts down her plea with pure disdain, jaw tight and eyes burning, arguing that even the trinket won't rewrite the truth. She's stuck in armor because she can't control her own flames. His words slam into her and she jolts, flinching hard. Agnes, please understand, Rizinga demands, and his voice brooks no argument. She stammers, scrambling for a comeback, but he slices it off mid-sentence. With the helmet gone, the showdown finally loosens and she meets his eyes, sorrow pouring from her face. She tells her father she understands. He thinks he's doing it all for her. Then she lays it out, this mining plan, and even the letters he's sent to the Markroof are meant to protect her. He nods and spells out his big plan. If the Empire talks go their way, they'll set up a mining operation on their turf. Then they'll tear out every nasty obstacle inside the mine, giving her the perfect arena to show off the terrifying power of her flame matches. As he lays out his vision, excitement keeps swelling. Those flames will scorch the monsters to the bone and make the Empire tremble. He swears that both the Demon King's lands and the Empire will finally bow to her power, and the moment the words hit, a wild image slams into his head. her swallowed by a roaring inferno, a grand comeback for the Flame General's daughter. But Udni just stares down, her face etched with crushing despair. Her inner storm finally breaks loose and she has no clue what move comes next, because deep down she's convinced there's got to be a calmer life, a different road than the one her father has already mapped out for her. A brutal memory slams back and suddenly her fear makes sense. She remembers the moment she first awakened her flame magic and it went wild, scorching a precious friend right in front of her. Then every time someone got too close they ended up burned, so people started backing away from her as fast as they could. Even out there, trapped in that lonely silence, kindness still slipped through, somebody still dared to reach her to speak. And the image of Thor's soft, gentle face hit like a flashback. Yeah, he was one of the good ones. She couldn't help but think he was a total weirdo in the best way. While everyone else cowered at her flames, he never did, and he even swore he'd find a way to heal her. That's when it clicked for Ubni, why Mabel stayed close to him. They were both genuinely kind. But Ubni also knew she couldn't possibly tag along with them, not while her father and his subordinate were tagging along too. With her helmet finally off, her face softens into something sad while those dark, flame-like wisps dance around her. Then she turns to her father and vows that as long as these flames still burn, she'll always remember she's his daughter, and she'll never let a single thing stain his name. Risinga nods along and just like that hands her the freedom to do whatever she wants until they leave the day after tomorrow. Ugni doesn't even hesitate, just gives a quiet, "Yes, father." That night the full moon breaks through the clouds and washes the mountains in calm, silver glow, turning the place they're staying into a sharp silhouette against the sky. Inside, Ugni sits alone, her armor perched on a nearby rack, and she can't stop thinking about Thor's promise to find a way to silence her flames, until cold hopelessness crawls in because they leave the day after tomorrow and there's no time left to make that solution real. Her eyes lock onto that tiny mysterious box he handed her, and without hesitation she grips it tight, deciding she wants nothing else. Those words he gave her hit harder than any gift, and it's more than enough. Staring out the window at the moonlit world, she makes her choice. Tomorrow, she'll track him down and thank him for thinking of her. From her throne, Demon King Lukir leans in to her minister, Prime Minister Curve, and snaps that Thor's hunt for a proper workshop spot is going nowhere fast. Her minister admits the snag. Tracking down a place that fits Thor's exact rules is a nightmare, and it's already tough just to get into an alchemist workshop, let alone hunt one where the materials are actually easy to grab. He keeps going, stacking even more trouble, because if they pick a spot packed with people, locals won't ever buy into a human workshop, and they can't just wander off to mine or grab materials wherever they want. Another official steps in, grim-faced, and shuts it down. Bringing Thor near a big crowd would be a recipe for disaster. He argues that Thor doesn't carry any hate, but a lot of demons and demi-humans aren't used to humans at all. The judge insists the perfect spot has to be quiet, with minimal people, yet still made for exactly what Thor needs. Then the judge leans in and says the real problem now isn't laws, it's protection, and Thor needs a bodyguard by his side, and Curve snaps to attention when the judge pivots straight to Risinga. From her throne, Demon King Lukir snaps back at the fear in the room. She's already ordered that her guest won't be touched or treated roughly. She knows General Risinga still won't like Thor's presence, but what can he do besides grumble? And if she punished him, she warns, everyone else would just start circling Thor like a threat. The judge weighs her words and decides, yeah, it's better to plant Thor in a quieter, more isolated spot, because if he pushes too hard, people will dodge the alchemist altogether, and he won't be able to forge items for them. A small, satisfied smirk tugs at his lips. After getting his orders, the Prime Minister bent low to the throne, bowing like a man sealing his fate. Then he nodded, accepting the mission as the Demon King personally handed him the job of tracking down the workshop's location. The next day, everything has been set. Thor plants himself in a massive hall, staring down a lone figure who stands rock-steady in dazzling armor plated from head to toe. He closes in on the silent figure, hand pressed to his chest in a perfect formal salute, and he thanks Agni-san for showing up. Then the armored knight answers from inside the helmet, confirming she'd been waiting for Thoriga-sama. He's totally thrown off when Mabel pops up, racing in with a rush of apologies to Agnes for following him. And then she explains that, since she's made for this, she just knew she had to find a way to help. Then she swings the truth out of her heart. She's here to say goodbye to Thor as she leaves, and the moment he sees her somber face, he knows she's still haunted by the scar she carved into him years ago. His focus snaps back to Agnes and she tells him she and her father will head back to their territory tomorrow. She thanks him, then swallows her worry, sure he can't possibly finish the flame-suppressing item in time. But when she looks at him, her jaw drops. He just calmly says, "It's already done." With a soft grin, he holds out a dazzling, ornate pendant and swears it's the one thing that'll help her finally put her flames away, while Agnes can only freeze, jaw dropped in pure shock. He leans in and shows her exactly how the pendant works. He feeds it her flame magic, and it flips that power into other forms like shape-shifting energy, supple as wood, solid as earth, sharp as metal, even shining like water. But once she wears it, her flames get chopped down hard, way weaker. Agnes bursts out in total disbelief, demanding how he could have wrapped it up that fast, and right then Mabel comes back with a fresh set of clothes, saying she rushed over to test what that pendant really does. Mabel sweetly tells Agnes to ditch the armor and slip into her clothes, and it hits Agnes like a lightning bolt. She screams, scrambling to refuse, convinced the clothes will scorch her and that she'll accidentally hurt Mabel again, while that gut-punch memory of past damage slams back into her mind. Even though Agnes terrified, Mabel's face screams total trust. She insists Thor's work has zero flaws because he crafted that pendant so accidents can't happen. Then Thor chimes in too, swearing he'll tune it on the spot the second anything goes wrong. He stares her down with raw honesty, hand pressed to his chest, and tells Agni that forging magic items for her is all he's ever wanted, then promises he'll remake them again and again, as many times as she asks. His words hit her right in the chest, like Thor is the only one who can calm the shaking inside her. The idea of heading home without even trying scares her even more because it's the fear of regret. Slowly, her fists loosen, clenching less and less. Once she'd made up her mind, she stepped in front of him and finally yanked off her helmet. Agnes' face was there for him to see, a young woman with long, wavy, light-toned hair and eyes burning with desperate hope. She spoke with perfect respect, begged Thor Regis and asked him please, just please, if she could use the very item he'd crafted for her. His answer burst out instantly from somewhere you couldn't see. Then, after a quick glimpse of those towering castle spires against the sky, her gauntlet closed around the offered pendant like it belonged there, and she knew deep down he'll be glad too. Inside a spotless, well-decorated room, Thor sits there like he's waiting for something big, cape hanging heavy over his uniform, while tiny salamanders he protects huddle on the floor, curled up and knocked out cold. The comm snaps *clank*, as the doorway clicks open, and he jerks his gaze up to spot a stranger with long, wavy hair stepping inside. She steps forward, breathless with an apology for the delay, and then she drops the truth. "Thorgus Summer, I'm sorry you had to wait." Agnes, gone from her usual armor to a maid uniform, can't stop fidgeting, blurting out that she's freaking out because it's been ages since she wore anything like this, and she nervously asks Thor if the outfit looks weird on her. Thor's cheeks go bright red, then he quickly shouts that she looks insanely cute. That blunt compliment hits her like a bolt out of nowhere. She goes totally flustered and sputters out a furious denial. Right then, the ornate pendant resting on her chest starts to throb with blazing light, an artifact tuned to the fire element that grants her full 100% vitality and turns any leftover fire magic into the other core elements. The health enhancement pendant flares brighter, sparks into Agnes's innate fire magic, and then remakes it into wood, ground, metal, and water elements. With the switch flipped, every new element kicks in at full power, surging health and locking in strength across her mind and body. Agni stares down at her own hand, stunned at how her skin suddenly gleams and feels silky smooth. The pendant's magic just gave her 100% stability to the ground, solid steadiness from metal, smooth flexibility from water, and raw vitality from what. She spins with pure joy, staring in awe at how weightless she feels now. She slows to a stop with a soft smile, and boom, the salamanders snap awake, chirping and growling as they crowd around her feet, pulled in by her revived energy. She stumbles back, tottering as Thor explains how her body's changed. Now she's pouring all her fire magic into pure physical reinforcement. And sure, it'll take time to get used to, but she won't have to worry about scorching her clothes anymore. Then Agni blurts in panic, pitching from flustered cries into a full-on shriek, and the shocking truth lands: she isn't wearing any undergarments. Her maid flung out billowing fabric as she slammed hard onto the floor. Thor whips his head away, cheeks burning, stammers out an apology and insists he saw nothing. Penance power surges through her, and her fire attribute slams her vitality with a brutal 150% boost. Then the leftover magic spills into other elements, cranking stability, steadiness, and flexibility up by 150%, with even more vitality on top. Thor quickly squirms and apologizes, knowing this was an accident. Agnes turns red with mortification, because now every time she powers up, the physical signs will be painfully impossible to hide. He barrels past the awkward moment, snaps his hands together, flashes a proud grin, and calls the experiment a total win. Mabel clasped her hands, shut her eyes, and basked in pure bliss. Then she poured out heartfelt gratitude to Thor, swearing her wish finally came true. Right then, Thor's voice boomed from nearby, calling her name like Mabel. Just as Mabel tastes that sweet, peaceful joy, another maid, Agnes, swoops in from behind and hugs her close, mumbling a simple apology. Mabel jerks around, gasping as she blurts, "Agnes," in pure shock. Agnes clamps Mabel in a tight hug, her voice shaking as panic spikes. She fears her flames will turn wild because her emotions are a mess, but Mabel stays steady, calmly telling Agnes that everything's fine now. Her companion's panic slams into Mabel like a lightning bolt. Her face snaps into understanding as she blurts out, asking Agni if it really had to be terrifying, then rushes to apologize, guessing she might be the one who gave Agni that trauma of watching someone get burned. Agni whips her head back, eyes blazing wide with shock, and tries miserably to deny it. Tears spilled into her eyes as she blurted out the truth: she was the one who messed up. Agni explained that when they were kids, Mabel had just woken her powers. In her shock and awe, she totally lost control and went berserk, and that's how Mabel ended up burned. Then guilt crushed her as she broke down again, sobbing out yet another apology. Mabel's thoughts snap back to that moment, and she can't help thinking Agni's would have felt a lot more confident using her flame magic if that incident hadn't hit. While Agni's kept apologizing again and again, Mabel was stuck being a total crybaby, reeling from the shock of her injury. In the present, she cups Agnes' face and swears it wasn't her doing, none of it, because it's over now and Agnes won't harm a single person ever again. With a gentle smile, she tells Agnes it's finally okay to hold on for support, and Mabel instantly wraps her in a tight, comforting embrace. Between choking tears, Agnes whispers that she's finally accepting the comfort. Agnes' composure finally cracks wide open. She screams from the bottom of her lungs, and all those years of guilt and heartbreak spill out as she clings to Mabel's shoulder. The emotional dam finally snaps, and in the quiet aftermath, the two maids huddle side by side, one pouring out comfort, the other breaking down and letting herself take it in. She and Mabel are beaming now like the old fight never even happened, while Agni playfully pinches Mabel's cheeks and Thor watches them all with a soft, satisfied smile, going, "Well then." Mabel's friend is still in full playful mode when Mabel spins around and declares, "Okay, now it's Thor's turn." Then she winks and dares him to squeeze Agni too, leaving Thor blinking in stunned silence. She stammers back in protest, cheeks burning as she insists Thor wouldn't want anything like that. Then Mabel leans in, hyping her up and saying now that she can finally talk to people again, she should see this as her big chance. Her friends start protesting, but it barely slows Mabel down. She snaps her focus right to Thor, smirks, and asks if he really hates the idea of hugging Uggies. Next thing you know, flustered Uggies is stuck there, sputtering, "Why are you putting me on the spot?" A shy blush creeps onto his face as he realizes, quietly, how sneaky the question is. Then he snaps back out loud, saying he absolutely doesn't hate the idea one bit. His blunt response slams into the room, and he and Udny go dead silent, faces blazing red with that awkward embarrassment, unable to get a word out. She stared down, panic spiraling as the thought hit her. Hugging him like this felt way too weird, and her uniform had nothing under it. And right when the awkward silence started to crush her, a booming voice ripped through the air. "UGNES. Flame." General Re-Isenga's voice booms as he strides through a doorway. He'd been hunting for where she vanished, and the moment he clocks he's at the bathhouse, he decides the salamanders there must have seen her. He barges into the room laughing loud, eyes snapping onto the group, then he breaks into a joyful grin. "So you're the ones who had my daughter," he blurts, thrilled out of his mind. Mabel stands her ground between Thor and General Re-Isenga, arms flung wide like a shield. While the general's face twists between disbelief and fury, sweat pouring down his brow as he glares at what's unfolding in front of him. Thor tries to blurt out an explanation, stammering that there's just too much happening, but the moment his face tightens, he snaps. He cuts the young man off with a low, dangerous voice and demands to know exactly what he's doing. The general's rage swallows him whole and his face warps into a terrifying mask of shadow and fury. He bellows, demanding answers for what's being done to his daughter. Then the demon king below looks desperate as he begs him to wait. Mabel refuses to back down, digging in her heels and snapping that she won't budge. Thor is her master. Lukir jolts and screams to her father in panic, but Riizinga is beyond sense. He roars that he'll haul Thor into his territory and make him pay for touching his daughter. Thor rips out one last try to get heard, but the general's chilling endgame shuts him down. Say one more word and his mouth vanishes. Right then, the armored knight surges forward, sword blazing as it cuts through the air. She tears forward at insane speed, but Thor's heart drops when he realizes the general is even faster, meaning Mabel won't have a chance to react in time. His mind snaps back to a conversation with Mabel. He'd asked what kind of person the general was, and she'd grinned and said he was a doting father and a legendary warrior who could have driven his flaming spear straight through a whole horde of 100 soldiers. And now, right here, right now, that legendary warrior's arm crashes down with terrifying power. He cocks his armored fist and slams it into the ground, cracking the stone floor with a deafening boom. The strike gets slammed to a halt. Mabel plants her feet and locks her arms in front of it, refusing to budge. Her gaze goes dark and hollow, yet she somehow stops the general's monstrous power cold, and the ground around her feet cracks under the raw impact. When the general's assault got slammed to a stop by her impossible strength, Lukir's face turned stone-hard, and she demanded her father hear Thor out. Thor just stood there, stunned, because he couldn't believe he'd been stopped by Mabel. That sudden burst of power ripped a shockwave through the whole room. Loki's composure shattered, her eyes bulging with disbelief. Then her father, General Riizinga, roared a name in pure confusion, just as Agni's did, because the system instantly logged an insane power-up. First came the fire attribute. A massive 250% surge to vitality, and the leftover energy didn't fizzle out. It forged ground, metal, water, and wood magic instead, each one landing another 250% boost to stability, steadiness, flexibility, and vigor. That crushing power burst out as jagged flame-dark tendrils, snapping shut around the flame general and pinning him in place. He bucked and strained, but the restraints wouldn't budge, and his frustration came out as a hard grunt. Across from him, Mabel stood calm as ever, palms cupped around a tiny, glowing orb of light. Then Lukir's eyes went wide. He shouted in panic, thinking the maid was someone else entirely. "Of me's," she cried. "What happened to you?" The flame general yanked his eyes up the stairs, staring in disbelief at the woman in front of him. "Agni's," he barked, shocked she'd slipped free. Agni stared back, amber eyes blazing, her armor shed as she stood there in a maid's uniform. Something monstrous had changed in her body. The fire attribute now supercharged her vitality, and when her power overflowed, it didn't burn out. It transformed into other elements in a constant loop, leveling up her strength, stability, stubborn resolve, flexibility, and raw life force all at once. Thor steps out from behind her, locks in with full conviction, and declares, "Lord Thor gave us all for Agnes." His declaration only makes everything messier. Then the general freezes in shock when he spots it. Agni isn't wearing armor at all, just normal clothes, and with a stunned voice he blurts out the reason Thor is the one giving her the power to dress like this. The general squints like he's hunting a liar, then it hits. "I see you. You tricked Agni and let her wear clothes," so he snaps the accusation. Thor doesn't even flinch. He stays cool, seizes the opening, and says he's an alchemist. He heard what Agni was going through and figured out a fix. He gets cut off as his fury erupts, and the general twists the explanation into some twisted fantasy, roaring that Thor must have only told Agni the clothes were flameproof just to watch them flare and vanish, leaving her stripped, then snaps, "You filthy pervert," as his patience hits rock bottom. With a command to witness, Riizinga snaps his power loose, then a towering column of fire erupts around him as he pours out every ounce of flame he's been storing. "This is the Flame General's blaze," he thunders, daring anyone who doubts it to stop, breathe, and listen. But his blaze acts wild. Those raging flames get yanked away and spiral into a vortex that gets gulped up by Thor, arms stretched wide as if he owns the sky and my fire. Then it shrieks in shock, demanding, "What the hell are you doing?" He locks eyes with the general's frantic stare and doesn't flinch, calm, steady, unshakable. "I'm the alchemist who serves the demon lord," Thor says, voice sharp and straight. He whips his back to the stunned general and keeps talking. because he's determined to crush the troubles wrecking the demon realm so its people can finally breathe easy, and he insists that fixing Udmiz's magic was just step one. Then he turns to Lord Razinga and demands, "Just hear me out." But mid-sentence, Razinga clamps his chest and groans in agony, until someone near him blurts out, "I'm able to," and rushes to his side, crying his name. His plea hits deaf ears. He jerks his face up, pure rage cracking through the mask, his eyes glow white as lightning. "You're coming with me?" He snarls, cutting off any talk, then he slams past Thor in a flash, catching sight of his uglies on the urgent notice. Thor's hand rockets up in panic, but it's already too late. The Flame General shoves the armored Ugnis forward with brutal force, his grim face a dark mask as his eyes blaze with raw intensity, and every step he takes drives cracks straight through the ground beneath him. His road slams shut. Right in front of him stands the Demon King, and she demands he let her through, calling him father. When he finally lifts his gaze, pain twists across his face as he begs her to stop, swearing everything he's done is for her. Then he snarls that if she won't back off, he'll have to break the seal and unleash his full power. Before the imposing Flame General Riizinga, Mabel surges in with her standard ground, brutally tested as their clash rips the earth apart, but she refuses to buckle, standing firm against his overwhelming presence. When that raw power explodes, shock waves slam through the crowd and Thor and the Demon King lock eyes in brutal disbelief, their faces burning with shock as they watch everything unfold. Even Rei Zenga gets blindsided. Pain twists his face as he strains against a mysterious, invisible force that won't let go. He roars in total disbelief, demanding to know where this monstrous power came from, because it's pinned him down and won't let him move. The general insists those flames have to spark from pure emotion. Right now, Ugni is raging, yet she swears she's just pouring out her overflowing magic, and Mabel credits Thor for helping Ugni's power finally grow. Thor stares, and then it clicks. Mabel has poured all of Ugni's power into her pendant, and now she's feeding off it, supercharging her own life force to levels no human should reach. Mabel unleashes the power as a blinding white burst, slamming straight into the Flame General and yanking control of his body, stopping him dead in his tracks. As Razinga yanks against his shackles, Agnes steps forward and swears her flames were never meant to hurt a soul, because with the power she stole from Thor, she can finally shield the people she holds closest. She keeps going, and Thor's words hit like thunder. If she calls on the name of this flame, she can help people, and a notice flashes that her vitality is still at a perfect 100%. Ugni blurts her own words in total disbelief as Mabel lifts a fast raise and a new system alert flashes. Since she's a fire type, she just unlocked a brutal 400% vitality boost. She casually hoists that massive Flame General overhead, barking demands that he apologize to Lord Thor. Then when Thor calls her name, she just nods like, "Yeah, I did that." With the general still hanging in her grip, he begs, right there, swearing on his name that he'll apologize if only she'll give him one chance to explain, while Ugni tells Thor and Mabel she's heard stories about heroes lifting dragons but never believed a word of it. And in the distance, his screams for Ugni to let him go bounce off the castle. She tells him that Lord Thor made that flame-suppressing item for her, so now the once mighty Riizinga is crushed on the floor, his power totally wiped out. Then she reveals the pendant, one glimpse, and the Flame General's confidence shatters. Cold sweat erupts as disbelief hits him like a punch. She thrusts it into view and blurts the name, the Vitality Pendant, and then explains it's the thing that smothers her fire magic and turns it into brand new kinds of magic. With that conversion done, she can finally rock the same kind of clothes as Mabel, and the moment she realizes it, Riizinga is left stunned, stumbling over his own words in pure confusion. She snaps her head toward Thor, cheeks burning, and begs for the truth. Thor grins, confirms it's absolutely real, and calls her Lord Shogas. His confirmation hits her like fireworks, pure joy exploding in her chest. So she blurts that the pendant made her dream of rocking cute outfits come true, then immediately asks what he did after she said that wish. But the Flame General is knocked to silence, stunned out of his mind, unable to grasp what just happened, muttering to himself like, "What did I even do?" Agnes's confusion gets cut off in a heartbeat. She whips her head down to the floor with brutal remorse, cracks the ground, and roars out an apology so loud Thor and Mabel just freeze, staring in stunned disbelief. He was totally stunned when that ruthless general burst into tears, Riizinga with his head slammed to the floor. admitting Thor was a truly good person and choking on shame for misjudging him, all because Thor was only trying to help Agni's daughter, and he couldn't believe someone else would go that far for his kid. He stood there as the man wept, and it hit him. This wasn't showy affection, it was real father love. Ryazinga didn't even flinch at the danger, burning only with one thing: protecting Agnes. The general's fist clenched as he faced himself, grieving that even the mighty title of Flame Shogun couldn't cut through the haze in his eyes. He still couldn't tell who people really were. Beside him, Agni, helmet now gone, stared up at her father with relief because they'd finally made it and he'd finally understand. Ryazinga's verdict hit like a hammer. He said the rest of them were useless, then vowed to rip out his own eyes and hang them as banners. Agni screamed in horror, begging her father to stop. Before Razinga could move, Thor exploded forward and snatched the general's wrist, yelling at him to stop, furious that he was taking his own eyes too far. His grip clamped down, stopping the massive brute in his tracks. Thor said that since he'd be stuck in demon territory for now, he didn't want to keep seeing that grim face every time he raised his head. Once the storm in her heart finally settled, Razinga, now rocking dark shades, leaned in and begged to tag along on Thor's future adventures with Agni's, crushed by that whole mix-up. Then she straight up offered to cover the cost of the item Thor had made for her and told him, "Name your price." Thor froze for a beat, weighing the question. As Thor weighed the payment, his mind snapped to the bigger picture of what this new life in the demon realm would really cost, staring at that brutal castle looming in the distance. His racing thoughts snapped into a bold proposal: no money at all. He asked Ryazinga if he knew Agnes's condition actually got better the moment she sparked her flames, and that wearing clothes would feel downright unbearable for her while she was in that state. Ryazinga swallowed the condition without a fight, vowing to come clean with every screw-up he'd made to the Demon King, and Thor told him that for now it was enough just to form a normal bond with his daughter. So when Demon King Lukier watched, she snapped, calling Ryazinga a good father unlike her own monsters for parents who'd used kids as hostages, and right then something twisted inside her, sharp as jealousy. Deep inside the Demon King's territory sits a crushed, lonely mining zone, jagged rock everywhere, the sky hanging low with storm clouds. In the deepest shadows, a brutal, many-limbed monster crawls forward, and its twisted silhouette claws across the dark like it owns the night. The sharp crunch of boots on dusty ground blasts through the air as a brand new squad marches straight into deadly territory. They're a hard-bitten crew of mercenaries bulldozed into action by their huge, bald leader, a massive axe resting on his shoulder, while every one of them flashes greedy, confident grins like trouble is already theirs. One of his men, an eye-patched warning bell, loudly tells his boss, "This land is cursed with deadly demons and the Flame General." The leader roars it off like nothing, bragging that treasure is buried here beyond what demi-humans could ever fathom, and their mission is to... He clamps his axe in a death grip and flashes a wild grin, bragging that he's heard nothing of a Flame General or demons, then swears that anyone dumb enough to get in their way will get cleaved in two. His bold declaration hits like thunder, and his men explode into roaring, non-stop cheers. Suddenly, the leader's cheers die in his throat. He snaps his head up, startled when a slick droplet splashes his cheek, and just as his men brag about how he sensed it first, a massive spider creature shadow crawls over them all. He tears out a guttural scream of agony, not because a giant beast is attacking, but because a swarm of its tiny spawn has dropped onto him, crawling all over his body and sinking teeth into his flesh. He got ripped to shreds as a pack of creatures crashed over him, leaving nothing but a brutal spray of gore. His men could only gape in terror as that colossal spider, the swarm's mastermind, screamed a piercing shriek. Panic detonated through the ranks. One man yelled for everyone to run, and another froze stone still, staring like, "What kind of giant monster are we even facing?" Right when they tried to scatter, a fresh terror dropped out of the darkness. Flame General Ryazinga, blazing through the shadows with a massive inferno-swallowed frame, slamming a colossal weapon down with world-shaking force. The hit landed like a hammer. Every last mercenary left standing got crushed on the spot, their bodies torn apart and tossed through the dust and rubble, and that arrogant little raid got slaughtered for good. When the dust finally settled on that silent carnage, a tiny lone spider scuttled away like its one job was done. Far from the bloody chaos in the mines, Thor leaned over the Demon King's castle from afar, a tiny, razor-controlled flame flickering in his palm like it was alive. But his focus snapped to something else. he stared down a dark, cubic stone and realized it was the space element stone Agnes had handed him. As he weighed that meteoric iron, a sudden truth slammed into his mind. He hadn't just awakened the space element, he'd unlocked the power to pour it into his own creations. He grinned, gratitude crashing through him like a wave, and realized that since he'd stepped into the Demon Lord's territory, his power had exploded. Wood, fire, earth, metal, and water mastered from the other world, and now even space was within his reach. He was sure he'd learned nothing back in the Empire, so he quietly thanked Her Majesty for the materials and the space to grow. With time to spare, he remembered the Demon Lord saying she'd wanted to show him something, so before that moment arrived, he snapped his focus to the messy storage room next door and started clearing the clutter. He yanked the door open and his eyes popped wide, because the room was basically a treasure mountain stacked with endless mind-blowing goodies. While he gawked at it all, two hidden eyes watched from the side, and the moment he noticed, realization flashed across his face. His eyes snapped to a glorious blade tucked among the treasures. Then his stomach dropped when he realized it was a magic sword, and it looked exactly like the one the first Demon Lord statue was holding. He spun away from the sword and shouted toward the room's entrance, asking if Her Majesty was there and urging her to step in. Right then, Demon Lord Lookier was standing just outside, her eyes sharpening as she studied him, and a nagging wrongness settled in the moment she looked closely enough. The Demon King held up a sleek new black dress for Thor, demanded his honest opinion, and teased that she might wear it to an upcoming party. Then Thor grinned warmly and told her it suited her perfectly, calling her Your Majesty like a proper gentleman. Her smile fades a little, she admits she looks good, sure, but then she shoots him a reminder. She's your friend, you and I both know that, and she hates it when you use some overly formal title. Then she slips into a playful, totally bossy vibe, convinced that because the Demon King is supposed to rule like a tyrant, she gets to be selfish too. Right up front with a confident grin, she commands him that if he really sees her as a friend, he has to call her by her name, Lucia. He looks caught off guard for a split second, wondering if he should quietly keep their familiarity hidden until the party. Then he snaps back, slips into a soft smile, and obediently agrees, I understand, Lucissima here. Hearing her name spoken so straight to her face, Lucia's cheeks explode into a deep blush. Her perfect composure shatters instantly, because the moment she realizes this is what he thinks she'll love, she can't take it anymore. Her reaction slams into him unexpectedly, and before he can stop it, a blush creeps over his own cheeks as he sputters to himself. Why is she so damn cute? Right when the tension starts to crack, Lucia pivots fast. She changes the subject and asks what he's been up to, and as she talks, she keeps cleaning the workshop like it's nothing, until she reveals she found something. She sweeps in an ornate sword and demands his opinion, and Thor leans in, staring hard, because the blade's length doesn't match the sword the statue was holding before. He raises the weapon to his face, hunting for answers, and thinks it's a desperate shot at recreating a lost magic sword, only for the maker to botch it and ditch the whole project. Then he tests the clues and declares it's just plain iron, proof it was nothing but a prototype. To prove his point, he smashes the blade right in front of everyone and declares it useless, broken, and doomed to never cut again. Lucia doesn't even flinch. She watches, eyes shining because she's genuinely impressed by how dead on his judgment is. As Lookier stared at the failed prototype, she spilled the full story. Back in her grandfather's days, they tried to resurrect a legendary magic sword, a wild alliance between an elf and a dwarf. But when she finally tested the finished blade, the extra power barely showed up at all. After she finished explaining, she blurted out if she could keep the sword as proof of what happened between them. Thor froze, stunned, and demanded why she'd even ask, reminding her that the blade belonged to her own workshop. Then he handed Lucia Soma the sword on a tray like a king, bowing with respect. She took it with a bright, pleased smile. With his brain sprinting on wild possibilities, he abruptly demanded permission to forge a real magic sword using that busted replica. And wow, just look at your stare back, stunned by how insanely bold he is. He admitted one of his dreams was to forge a weapon that could outshine the Empire's holy swords. But then he snapped that he had zero fighting skills, so trying to make a blade for himself would just burn materials. That's exactly why he wanted to forge a legendary magic sword for her. He'd heard from the general that she'd be taking down the beast soon, and he was praying she'd swing his creation in that fight. Her face lit up and she thanked him, saying his words made her genuinely happy. Then a flustered Thor blurted, asking if his info was right, but she quickly explained. She appreciated the offer, yet a magic sword wasn't what she needed for the job coming next. She laid out her plan and drove it home. They didn't need some flashy move, they needed gear that could hurt the beast from a safe distance, and she pushed for support items anyone could use, not some rare, specialized weapon. And right there the idea sparked in Thor's head: combat support items. A spark lit up his eyes, his fist tightened, and with fresh purpose he blurted that he finally got it, and he'd check right now if it was even possible. He didn't even hesitate, he declared he was leaving and tore out of the room at a sprint. Lookier just watched him go with a playful wink, grinning to herself that this guy was definitely never the type to sit still. In this world, demon beasts roam everywhere, creatures that can't even talk, so they smash into humans, semi-humans, and demons alike with zero hesitation, and their shapes are wild, from ferocious beasts to giant insects and lizards. Hunting for a countermeasure, he yanks open a book and the pages explode with diagrams and hard details on every item he could use. Mabel watches the research and fires a question at Thor. What's he trying to build? Thor tells her he's hunting for a way to bring down the demon beasts, but his voice drops with disappointment that he can't forge a sword for Lady Lucia. Then he warns Mabel not to get swept up in the hype. He snaps his finger and jabs at the exact entry in the book, locking in like he's found the answer. Then he declares he's going to build that chosen item, and Mabel's instantly caught off guard. She squints at the page, frustrated because the words won't make sense, but the picture? Oh, the picture she gets. A shiny black cylinder with a clear sheet clamped to the very tip. He confirms it's a special weapon made to take down demon beasts, and Mabel's jaw drops. She can't stop gushing about how awesome it is. Then Thor leans in, asking for her help to forge it, and she agrees without hesitation. Thor kicks off the ritual and fires up his super alchemy, because if he wants a razor-focused beam of light, he needs a light magic stone first. Then he clamps it down by wrapping it in the raw power of a darkness magic stone, so the light can't scatter and gets shoved into one clean, straight path. Then he cranks the design full of wind power, convinced that if wind means circulation and sweeping things away, it'll push that light even harder. Eyes shut tight, he hunkers down in pure focus, because one slip and the image vanishes instantly. He imagines a razor-bright line of light wrapped in darkness blasting straight forward for miles. He fires off his super alchemy again, and boom, a glowing cylinder forms right in front of him, bigger than the one the order catalog showed, and now he can't shake the worry that this size mismatch might blow up everything. The brand new device gets the name Laser Pointer. It fires a tight, straight streak of magical power by harnessing the magic of light, darkness, and wind, fed by special light and darkness magic stones that you have to swap out every 3 months. It's built like a tank, only falling to magically enhanced weapons, and it's locked behind a vital security rule that means you can't use it on humans, demons, or semi-humans. He strutted in, boasting his big win and calling it the laser pointer of the brave world. Then Mabel stared at the huge cylindrical thing and demanded to know what power it had. So he slapped down the catalog page, translation memo and all, letting her read it and figure out the catalog sold this laser pointer as a must-have for presentations. The teacher's bestseller, claiming it could fire instructions straight onto any target with surgical precision, somehow making everything feel calmer, even bragging that its beam could slice across distant mountains and scare off those pesky creatures. Thor confessed he didn't even know what a presentation was, but he was sure it had to be a killer article. Then Mabel shot him a small pout and said the description looked crystal clear to her. She cornered him and demanded answers, waving the catalog around, especially the part that said it was for teachers, capable of transmitting with precision. Then she just stared at him, breath held like, so what on earth does that even mean? He gave it a blunt military read, because in his mind, once a commander sends orders, he can point his soldiers to the exact enemy that needs to drop. And the line, your surroundings will become calm, meant that foe would be crushed fast, quietly, and without a sound. He kept digging through the catalog and jabbed at the next line, never use on humans, and it hit him like a punch. This thing was built to wipe out demon beasts, not people, and that competition wording basically screamed that in the other world, hunting beasts was the hero's ultimate contest. Mabel's eyes shot wide when it all clicked. Then she realized the heroes weren't just fighting, they were competing to see who could take down the most beasts, and with one burst of insight, she snapped that this was a presentation and called it the competition to defeat beasts. He grinned, blown away by her deduction. Just like Mabel, he said, you nailed it. Then she brushed it off and said it only worked because of his help. He leaned in, telling Mabel that this weapon wasn't just strong, it was pure strategy. Since it had only ever been used to mow down beasts, there's probably no proof it's ever been used against demons or demi-humans. Then he tapped the picture, a hero blasting attacks from a distance, from so far away that no beast could ever close in. Look closer, Mabel, he said, pushing her to study the image. He fixed his eyes on the catalog picture and instantly clocked the plain little silhouette of the bird beast. The same annoying thing that kept showing up in the presentations, and deep down, he knew that this simple drawing wasn't simple at all. It was fear given form. That memory made a bead of sweat crawl down his temple, because in a world of brave heroes, the laser pointer wasn't a toy at all. It was a nightmare that stretched magic's reach so far a single brutal device could swing a whole war with destruction that felt limitless. He replayed the chilling moment in his head, a terrifying demo where a sinister man with a wicked smile loomed behind him, while the concerned Mabel showed off the device's power with unnerving confidence. Shaking off the past, Thor lifted his newly forged gear, tested it with a sharp stare, and when he said perfect for tracking beasts, he didn't hesitate, he was ready to put it to the test. Thor and Mabel watched the debrief turn into a heated war of words. Demi-human soldiers snap about a botched engagement. With a Minotaur glaring that their units were scattered so far apart he nearly panicked, while an elf shoots back that Minotaurs act like they've got it easy when elves feel every hit and pain hits harder. The elf insists the vanguard should have stopped the enemy before they ever got close, but the Minotaur snarls back that it was him who stood closest to the danger. Thor then leans in and tells Mabel they have to strike together, she's got to guard the rear because he's the one most at risk. And even the elf chiming in agrees on the same split. Demi-human forces were too spaced out, so she should cover the back while he's in danger. The elf keeps talking and the picture gets terrifying. Gardarasa, the demonic beast, is a giant arachnid, backed up by a roaring swarm of smaller monsters, and he insists he can't possibly strike unless his back flank is rock solid and properly covered. That beast, Gardarasa, can call reinforcements on command, so even when it shows up by itself, smaller monsters flood in from every direction and crush its enemies under sheer numbers. A simple diagram lays bare their messed up plan. The Minotaur vanguard feigned an assault straight at the beast, while the elf support unit stayed miles back, claiming they were out of danger. Thor snaps his gaze to Mabel and confirms the tactical problem the soldiers kept fighting over. He pinpoints the real flaw. As the vanguard crashes into the main beast, the smaller monsters surge straight for the support unit, and in this setup the elf is neither safe nor far enough to dodge the danger. The story cuts to a long training causeway and Mabel jabs a finger at a far-off target. This is the spell's regular range, and nailing it from where they stand is going to be brutal. Thor backs her up immediately. Thor clutches a cylindrical device and declares that the mission is simple. Nail the exact center of the target, and with everything set, he roars that the test is starting. He wears pure focus, jaw set with determination, and declares he's going to test whether he can boost the spell's effective range using his so-called laser pointer. Thor locks onto the target and that tiny red dot blooms on the bullseye in the distance. Then he fires off Mabel's spell and lock your focus on that light. She gets it instantly and rips an icicle arrow loose, and it rockets straight through right into the exact center. He blurts out in awe at Mabel's shot, stunned by how it worked, while Mabel is totally baffled. She can't explain it, she only knows she nailed the target, still buzzing from the win and pushing for them to try again from way farther out. He confirms they nailed it. Mabel's spell hits 1.5 times past its usual limit, and it's still a full-blown success. He cranks the experiment up a notch, orders her to double the distance, and boom, another perfect hit as the spell locks onto its mark. Meanwhile, on a nearby road, two travelers are locked in a furious argument. A hulking Minotaur snaps at his elven partner, claiming he just doesn't get it. Spellcasting only works when the distance is exact, dead perfect. The Minotaur roars through his lecture, frustration swelling as he yells that spells can't reach beyond their max range and that casters can't be too far from their target. Then he drops the real punchline. That's why elves are supposed to stay back at the rear of the fight, and his companion just goes momentarily silent. Right as the argument kicks off, the elf snaps her head toward the horizon and says someone's out there practicing spells. Him cuts in that trying to cast from that far out is pure madness, and the Minotaur backs him up immediately. Out of nowhere, a strange flash of light from the distant training grounds sliced into the elf's vision, and it shot his curiosity into overdrive. One heartbeat later, a brutal magical projectile rockets forward and smashes straight into the stone target ahead, exploding it to rubble on impact. The elf jerks back, face slick with sweat, stunned that someone could hit them from that far. While the startled travelers stand there, Thor stays cool and studies the outcome, then confirms they boosted the spell's reach by at least 3.5 times, draining the full length of the training ground to do it. He calls the experiment a success, but Mabel is completely stumped. She blurts out how anyone could hit the target when that established limit was blown so far past its breaking point. Thor lifts the device and tells everyone he's been striking the exact same spot with every spell. Then he lays out his theory. The spell was drawn in by the leftover magic trail the laser pointer had been scraping into the air. He tells Mabel his theory and spells it out. This laser pointer doesn't just point, it forges a magical link between itself and whoever it hits, and once a spell snaps onto it, the magic locks onto that exact spot. That bond then steers the spell through the fresh magic current, driving it straight to its target. From a distance, the elf traveler stares in awe at the sheer force on display, while his Minotaur buddy sits on a mound of defeated monsters and can't even picture the danger that calls for something like that. Mabel nods along and Thor lets out a grave look, confirming it's a relic from the world of the mighty heroes. His mind snapped to practical stuff, cleaning time. He tells Mabel to scrub up the training ground, then strides over to the two observers with a warm grin, thanking them for letting them use the space. The elf nods and says it's time to head out, urging them to go show the item to Sama. Then they ask if the travelers plan to clean themselves up, and it floors everyone. The elf breaks into a sweat while the Minotaur whips his head back and forth, denying it with total panic. Seeing their panic, he forces himself not to stress, though deep down he's dying to know what they really thought of his training. Mabel shoots out an apology for the hassle, but the two observers just can't find a single word. The Minotaur steadies himself and leans in, asking his companion what he'd been about to say before. Then the elf, staring off like he's thinking hard, admits the spell's maximum range used to be a constant nightmare, but now it's finally gone. As they head off, Mabel grins and can't stop marveling at how Thor can whip up items this mind-blowing. While the elf and the Minotaur traveler marched with zero hesitation through the towering archways of that intimidating building. They storm up before the long-haired horned official. He spins around and sizes them up, then declares that these two are the commanders. He shot up a hand, calm as stone yet commanding enough to stop the report cold, then paused. Wait, hold up. When he finally spoke, his voice stayed steady. What are you saying? The commander off-screen stammered out the truth, admitting Thor and Mabel had vanished into the Demon King's service, now serving his majesty. His calm cracked in an instant, a bead of sweat sliding down his temple as an unsettling grin tore across his face, and he demanded the full scoop, asking if they really were doing that and using some bizarre item, swearing they'd better spill every last detail because he wasn't letting the story end until he heard the whole thing. Even the two commanders' tale hit Counselor Kurov's ears, and once he heard about Thor's wild, no-holds-barred use of those strange items, his calm shattered. Rage twisted his face as fury bellowed across the capital. Thor Dono, get over here right now and tell me what's going on. Inside the Demon King's territory, a towering castle rises, grand and multi-spired, carved with elegance that still radiates pure, crushing power. In one of the palace's grand hallways, General Rei Zenga pulls Lucia aside and tells her an Empire envoy is about to meet with them, then warns her to stay sharp and watch everything. No drama, just caution. While Lucia nods calmly like she's ready for whatever comes. She grips his arm and her smile drops into something serious as she pleads with her father. Respect the representatives. Don't start a misunderstanding. Listen to what they're saying. Rei Zenga visibly tenses, rage flashing across his face as frustration twists his features. Her eyes lock in, and her plea hardens into a demand she won't back down from. His face relaxes into a warm, fond smile, and he tells Lucia that her eyes are slowly turning into the very same gaze he once saw in his late wife. Then he leans in and promises her, He understands completely why the envoy must be treated with total respect, because that's exactly what His Majesty, the Demon King, wants too. He keeps talking, saying beating back those demonic beasts is the only way to safeguard both their land and the Empire's future. Then he swears nothing will crack their bond, reminding her he's already bound himself with an oath to the Flame Giant for his liege. This oath, the Flame Giant's vow, carries two meanings and both hit like a spark. The first meaning kicks in the moment you swear before your liege. Breaking that oath means you're ready to throw away your own life, no hesitation. The second hits when you say the vow to someone you truly love. It's a promise of giving up your body and soul, a devotion that'll burn forever, fueled by the flame of their life. A memory hits. Young Rizenga stands beside his wife and he realizes their oaths mean different things, yet they make the vows on the very same day. She just smiles softly and tells him, that's because we're family. Right here in the present, his hand snaps into a tight fist, and the memory of trying to scare Thor and force him to listen hits like an icy shock straight down his spine. Right now, all he could do was lock in on the job in front of him. He steeled himself to grow up for real, never letting his presence bring shame, and then he marched down with purpose along Combe Hall. His feet carried him right up to the ornate double doors, and a maid snapped that the envoy was waiting inside. He just nodded once, calm but locked in, and geared himself to step through. Inside, a thick-set man in spotless formal robes stepped up and introduced himself as Marquis Graz, the frontier lord, then declared he was honored to meet the legendary General Rizango of the Flame. Rizango matched the bow, saying he'd been given command by the Demon King over the lands right near the border. The Mark's grin cracked wide as he said he'd heard about the general's legendary reputation, especially the wild story of how he single-handedly wiped out demonic beasts in the Demon King's domain. Then he scoffed and dismissed it as some outdated, cringe tale. Gorev watched him and couldn't believe the rumors. This vicious, arrogant brute didn't look that way at all, so he shoved the doubts aside. Rizinga snapped, "All right, we move to negotiations. First, let's review the document about the demon beast subjugation." As the moment they hammered out the deal, the Marquis swore the Empire would send anywhere from 1 to 200 soldiers to crush the demonic beast, Gargantua. Zinga nodded along, pointing out it had plenty of subordinates and that their help mattered. Then Gora cut straight to the real question: compensation. He leaned in with a slick little grin and asked if the silver payment window could be stretched. 1 year wasn't enough for him, so he pushed for 4 long years, pitching it like they'd all be grateful. He kept a steady face as he said he'd already told the Demon King it would last a year, yet the Mark didn't flinch, hitting back with a fresh demand. The general would personally escort the Empire's silver so they could thank him right to his face. The general's eyes bulged as he snapped, demanding whether Gora was accusing him of deceiving the Demon King, only for the Mark to stay ice calm, denying it and rewording the whole thing as a friendly suggestion to build ties with the Empire, then slipping in with a chilling edge that when he reports mining numbers, mistakes can happen now and then. Mark Waskro spelled out the first terms of the bride, and the messenger leaned in, saying they should slip a small stash of silver to the Empire, wink, because that would win the general a powerful ally. The general wasn't buying it at all. He flat out doubted Gura's trustworthiness. The Marquis just smiled like it was nothing, brushing the worry aside, and he insisted that any shady backroom deal should be handled with care, and that doubting it was totally normal. The hesitation didn't last. Marquis snapped out with, "I've got a brilliant idea," then asked if Rizango knew Thordano, and the general's face tightened at once, suspicion sharpening with every word. He leaned in and laid out his real game plan. If their scam ever got uncovered, they'd blame Thordano and hand him the keys to fix everything. Then Duke Regis' ghostly image flickered behind him and shot a dark, approving wink. The general could only gape, stunned at the sheer audacity of that proposal. With a twisted grin, the envoy laid it all out. He'd spin a lie that the general got duped, that the paperwork was forged, and that the truth was simple. Thor pocketed the silver for his own undercover ops so the general would never have to. He threw his arms wide like a king, grinning and demanding, "Wasn't this a brilliant idea?" Then he swore, straight to everyone's face, that Thor would serve both the Empire and the general, even if it cost him his life. His voice shot up with raw passion as he yelled that Thor was useless trash, then suddenly claimed he'd be the one to make him useful for their alliance, while a scapegoat reassured Zinga that the general's safety was locked in, so they could finally forge a peaceful bond, and on top of that he flipped Thor's own polite promises against him, dragging up how the kid still wanted future cooperation. A vicious crack rang out as Raizinga clenched his fist and crushed the metal cup in his grip. Steam hissed from the mangled remains. With his face hidden in shadow, he leaned in and growled, demanding whether the idea to dump every last bit of blame on Thor was the Marquis' alone. Gura shrugged it off, saying it wasn't just Thor's proposal. It was also Duke Regis's, the very Duke Thor's father, and when Raising jumped in to cut him off, he said, "I'm not talking about the Duke." His question hit like a hammer. Did the Emperor even know about this? Guras just scoffed, picked at his teeth, and snapped back that serving the Empire was a noble's duty, so there was no point reporting every little thing to His Majesty. He blurts out nervous stammers and asks General Ray Zenga what he thinks about the backroom dealings, and with his back still turned, the general calmly says it's a win, because it means he can dodge hating the Empire itself. That brief breath of relief snaps, Riazango spins around, fury twisting his face into something monstrous, and he snarls at the Marquis to shut up before he says one more thing. He roars that tricking the Demon King is unforgivable sin, then they try to turn it into Thor's problem, using his name and dumping all the blame on him. Rizenger fires back. Thor is his friend, the man he's chosen to marry his daughter, and he orders Gura to stop the nonsense right now. The Marquis freezes in pure disbelief, his thoughts crash and spin as the words hit. Friend, husband to his daughter, the truth leaves him absolutely stunned. He fights tooth and nail to argue that the proposal helps everyone, but Riaizinga shuts it down cold, snapping that there's no point in talking anymore and vowing he'll personally report it to the Emperor with an official letter. With one final, thunderous bellow, he snaps at Gura to get out. His voice hits the Marquis like a physical wall, and the man jerks backward, writhing in fear and pain. His whole body tensed and his teeth clenched, heat and fury pouring off him. Then he snarled that he doesn't want a word with scum, and he told Gara to never show up in front of him again. The Marquis gets thrown out the door, smacks onto the floor outside, and just staggers there, stunned and lost. Then he whips his head back, baffled at how it all went wrong, shouting for his father. In the doorway, Duke Regus looms with a chilling, hard stare, and right beside him, his daughter Lookier watches with worry. She blurts out, "What happened?" The Duke just answers flat and stern, "I too is." His thoughts fade as he stares out at the far-off horizon, and it hits him, like Gra, he's got a mountain left to learn. Deep in those rugged mountains, a massive, terrifying expanse of demon lore sprawls, ancient, imposing, and waiting to be feared. A few days later, Prime Minister Curve marched right up to Demon King Looker and slapped down a document, saying it held every shred of info General Reisinger gathered about Marquis Galawa's moves in the borderlands. The report spells out every move Galawa tried against Thor down to the last detail. The Marquis had lured the miners into siphoning silver from the mines, and the Empire answered by offering Reisinger military backup. Lookier's face tightens as the news hits. Elsewhere, Demon King Rookie Everguard clenched his fist and dark aura crawled over his body like smoke, because he never saw this kind of chaos coming. Looker steps in front of him and shoves an official letter from the Dalgaria Empire, saying that this whole proposal was just the move of a few rogue border lords, not the Empire's true will. Rookie lets out a heavy, frustrated sigh and slams his hands over his face. Lookier cuts in, saying the whole deal was meant to use Lord Thor, and the truth hits like a gut punch. The Empire tossed Thor into the Demon Lord's territory as a human sacrifice, a living hostage. Rookie's stunned realization lands hard. Lookier reels with emotion, presses her face into her hand, and mourns that she never once pictured him getting treated with such brutal cruelty. Rookie tries to step in and talk to Lord Thor, but she shuts it down fast, swearing that as his alchemist, she'll be the one to bring him every painful detail herself. So Rookie snaps that this is on him. He's the one who let the mind evolve, and he's the one who okayed talks with the Empire, so now he insists he has to carry the weight for whatever comes next. Lookier nods in silence, and Rookie admits this is going to be brutal news for Thor to hear. He says he was already heading to Thor's room and that he'll be the one to tell him. As she leaves, Luki can't stop thinking about how much she owes Lord Thor, and she admits to herself that the general's report felt 100% real only because General Rizinga swore on the oath of the flange. She listens as Demon King Rookie Everguard calls her fears right on the money, saying that the flamed general kept nothing back and finally spilled the whole, raw truth. Prime Minister Curve breaks down the whole mess, pointing out the ugly truth, a trust gap like that would have always sat between them and the public. Then he leans in and hammers home how genius the plot really was, because if the general had hidden even a sliver of the truth, his report would have been shut down for good. He keeps going, voice ironclad, as he insists it was Lord Thor who truly sealed the general's oath, and now, as Prime Minister, Care is hit with crushing gratitude, swearing he'll do whatever it takes to grant every wish Thor asks for. Rookie demon King Everger weighed the Prime Minister's words and fired off a wild what if. What if Thor heard all this and then demanded a whole mountain of magic items? After a beat, he nodded along with Curve's point, thanked him, and promised he'd carry those feelings straight to the next conversation. While the castle roars with serious talk about him, Thor sits totally oblivious, grinning with Mabel over a cheerful afternoon tea, while Demon King Lookier watches from the shadows like he's waiting for the moment to strike. Thor grins at his maid, Mabel, and tells her he got slammed in a brutal interrogation by Curveson, then reveals that a Hero World gadget, a laser pointer, massively boosts his magic range, and Mabel can't hide her delight. Across the room, Demon King Lucy listens with a strained face like she's bracing to finally confess something to him. As she crunches on a pastry, her resolve hardens. She knows she has to tell Thor the full truth about what really happened during those Empire negotiations. The weight of this secret crushes her chest. Dealings Thor's own father dares to propose, a vicious scheme meant to bury Thor and wipe away every crime done in the dark. She steadies herself, then slips back into her seat, finishing her tea and pastry before she speaks. She wrestles with her duty because this masked demon lord could have dropped that news without breaking a sweat, but the idea stings too much to talk about what Thor's father did, especially in a place this peaceful. Still, she remembers how open Thor once was about his own life, convinced she can do the same. She takes a calm sip of tea, then finally turns to him and speaks. He lifts his cup and asks what's really bothering her, and Lucy starts spilling it. Negotiations with the Empire at raising as a state, trying to play it down as minor troubles, but the pain in her face gives her away. He crowds her, demanding to know what she means by strange, and she stammers, flustered, then finally explains that in the middle of their talks, one of the Empire's Margraves suggested something wildly odd. Her calm shatters, and with a shaky smile she finally admits it. Yeah, it was bad. The story bursts out fast. She explains how some fool noble tried to set up a secret deal, using Reisinga to sneak silver right under everyone's nose, and Mabel, standing nearby, gazes in pure, stunned disbelief. She clenches the table so hard her knuckles turn white, and the noble's scheme clicks into place. She's trying to forge a secret alliance with Reisinga, with a contingency plan ready in case the demon lord ever uncovers their whole plot. As she starts talking, her body suddenly locks up in a jolt. Thor and Mabel shoot out of their seats, shouting her name in panic and demanding to know what's happening. He and Mabel just stood there, frozen in shock, not understanding why, until tears started streaming down in front of them. The tears were Demon King Lucy's. Her face wore grief like a mask, and when she stared at it, a gentle sound of pain slipped out through her lips. Her voice cracked with raw emotion, smashing into Thor like a thunderclap, and she fought to get the truth out. They tried to blame him just to wipe him clean off the face of the world. With his mind spinning, she finally found the words and screamed that the Margrave was behind everything, crying as she admitted they had tried to kill him. The truth hit her like a wrecking ball, crushing her from the inside out. She crumpled into a wailing tantrum, arms whipping wildly in the air. Thor froze, shocked by the meltdown, then sprinted to her side, begging her to finally calm down. In the dead quiet aftermath, the main crew sat in shadow around the table, and the question of what just happened pressed on everyone like a weight. Demon King Looker's calm snapped the moment tears surged in her eyes. She couldn't believe Duke Regis, Thor's own father, would exile him just to cast him off as a human sacrifice, and then try to turn her into a tool too. But Thor didn't fight it. He simply stared down with heartbreaking resignation, telling her he finally understood. Because yeah, that was exactly the kind of move his father always made. He gently squeezed her hand like a lifeline, and he couldn't stop wishing he didn't have to crush her with the truth. Because the moment he chose to do right, all he could feel was guilt and helpless indecision. She kept digging into his motive, stunned that his father would go to all that trouble instead of just exiling him. Shouldn't that have been enough? Her raw emotion made her feel impossible to ignore, and Thor's face flared red. He stammered that she needed to shut up because it was downright embarrassing to have her crying on his behalf. Just as he tried to dodge the question, Mabel cut in like she already knew the punchline, calmly asking the real thing. Why would the Duke use Lookier to frame her? Thor lowered his eyes, thinking hard before answering. He said the whole truth sat in the Empire's core rules. Then he stared at you, and you could tell he was waiting for you to catch the connection, even as you looked back totally baffled. Thor leaned in and laid it out. The Durgalia Empire crowns military power above everything else. Then he named Duke Regis as a beast in battle before dropping the real bombshell. His grandfather was the legendary sword saint, a true master with the blade. But tragedy hit hard, old age twisted him, he fell in love with booze, and while he was drunk, bandits murdered him. He admitted he was barely a kid when it happened, so his memory's fuzzy, but that moment still burned into him, and Mabel's eyes went wide with pure shock. That childhood memory carved his worldview in stone. He fully bought into this idea. No matter how strong you get, one crack of weakness can spell total ruin, and the stronger you are, the more rivals come crawling out to prove themselves. So he flipped the whole goal on its head, decided the chase for ultimate power was pointless, and turned his alchemy skills toward saving lives. He wrapped his tale with one last, game-changing detail, and Duke Regis would never, ever allow that kind of thinking. His father's icy disapproval lit up his mind, and in that instant Mabel and Lukier smiled warmly. Mabel said Thor's philosophy fit him to a T, and Lukier nodded along without a word. As he kept talking, Thor laid it all out. How the Empire's people try to copy their legendary founder, even knowing they can never truly measure up to that myth, so their efforts to reach their dreams spiral harder and harder, using whatever it takes, power, fame, or any tool they can get their hands on. That explanation didn't clear anything up. Lukier still couldn't wrap his head around why the Duke would try to sacrifice his own son. Thor confessed the same confusion, then snapped and revealed that after this mess, he was done with the Regis family. He declared he'd be changing his name to Starling Mabel. Then he stood up and made it official. Starting right then, he swore off the Regis name forever, took his mother's surname instead, and begged everyone to call him Thor Cannon from now on. Everyone lit up at the new name. Lukier grinned and repeated it, Thor Cannon, like it rolled off his tongue, while Mabel, eyes shut, nodded and said it sounded perfect. He explained that, on the record, as the Empire's hostage, he'd still need to go by Regius inside the Demon Lord's territory, though it wasn't his preference. So when it was just the three of them, he wanted them to call him by his mom's surname, the same name he'd used while he worked in the Empire's offices, and Lukier and Mabel gladly, cheerfully agreed. Once that was settled, Lukier spun toward him, called him Lucy Sima, and started grilling him with questions. She froze for a beat, then realized, oh no, he was still holding her hand. A blush burned her cheeks as she told him he could let go now. Blurted out a quick apology and finally loosened his grip. He blurted out why he acted on impulse, admitting that when he heard how cruelly she'd been treated, it crushed him with sorrow. Then he admitted he hated that he wasn't there with her, so he took her hand without even thinking. He was grateful for her concern, but Lukier's answer blindsided him. After he thanked her, she flushed bright and admitted she didn't mean for him to let go at all. She just wanted to sleep while holding hands, and that innocent little request left Thor stammering, completely stunned at how adorable she was. Before things could explode, Mabel cut in fast with a hard reminder of the protocol. Her Majesty couldn't sleep in Thor's room because the floor with her bedroom was off-limits to men. Then Looky Here just gave a quiet I know, because she was really only throwing out the thought. Thor turns away from the fight and buries himself in his studies, the Demon Lord's wild request still pounding in his head, how to hold hands while you sleep in separate rooms. He thumbs through a book and admits to himself it's basically impossible, but then that stubborn spark lights up in his eyes. He's the Demon Lord's alchemist, and that badge means he can't back down. So he vows to hunt for a way anyway, no matter how crazy it sounds. He rushes back to Lukier, where Mabel is waiting, and blurts out what he found, something they can actually use. The moment he speaks, Lukier's face lights up with that shocked "oh" as he's handed the Demon Lord's enthusiastic okay, and Thor wastes zero time before starting the preparations he needs. With everything finally gathered, Mabel bursts into cheerful excitement and tells Thor, "We're ready." On the table sits a spotless white sheet, a huge pile of MTP pod shells, and one lone empty magic stone, just the right stuff to forge something from the hero's world. He nods to her and says they're starting with the sheet, and right there Lucy and Mabel lean in, eyes locked, curiosity sparking, nerves tightening. Thor presses his hands to the fabric and fires up his creative alchemy. Then a wild burst of brilliant light erupts from his sheet. The light fades away and the sheet looks the same at first, but the alchemy has remade it from the inside out. Lucy and Mabel snap into wide-eyed shock when the magic stone starts glowing on the refined fabric, then melts and sinks into it like water. Thor tells Lucy to close her eyes and picture the fabric stretching as her fingers brush it. Then Lucy watches in awe as the magic stone spreads out across the sheet, thinning and sinking into the cloth like ice turning to water. Lucy's jaw drops at how that fabric stretches without limits as Thor steps up, saying he'll use the exact same refining magic on the pea pots. Then he shuts his eyes, hones his mind, and expands the image diagram to lock in the final touches. He stares at the final design in his mind, refined shells for the inner walls, and the sheet wrapping the whole thing as the outer layer. Then he decides to lace that sheet with empty magic stones to bank power, pour in the water element for slick smoothness, and stack wind on top so it stays light and breathable. With the plan blazing in his head, Thor throws his arms wide and unleashes his creative alchemy again, kicking off the final stage of the creation. The process spits out a body pillow and a matching pillowcase, one pillow soaked with water and wind magic, wearing a smooth, skin-like feel and even shifting its shape and temperature with the user's spell. The pillowcase tags along with the same powers, and that extra light element lets its colors and patterns be remixed at will. Demon King Lucy freezes, staring at the brand new creation with eyes blazing and sparkling as she blurts it's amazing and incredible. And then Thor snaps in, calling her name, while her maid, Mabel, watches from the side. She whips around and fires off a question. How on earth is this pillow supposed to replace the way they hold hands while they sleep? With a heavy sigh, Thor begs her to read the product description again, and it clicks. The newest body pillow uses a magical new material that recreates the feeling of hugging someone you love, with skin-soft fabric and inner beads that mold to any shape she wants. Lucy isn't buying it at all. She's like, sure, it talks about connecting with your beloved, but how in the world does that mean it'll link you through two separate rooms? Then Mabel butts in and asks Her Majesty straight up if she really thinks a body pillow from the hero's world is just the same as a normal one. Her maid goes on, insisting that anything from the hero's world hits so hard because it's never sold to just anyone, and that every word and every code hides a deeper message. Once she's done, Mabel swivels to Thor and demands his take. He shoots back with total confidence, swearing this body pillow can actually reshape itself into a real human form. His wild, impossible claim slams the room. Lucy and Mabel go utterly silent, eyes bulging with shock, and Lucy blurts out, "No way, what did you just say?" When Lucy erupts, Thor doesn't flinch. He starts explaining calm as thunder, reminding her about that legend of a summoned hero who could reshape their own face with shape-shifting magic. He tells her how that hero slipped into the Demon Lord's army, got spotted, and then bam, turned into a dragon. Lucy clamps both hands to her head as the memory hits, and she remembers the truth. The key to the spell was granules of magical power. She backs it up by saying the Demon Lord's territory is home to magical grains that can totally shift into any shape or color they want. They say the hero used these same granules to forge a decoy body, then strapped it on like a full bodysuit to take on the form of a terrifying dragon. Lucy follows the logic and snaps to it. This pillow has to hit the same way. Thor grins and says she's right. Those special beads from the description are the magical granules, and the hint to mold it however she wants is a straight-up nod to the hero's legend. He stood there, stunned, soaking in the hero's world, wildly creative, brutally skillful, and the more he stared, the more it felt downright terrifying. He snapped out of his thoughts and looked straight at Mabel. "All right, let's see if this works," he said, then ordered her to pour her magic into the pillowcase, and Mabel immediately nodded along. As she pushed her energy into the air, the pillowcase lit up like a flare right as Lucy froze in panic and blurted, "What's happening?" Thor watched closely, and sure enough, those magic stones had fused into the fabric and started gulping down Mabel's power. He leaned into the Demon King and laid it out. Magical power carries the user's own information, so if they shove the infused case onto the pillow, it'll snap into Mabel's form. That hit Lucy so hard she stared, mouth open, stunned. Her eyes locked onto the glowing fabric, and fear and wonder hit her face at the exact same time. Mabel slid the ready pillow into Thor's hands, and he flicked his eyes to Lucy, where a bead of sweat clung to her brow, as if he could will the experiment to succeed. Once everything was set, the enchanted pillow finally hit the floor, glowing with a soft, pulsing light that flickered like it was alive. Thor locked in his focus and declared it. Those magic stones would stop being just magic and suddenly forge the object a real, physical body, packed with all its power and traits. As he spoke, the light flared harder and harder, then every scrap of magic came rushing together, fusing into a sharp, human-like silhouette. The lights dimmed and there it was, a flawless clone of Mabel, flashing a confident pose like she owned the room. Thor froze in total confusion, but the real Mabel went wide-eyed, utterly stunned. Then the doppelganger clocked everyone's reactions and blurted, all fired up, "Yeah, I'm Mabel." She stood right in front of them like a flawless copy. Thor's eyes locked on it, and he instantly knew where it came from because it was basically a body pillow from the hero world. Lucy went wide-eyed and blurted that it was Mabel, but the real Mabel shut that down, snapping that it wasn't the pillow at all. It was Thor's power, and only his, that made this kind of impossible mimic. The doppelganger grinned and waved at the Demon King, begging her to look, then it bragged that every move came straight from the real Mabel's imagination. Thor watched, eyes sharp and thoughtful. Hearing that, real Mabel's face snapped hot with a sudden idea. If the pillow could copy her, then Lucy's dream of holding hands while they slept could finally come true. The doppelganger, clueless to the plan brewing in Mabel's mind, spun around to Thor and blurted that the experiment was a massive success, raving about how insane his power was. He snapped the celebration short with 2 words, "It failed," and with one quiet command the enchantment shattered. In the blink of an eye, the living replica deflated into a plain, motionless pillow, leaving Lucy and Mabel frozen, staring at nothing but stunned confusion. Lookier gaped in shock, roaring that his Demon King body pillow had somehow turned into her, and demanding answers. Thor stared at the copy, saying it might wear Mabel's face but it didn't have her real charm, and Lookier erupted, furious that Thor could sound so unsatisfied. He starts laying it out. Mabel's appeal isn't just that sparkly silver hair, pale skin, or those long ears, it's her kindness, her grit, and how she's kept getting back up ever since he arrived in the Demon Lord's territory. The doppelganger stares, utterly baffled. He keeps going, saying Mabel's steady support in every one of his experiments, and how her presence makes everything feel effortless, are the real reasons she has him wrapped up, while epilogue just doesn't hit the same. That's why he finally calls the creation a failure. Even though, yeah, the doppelganger is still cute and that's what makes her blush hard. His non-stop praise for the real Mabel pushes the duplicate over the edge. Thor even points out how nothing like her could ever match the original, and Lookier snaps in, warning that the doppelganger has hit its breaking point. The duplicate drops onto a book and shakes, overwhelmed by emotion. Spotting a perfect opening, Lookier bursts out with a thank you to Thor and grins at the Mabel duplicate, asking if they should sleep together that night. The duplicate jolts in surprise at first, then nods fast and eager. Thor, clutching a stack of books, promises if Lookier gives him a little time, he'll make it happen exactly the way she wants. Right before she leaves, she whips her head back to him with a hard, serious stare and tells him the truth. The real Mabel might not match this body pillow, but the original means everything. Then she lays down a strict warning, don't you ever forget that. Her straight-up honesty hits him like a punch. He blushes, he stumbles, and his mind screams, "Why did she say that to my face?" Then it clicks, he finally gets what Mabel felt. He blurts a quick goodbye and bolts. Alone at last, his thoughts start racing, and he decides he still has time before Lookier tucks in for the night. So he jumps on making more magic stoning fuse fabric. But even as he works, he can't shake that heavy worry about the magic bee subjugation coming next. He argues that if anything goes wrong, waiting would be useless, Lookier or not. So rage turns into resolve and he clutches a glowing scrap of fabric, ready to forge her an enchanted sword. As the castle sinks into night, a lone voice slices through the silence, hunting for Mabel. There it is, she wears that smug little smile, quietly admitting she underestimated Thor, while right next to her, Mabel shoots the Demon King a nervous, trembling explanation. The truth behind their little exchange finally clicks, because Thor is stuck perfectly still between them in bed like a human pillow, letting them clutch his hands as sleep tries to take over. Look at that, their marvel actually worked, and Mabel gives a quiet nod like she's in on the genius. Their deal barely lasts a heartbeat. Both women are flushed and rattled. Looker's eyes widen as she realizes they missed one massive detail, while Mabel's stomach drops because she can't even imagine sleeping like this. Torn between them, Thor stays wide awake, his thoughts sprinting in circles, begging himself to shut it all off and fall asleep, but the situation won't let him. The next day, the spotlight slams onto the brutal mining region. An empty stretch of jagged rocky peaks, thin patches of stubborn vegetation, and deep in this region stretches a creepy, shadowy forest and dozens of huge white, Cocoon-like sacs dangle from the branches like a warning. I scan the woods, and right as the air feels strange, a hulking, bear-like beast crashes out of the brush, moving slow, careful steps like it's hunting something in the dark. That warning hits for a reason. Out of the dark, a monstrous giant spider rockets forward and drives its brutal, sharp legs straight into the bear. The bear's carcass gets yanked into a shadowy den, and a wave of tiny spiders spawns, swarms in, and devours it, while above them the monstrous parent looms in suffocating darkness, eyes blazing like a whole constellation. Across the whole mining region, the entire world feels trapped inside one giant, unblinking eye, and then an unseen watcher finally clocks the truth. This is where it starts, the very seed of a brand new magic beast. In that blighted mining region, the spider magic beast has ripped out of its nest and is now forging new nests across the nearby forest, tearing the land apart as its breeding speed goes way beyond anything anyone expected. This sudden explosion of monsters is terrifying. Then a lizardman commander spots the infestation and warns that even one tiny spider can turn into a nightmare magic beast, so he races to tell His Majesty, and the demon lord hears it right away. Elsewhere, a scout riding a reptilian mount stares down the numbers and swallows hard. He's fought 1,000 of them before, yet he can't even picture how many stand here now. He tosses out guesses like 1 or 200, but those nests are multiplying fast, and he knows the truth is way uglier. The dread hits so hard it pulls a tear from his mount's eye, and he can't shake it. A clash this massive would smash into both the Demon Lord's army and the Empire, leaving bodies piled high on both sides. Days slide by, and suddenly the magic beast subjugation date is breathing down their neck. Under the dark night sky, a young man in a cape braces himself as a blazing ball of pure energy forms in his hands, while his grim, scarred warrior companion and a worried young woman stand close by, staring on with tense, heartbeat-quick anticipation. In a shadowy chamber, a masked menace stalks in to meet Queen Rihanna, and as their eyes lock, that subtle smirk tells you everything. Behind closed doors, their deadly plans for the next war start to take shape. In front of a massive, dark castle, Thurkana proclaims the moment is finally here. And beside him, Mabel, stacked with books and wrapped in a white hooded cloak, can't stop herself from cheering along. He blurted out that he's praying everything lands perfectly, especially the item he brought will finally get spotted. Then Mabel shot him a tiny, knowing smile, catching his hope, even as her eyes betrayed the worry she refused to say out loud. Her mind flicks back to a convo from just hours ago. She'd smiled softly, yet she'd made it crystal clear. Master Thor, you've got orders, stay behind at the castle. In that memory, Thor blurted out an awkward fine, admitting straight up that with his combat rating stuck at 0, he'd be useless in the magic beast subjugation, and that all he could do was tweak the magic items he was about to unveil as. When he started thinking about staying behind, Mabel cut in fast, insisting his role still mattered. Then told him she was only there to reassure him because she understood things about the Empire that they never truly would. Then her whole demeanor snapped into grave urgency. She clutched his hand hard and warned him how the Empire truly played them during the subjugation, terrified that something horrific was already brewing for Lady Lucy. The memory rips apart, and in the present, Thor is visibly shaken to the core. Lady Lucy's words slam into him, and he realizes he has to disobey his orders just to follow her. He blurts out in stunned disbelief, demanding answers for what she just revealed. His choice flips the whole scene. This mixed crowd of demi-humans stares as Thor and Mabel burst in, their arrival slicing right through the tense quiet in the air. Now they're standing in this massive throne room, and right in front of them looms Demon King Rookie, masked, terrifying, and staring straight at the young alchemist as he finally speaks. I've been waiting for you, Thor. The Demon King's vibe ripples through the packed crowd, right up front. A thick, bearded representative steps in for the elves, lizard men, and every other race, thanking them together like a whole world is holding its breath for what comes. Demon King Rookie Everger stood before the packed court and shouted that his alchemist Thor had forged a brand new item. Then he ordered everyone in the room to judge it and turned to Thor like, "Go on, explain it." The masked ruler leaned in just a bit, repeating the word with a sharp, curious edge, then he smirked. "New material, you say?" Thor shot back with a confident grin, explaining that while they were crafting something else, this new material just got created by accident, and the Demon King went wide-eyed, asking if he'd heard right. After thanking the king for the chance, Thor declared that today wasn't about talk. It was about proving whether the material could actually be used in real life, and the Demon King nodded along, fully aware of what he was aiming to do. At that exact moment, Mabel shot a finger toward the table and laid out 4 perfectly folded cloths, then declared they were made from magic stones fused into fabric, a creation they'd christened magic fabric. She went on, saying those 4 pieces were soaked with earth, water, fire, and wind, each reacting to magic power in its own crazy way. Prime Minister Curve leaned in, stunned that he'd never heard anything like it. From his throne, the Demon King didn't even hesitate, he just barked the order to move forward. The demo kicked off and a colossal minotaur clamped onto the Earth's fabric and yanked with everything he had, roaring like the world was breaking. Yet the material didn't budge, shocking everyone and proving it's built to endure anything. All the other fabrics got the same wild hype. One lizard man raved that the water attribute cloth slid clean over his scales. A stocky bearded demi-human swore the fire attribute held heat perfectly for winter, and another couldn't stop talking about how the wind attribute felt icy cool in scorching weather. Then they all nodded in sync, clothes made from this unbelievable stuff. Thor felt a rush of pure satisfaction as he watched everyone light up, because that's when it hit him, alchemy's real joy wasn't power, it was changing lives. And just as the hall buzzed with excited chatter, the Demon King's voice sliced through the noise, demanding everyone quiet down. In the Demon King's court, Rookie Everguard proudly declares that Thor's magic fabric is pure genius, and his Prime Minister, Curve, nods along, then wisely warns that it's way too soon to expect everyone to jump on board overnight. He pushes for a trial run first, giving the fabric a chance to prove itself. Then the Demon King whips his gaze to the young alchemist and demands, "So, what does Thor think?" And Thor, all fired up, blurts out his plan right there. He's ready to use the fabric in the next bee subjugation. This timing is perfect. The beast nest sits in a scorching zone near a volcano, and if they whip up clothes and underwear from that wind magic fabric, everyone on the mission can take the heat without cooking alive. The Demon King thinks for a beat, then slams his approval down. Magic fabric gear is what they'll use to crush the bee. Thor dips his head, fully understanding. Then he shifts to a whole new topic, like he's sharing a secret he actually cares about, and fires a question at the Demon King. Does any magic fabric exist that carries a dark or light attribute? The Demon King towers over his throne, staring down at Thor and Mabel as they kneel in front of him, looking utterly baffled, like he can't wrap his mind around why they'd even ask something like that. Thor smirks and says he'll break down the magic fabric woven from light and dark, then he pivots to his companion. "Mabel, please," she grins. "Yes, Master Thor." She instantly whips into action, lifting a strip of dark cloth high like it's priceless and thrusts it at the court, yelling, "Your Majesty, this is magic fabric with the dark attribute." And the Demon King jolts, clearly thrown off by the sudden burst of energy. The shocking display ripples through the court, and Prime Minister Curve leans in hard as Mabel thrusts the fabric forward, watching the moment magic hits it. Light vanishes and it turns into solid, pitch-black cloth. Thor lays out what it's really for. He says the whole point is blackout curtains that slam the light out, letting nocturnal species nap in peace even when it's bright outside, though he admits the absorption isn't a flawless 100%, so you can still faintly see the fabric. Prime Minister Curve steps up in court and presses Thor to explain the magic fabric's light attribute. Then Thor, looking crushed, admits the whole creation flopped. And as he speaks, the dark cloak in his hands turns see-through, exposing his uniform underneath and sending a nearby court member into pure shock. With a slightly sheepish grin, he admits the fabric lets almost all light slide right through. But then he shrugs and says he's got no clue what it's good for, since it only makes the cloth disappear, not the person wearing it. He drags his fingers over his chin and admits it. Sure, the earth, water, fire, and wind fabrics have a real use, but the light and dark ones, right now they feel like they've got no purpose at all. Demon King Lucia beams with pure delight, praising Thor and saying he brings amazing things to her territory, while Thor stares up at her, stunned by her over-the-top encouragement. He's visibly rattled by her words, a blush creeping up his cheeks as he bows and thanks his majesty. Then Lucia, perched on her throne, declares that it was a very good presentation. As he kneels before the throne, Thor leans in and declares he's got one last item to hand to the Demon King. While Curve stares in shock, muttering that Thor's been working so hard it's starting to genuinely scare him. On his request, Curve orders an aide to pull out something that belongs to Mr. Kelv. Then the horned woman steps in and reveals a cloth-wrapped object as Thor tells everyone. It looks simple, but it's got something deeper. His face breaks into a confident, knowing grin, and right then, he unveils his last gift, a magic sword. A low murmur ripples through the Demon King's court. Elves, dwarves, and every demihuman there are buzzing in pure disbelief because a magic sword just got forged, something they couldn't even pull off themselves. Demon King Rookie Everguard swivels his masked face straight toward Thor and demands to know if he really succeeded. Right nearby, the maid Mabel stands watching with calm, serene eyes. He lets the young alchemist speak, and as he steps up, Thor strides forward and lays out a proper request, straight to the throne, asking for the right to join the beast subjugation expedition coming next. Just as the king opens his mouth, Prime Minister Curve slams in first, saying the mission will lean hard on magic items and they might need tweaks on the fly. He even admits that if they burn through a ton of magic fabric, having Thor around would be comforting, but then he cuts it off with a blunt, no-nonsense, absolutely not. Then the Demon King cuts in and stomps the minister aside, saying he just got intel from the scouts. Nobody knows what beasts they're hunting, why they're showing up makes no sense, and the only smart move is to prepare for the worst-case forces. He keeps his voice deadly calm, saying their numbers are roughly 100, and the courtroom explodes in shock as members shout, "That force could be twice the size of a joint arm." Staring Thor straight in the eyes, the Demon King slams down his final ruling. This threat is too massive and too unknown, so he can't promise the alchemist won't be hurt, and the safest move is for him to wait inside the castle walls for what happens next. Thor freezes in speechless shock and Lokier clenches her fist, fury spilling out, then it hits her. He must have heard everything from Mabel. He finally speaks with his head bowed and Thor confirms it. Yeah, the Empire is really planning to use holy swords straight from the hero's world. The Demon King just listens, eyes sharp, remembering that letter the Empire sent, promising they'd bring those blades to carve up the Demon Lord's land, so the holy sword that wipes out their beasts can be seen. His mind flashes back to Mabel's promise. His ambition wasn't some far-off fantasy, and now, standing in front of the court, he blurts out, wondering whether the Demon King even knows about it. His ambition spills out in a flashback, when he tells Lokier his wild dream, forge a sword that blows past the Empire's holy blade. Now right in front of her, Lokier grins, fully satisfied. She can't stop thinking about how unreal it would be if someone from the Empire could craft things in the demon territory that leave the heroes in the dust. And even if she can't fight worth a damn, she's certain of one thing, she's found the talent that can make it real. The whole courtroom crackles with excitement over a magic sword that might outshine the legendary Holy Blade. And those demi-human nobles who were skeptical a moment ago can't ignore Thor's ambition now, with several of them practically swearing they have to see it forged for real. He steps right up, and his voice cuts through the air with pure conviction as he addresses the Demon King's rookie face-to-face, claiming his magic sword is only a prototype, yet vowing to one day beat the holy sword from the hero's world. Then he demands, straight up, to see the holy sword with his own eyes and begs for the Demon King's permission to make it happen. The Demon King's voice drops like thunder as he shuts Thor down, forcing him to face the truth. Thor was shipped into demon territory knowing death was the price, so doubting that is pure stupidity. Then he leans in and asks straight to Thor's face whether he finally understands he could die on this mission. He swings his back to the crowd, calling out, "Look here," so the whole court can hear, then lays bare the war inside him. Because as a friend, he refuses to shove Thor into a death trap, yet the Demon King's duty drags him into a whole different kind of decision. His thoughts sprint as he weighs every option, torn between fear of risking a brilliant life and the brutal fact that Thor's drive is undeniable, plus the huge payoff if he can beat the holy sword. And the worst part? The quiet truth he can't ignore, that Thor's not just Thor and that real identity is canon, clings to his mind like a weight. This fierce display cracks Demon King Lokier's heart wide open, tears spill because she finally gets it. He has to see the holy sword with his own eyes. And once her plea hits home, the rest of the court's nobles, even that horse-like demi-human, start backing him hard, pushing for him to grant the request. Their separate voices surge together into one thunderous chant, and the whole court, fists in the air, keeps roaring, "Your Majesty!" The support crashes through the throne room in an unstoppable wave, and the Demon King can only sit there, struck silent, stuck in thought. He whips around to his prime minister, a wriggling grin curling across his face, and says that with the amount of desperate pleading and raw passion here, a demon king can't possibly say no, so once he's made up his mind, he declares he'll completely back Thor's ambition. The Prime Minister, Curve, demands a straight answer. "So this is what I think it is?" And the Demon King just nods with a blunt yes, then immediately slams down the official decree, assigning the alchemists Thor to the rear support unit. With the decision locked in, he explodes up from his throne, thrusts out a commanding hand, and orders Thor, the direct alchemist now, to follow as he roars to the whole court that they're leaving in just 3 days. Right after the decision, Demon King Lookir steps up to Thor, practically bursting with relief that it all worked out. Mabel chimes in that she knew Thor's request to Lord Rookie would land. Tears of gratitude hit Thor all at once, and he turns to the whole court and roars out his thanks to the Demon King. Then he steals a quiet, smiling glance at Mabel and lets the truth slip: she's still unbeatable. His eyes lock onto Demon King Lookir as she studies his reaction, and you can almost hear what she's thinking: the relief of finally stepping up for everyone, the pure thrill of laying eyes on the holy sword. His face practically lights up with excitement he can't hold back, and from a few steps away, Mabel can't stop herself from admitting the truth to her own heart: she'd been worried about Lookir. Duke Regis slams both hands down and roars, demanding to know if his plan really collapsed. Then Marquis Garas drops into a deep bow, begging forgiveness and admitting that something utterly unexpected just blew everything apart. He stares in terror as he reports the Demon Lord's general has spoken, clear as day. He'll never negotiate with the Duke again. Then the Duke's face tightens, hardening into disbelief. That failure hits him like a wrecking ball, cold sweat beads on his face as he chokes back a silent scream, because the plan the Minister of Military Affairs ordered has totally fallen apart. His mind stumbles over the miscalculation, sparks flying as he clutches his head, because in his gut, he'd figured a warrior with General Kane's past would hate a powerless kid like Thor and gladly fall in line. Mark Ascara can't even process how this whole simple sacrifice turned into a disaster, because Blazing Rosinga, the general everybody fears, just announced he'd picked Thor as his daughter's husband, and Mark can only stare in utter disbelief as everything spirals through demon territory. Rage claws at his chest, then flips into suspicion. He whips around, wondering if Thor sold them out, leaking secrets to the Empire or groveling for mercy to win over the demi-humans. He grits his teeth, his face twisting with fury as he silently curses himself for being a shameless fool. Rage boiled in his chest as he tried to think, but a guard lunged to interrupt, until the Duke snapped him silent, roaring that he was still thinking. Right then, the Duke and the Marquis both froze when an unexpected visitor arrived. Minister Zagran, and they couldn't figure out why he was here. Minister Zagran strides forward like a shadow, declares he just heard the plan crashed, and says he's here to check it with his own eyes. Then Duke Regis and Marquis Garabau drop their heads at once in total submission. Minister of Military Affairs Zagran, one of the Rigirian Empire's 3 top powerhouses, ranked higher than the Dukes, is the Emperor's most trusted man, and he tutors the 3rd princess, Liana. When he turns to the 2 bowing men, he tells them to raise their heads. He's not here to judge or order, he's just here to listen. The minister brushes Duke Regis' apologies aside and snaps that it's unnecessary, then coldly declares the plan is cancelled. No amount of Regis protests changes his mind. He insists it's just a few miscalculations and that everything can still be fixed, but Zagran doesn't budge. He goes on, voice razor-sharp, ripping into Rigue's messy tactics that have enraged the Demon Lord's general, then drops the real reason. Rigue's tried to sacrifice his own son, and that bombshell blindsides everyone. Duke Rigue's stunt can only stammer, stunned as he demands how the hell he could possibly know. Zagran stays ice calm and reveals that one of his agents slipped into Marcus's party and sent him a complete report. And as Regis' face twists with raw disbelief and horror, the minister snaps that no excuses or lies will save him. He keeps pushing, hammering the Duke with one truth: the Empire's job is to stop the Demon Lord's territory from becoming a real threat. Then he goes after the logic. Why send a hostage if it's only going to poke a terrifying general and invite trouble? Rigue's can barely hold his ground, stammering that he wasn't plotting anything evil, he was just doing what the plan demanded. His face contorts into a brutal snarl. Zagran explodes with a roar, claiming, even blaming his son was some part of the plan, one he never approved. Duke Rigue's recoils, white as a ghost, terror slamming into him as the minister's rage erupts out of nowhere. He steadies himself and blurts that if Rigue's had just backed off when General Ray Zinga said no to the extra silver, This would have ended right there. Yet even with that screw-up, the bee's subjugation moves forward, built to show off the Empire's muscle. Then Regius jumps at the chance to offer Valgaraga's forces, and Zagran snaps it down, saying he's got other missions queued up for the Duke. The Duke's confusion snaps into pure shock the moment Zagran reveals the assignment. There's a skirmish brewing with a tiny southern country, and Regius is being sent in to take command of the soldiers under the Ministry of Military Affairs, direct control. The Duke's face goes deathly pale, eyes bulging with disbelief. Regius drops to his knees and begs, desperate to explain himself, while Zagran shuts him down cold and tells him to take his case to the upcoming meeting with the high-ranking officials. Then he slams down a brutal warning: don't you dare mention his son. Thor Regius is a forbidden name now. Trying to claim you sent him into demon territory would get you nowhere, and it'd only make the Duke look bad to the Emperor. When Regius presses him for answers, Zagran just smirks and says his son is on a whole other level, way too extraordinary. Then an aide rushes in with the terrifying news: Thor has won over the demon territory in under 10 days, and they're even calling him the general's son-in-law. And the real bombshell? Thor knows the Empire used him as a sacrifice, and now he's got nothing but resentment. Zagran storms off, leaving the Duke broken to his knees, firing one last, brutal question. How is he supposed to deal with someone like that? The Duke stayed stone still while Minister Zagran kept slicing into him, saying there were other moves on the table. Thor could have been sent as a plain hostage or forced into cooperation. But Zagran claimed the Duke chose to make his own son unusable, and with a hard, piercing stare, he pressed the Duke for why he refused to take those easier paths. He snapped into a desperate rant, his thoughts ricocheting back to the day he condemned his own son, when he called Thor useless, mocked his lack of fighting skills and magic, and convinced himself a dead man couldn't cause trouble. Now his face twisted with raw pain as he yelled that the minister would never grasp the crushing despair of a parent stuck with a worthless child. His outburst crashed into icy silence. Minister Zagran declared without emotion that Duke Regius was already done, sweating and panicking, and as Regius sputtered that nobles simply sacrifice for the Empire, Zagran just kept his tone calm and said if that noble duty was real, then Regius should be the one stepping up. Then he slammed down his demand: Duke Regius would have to drop his own title for the Empire. The minister made it clear, to crush the demon lord's territory no high-ranking noble could show up as bait. And with one last brutal question he hit Regius with the truth: would the Duke really order his son to face what he himself would? Regius froze, stammering in pure shock. For now, he shut the topic down and said they'd finish this at the meeting of the high-ranking officials. Then he turned and formally ordered Duke Valgaraga's to follow. The Duke's shattered ambitions and crushing public humiliation hit like a wrecking ball, and all he could do was unleash a raw, agonized scream. Inside the carriage, an official's trip suddenly slams to a halt. He can't shake the thought that his legend might be over. Outside, a winged figure drops down onto a horse and the carriage's own steeds crumple in panic. His eyes bulge with disbelief, refusing to believe what he's seeing. His mind scrambles to make it make sense. Maybe this is just another messy father and son blow-up, the kind love is supposed to survive. Then he convinces himself Thor's reaching out for peace. After praising the Flame General, he's trying to smooth things over, even taking care of the demi-humans on his behalf. Regret hits hard as he grips his fist. If only they'd just traded letters, this whole nightmare of misunderstanding would have never spiraled. With this wild, totally unfounded hope lighting up his head, he whips around to Minister Zagran and blurts out, Thor might actually want to come back. Zagran just glares back, stone-faced and impossible to read. The official's delusion spirals into a wild master plan. He swears Thor is secretly spying for the Empire inside the Demon Lord's territory. And once he gets the Demon Lord's seal of approval, he claims Thor can bring the Regius family's honor back. Rage flaring, he orders them to send a letter right away to confirm these so-called intentions. Zagran watches the man spiral into that frantic outburst, his face tightening with pure disdain, and he immediately decides his companion is still just throwing nonsense around. Even with his private doubts, Zagran spots a chance. One letter to Thor Regius could light a wildfire inside the Demon Lord's own domain. He goes for it, cool as ice, and flat out tells them, all right then, write it exactly as I say. The story slams into the massive capital of the Dalgaria Empire. Inside the Imperial Palace, a lone silhouette faces his daughter and calls out, so you're the third Imperial Princess, Leona Dalgaria? And she answers his words with a calm, dutiful nod. Her father, his face finally slipping into view, keeps the story going, warning her that a brand new magical beast has crawled up near the border of the Demon Lord's domain. a colossal, spider-like monster. The speaker finally steps into the spotlight, fully revealed, seated like a force of nature, with the Emperor of Bulgaria right there commanding the room. He sinks into his throne and tells Princess Lyanna that the Empire's talks with the Demon Lord's realm have blown up in failure. Then he snaps that they can't let the Empire's power look like it's fading. She keeps talking and Leona hears it clear as day. He's got the fire in his soul, admiring her spirit. Then the Emperor leans in and demands they prove the Dalger Empire is the hero's true successor, strong enough to smash into the Demon Lord's domain. He hands her an object and she takes it with a deep bow, saying she gets exactly what's being asked. He orders her to brandish a particular sword to crush the Empire's enemies. Then the lid slides open to reveal a colossal, jewel-laced greatsword resting in a ceremonial box. The whole court gasps as the Emperor declares it the legendary Holy Sword Delgaria, the very one the hero from another world once wielded. She takes the blade like it's destiny, saying it's an honor to be its wielder, while a young woman with flowers in her hair blesses her, praying the hero's light will turn into the Empire's strength. With the sword in hand, Leon swears he'll rise to become the reincarnation of that hero, and he even leaves her father visibly impressed. Before she leaves for the long road to the Demon Lord's domain, she leans in and asks for permission. Can she go see her twin sister, Sophia, and tell her is there anything else she needs to do first? He gives her the green light and Liana beams, thanks her father, then turns and strides out immediately, already geared up to leave at once. With a bright, radiant smile blazing across her face, she blurts her sister's name in pure joy, Sister Sophia. On a sun-drenched balcony, Princess Lyanna strides in, eyes widening with a flicker of surprise. Right away, her sister Sophia beams and greets her warmly, pulling Lyanna right into her side. She breaks into a soft, glowing smile and admits she's been counting down for this visit. This is Sophia, the Holy Sword Princess, yet the way she smiles and welcomes everyone feels totally mismatched to a title that sounds like pure battle. Her composure snaps in an instant, blush floods her cheeks as she clamps a hand over her mouth, begging for the formal title to vanish. She blurts that it's humiliating and demands everyone just call her sister Sophia. Lena's face hardened as she demanded Sophia leave the palace and stop asking questions, pointing to a ceremony happening today, only for Sophia to stay calm and say that ceremony ended already. She grabs her sister's worries and steadies them with a calm, warm smile, telling her that as long as Liana's okay, nothing else matters. Then she ushers her in and invites her to sit down for tea. As Sophia pours the tea, she tells Liana, "You went all this way, so I'm going to do whatever I can for you." Liana just watches, overwhelmed by the kindness, and a soft blush spreads across her cheeks. The warm air suddenly turns cold when Leona utters a heavy wish. If only Sophia were stronger, she'd be the princess of the Holy Sword standing in her place. Sophia softly shuts that down with a knowing smile, eyes closed, and whispers that real strength is its own kind of power, because her light magic can't hold a candle to Liana's potential. And if Liana ever took up the Holy Sword, Holy Sophia, she'd unlock an earth-shaking ability beyond belief. She keeps going, admitting she's too weak to swing a sword, so the holy blade would just go to waste on her, yet she's strangely okay with staying exactly where she is now. Liana listens, her face tight with the kind of grief she can't say out loud for her sister. She kept chatting with her sister, lost in thought, wondering how her life could have split in two. Like, if she'd been a commoner, they'd have marched her straight to the battlefield, but as a noble, she might have been shipped off to a foreign land as a political hostage. Her mind snapped back to that old disaster when the ducal family's head fixed her magic sword like it was nothing, and the rumored wanderer who supposedly completed it vanished without a trace. Sophia beamed and praised her sister's skills, hinting that Liana's visit only happened because Sophia's tasks were either still missing or already done, and Liana just soaked up the compliment with a soft, gentle smile. Sophia's smile snaps into seriousness. She calls her sister by name and blurts out that she's got advice to share, and when Liana drops her gaze to listen, a tiny orb of light blooms from Sophia's fingertip. Before Sophia could even speak, Liana shot her hand up and snapped a shimmering magical barrier around them. Sophia gasped in shock. Liana said the wall would keep them from being overheard, but Sophia worried and begged her not to overexert herself with magic like that. She brushed aside her sister's begging, laid a gentle hand on Sophia's forehead, and watched dread creep across her face. The heat was real, Sophia had a fever, and she urged her sister to listen closely, telling her it was going to be okay. She delivered a chilling warning about foes so powerful they'd blow minds, calling out the Demon Lord and the deadly lands to the north. Then Sophia nodded, and Leona hammered home the truth. Yeah, Sophia and the Holy Sword were strong, but the world was huge, packed with threats everywhere. Sophia fired back, asking if they shouldn't prove their own strength even more, especially since the enemy looked dangerous, while Lena begged her to stay sharp, warning her not to underestimate them because they honestly knew almost nothing. Her face snapped hard with conviction. Don't try to scare people with raw power, she said. Aim for understanding instead. Sophia stared, shocked at how fiercely her sister meant every word. Sophia's serious act crumbled into a big, bright grin. She apologized on the spot, admitted she didn't fully get why her sister was worried, and swore she'd remember every word. Then Lena spun away, wearing frustration and worry like a mask. She stared at her sister, Princess Liana, and spoke with a kind of wisdom that didn't match her soft look at all, calling Liana's honesty a true virtue, and hinting that her innocent, instinct-led nature might one day save her. Liana blinked hard, totally thrown off, and muttered, "What?" She kept pushing her warning, telling Liana that people might smell her sincerity and try to use it against her, so she needed to be on guard no matter what. Liana's smile slipped into worry, and she admitted her sister always dragged her into these brutal questions. Then Sophia just shrugged, like it all mattered, end of story, before Liana rushed in to reassure her, "Don't worry." Sophia listened to her sister's words, but her face still looked unsure. Then Liana's confidence snapped back with a bright grin. She announced that her tutor Zagran was right by her side, and Sophia only sighed, told an aide to report anything new, and turned to leave, leaving her sister smiling behind. A flustered maid blurts that the Minister of Military Affairs, Lord Zagran, has arrived, and he's here to escort Princess Liana. Then Zagran steps forward and delivers a proper formal address to Princess Liana and Princess Sophia. He stands in front of the two sisters and drops a bombshell: fresh orders from His Majesty the Emperor himself. "Liana," he says, voice like steel, "you're going straight to the Demon Lord's territory, no delay." Then he tells her the Ministry of Military Affairs is already gathering troops and they're leaving right now. He leans in and urges her to run. She balks at how fast the order came, demanding to know if she really has to bolt right now. Zagran's voice turns steel as he snaps whether she's seriously going to quiz an order from the Emperor. Chasen just says the word, Liana immediately agrees to leave. He snaps his focus to the other princess and points hard, saying this is none of Princess Sophia's business. She's to heal up and stay focused until it's time to step back into her own duties. Liana flinches at his tone and snaps that he dares to disrespect her sister, but Zagran just barrels past her outburst, eyes locked on hers, pushing harder. "So when do I get the princess?" he demands, insisting there's zero time to waste. Her defiance crumbles into resignation, hand pressed to her heart, eyes shut tight as she swallows her fate and promises she'll do what His Majesty wants. Then, boom, her eyes snap open, blazing with unbreakable resolve. Clad in armor now, Liana grips her helmet and sets off, only pausing to look back one last time at her sister Sophia, who stands above on a balcony, staring down at the assembled Imperial soldiers with pure worry on her face. Meanwhile, deep inside the Demon Lord's territory, a fresh army is already rolling. Gargalo's Abyss Subjugation Unit, a never-ending line of covered wagons, barrels along the highway toward the southern mountain region. And from one wagon, a young man with reddish-brown hair can't stop watching the whole march. This unit is a nightmare on the battlefield, an armored Minotaur infantry division packed with beefy, power-built warriors, all marching under a commander who wears a sharp eye patch. Right beside the marches, the Elf Mage division rolled in, stern, long-eared spellcasters tightening their spells for the fight waiting just ahead. On the transport, Thor Reflex scanned their preparations and realized that this huge convoy isn't only hauling supplies, it's propping up the soldiers' morale too. With a steely grin, he prayed for a smooth ride and turned to his maid, Mabel, urging her to lock in and focus on their duties. As they press on, Lady Luki earnestly begs Thor to stop playing with his life, and Thor looks genuinely stunned by her fear, while Mabel's fists tighten as she swears she'll shield Lord Thor with her dying breath. Lady Luki nods, saying Thor matters more than anyone, not just to her but to the demon lord and to their whole territory. As Mabel's promise sharpens, she swears she'll rip to pieces any spider beast that dares come near them, and tells Thor to hand it all over to her. Thor grins warmly, grateful, and admits he's fighting the very same urge to protect her. He remembers Lady Luki's non-stop warnings, but he still steadies Mabel and lays out his plan. He's just going to peek at the holy sword from a safe distance, and he's sure he'll be fine. His face lights up with eager anticipation as he points them toward their goal, telling Mabel to look. He's got them covered and will snag a great spot. Right ahead, tucked into a valley, sprawls a whole encampment of tents and wagons, the meeting point with the Empire. After days of non-stop marching, the Demon Lord's army and the Empire's troops finally crash into their rendezvous spot. Jaw-dropping mountains, harsh winds, and a huge command tent ahead. 2 Minotaur guards stand watch, and one snaps that they'll squeeze in a quick breather before they link up with the Imperial soldiers. Inside, the Demon King, Rookie Everguard, gathered everyone's commanders and allies and threw out a praise speech, his eyes sweeping Prime Minister Curve, the Elf Magic Commander, the Minotaur Unit Commander, and the brand new human who'd shown up with his maid, Mabel. He kept the briefing going, telling everyone that General Rizenga and the Lyserman unit had just been sent on a high-stakes mission to hunt the nest of the Gargalos of beasts. He said this recon mission existed so they could strike the second the beast moved, and way out from camp, General Rizenga stood stone-faced, staring into that far-off, chaotic mess of a world where the creature was. He snapped his attention back to what was happening right now, and the Demon King let out a stunned little remark, because this situation was nothing like he'd expected. The Prime Minister nodded along with his lord's verdict, then admitted that out on the field, he'd convinced himself reaching that kind of comfort and readiness would be impossible. Their surprise didn't come from nowhere. It hit the moment they stepped into the tent and found it oddly pleasant, cool, and comfortable, like a breath of fresh air after the brutal grind of the march. The young human lit up, amazed that a tent stitched from wind magic fabric could feel this good, soft breeze and all, even with the walls staying still. Mabel leaned in and told him the secret. Everyone wore clothes made from that same material, so they stayed cool, dry, and sweat-free. Right then, a voice from the entrance blared that they'd arrived. A cat girl from the supply unit slipped in, dropped to one knee, and announced she was ready to be checked. The Demon King simply said, "Very well," and as the young man and Mabel stared on, the supply officer declared she'd get the tent ready for his inspection with a confident grin. She yanked open the flap of a nearby tent, and boom, inside was perfectly arranged, stacked to the ceiling with barrels and crates, proof that the supply unit was ready for anything. She sweeps her hand proudly over the rows of barrels, telling the gathered leaders, no doubt that the stores are packed to the brim, and even if taming the beast drags on for days, the troops won't run short. The young man with reddish-brown hair exhales in relief, thinking that the fate of the fragile light magic cloth has finally been settled. Her presentation snaps a shocked "oh" out of the masked Demon King, then the supply officer swivels to Prime Minister Curve, demands his take on this brand new tent, and praises how convenient it is. He snaps into sudden agitation, barking, "What are you talking about?" While the supply officer, flustered, blurts out that it's just unbelievably convenient, until the Prime Minister's voice spikes with rage and demands she decide right then, like it or don't. Caught off guard by his sheer intensity, she quickly nods. Yes, of course, it's convenient, and she darts the conversation aside, pointing at the jars of preserved goods as she confirms every single bag is packed to the brim. Once her report wrapped up, the Demon King waved her off so she could get back to her duties. Then the Prime Minister snapped his attention back to his liege, composure already cracking. He reminded the king that it was his own idea to parade the supplies to the soldiers, and with a heavy, irritated sigh, the Prime Minister grumbled, "Does the king really get how brutal it is to deal with the mess that comes after the troops start getting confused?" Before her commanders, Demon King Luckier steps up and says, "Right before we link up with the Empire's troops, we've got one thing to handle." Then she drops the hammer on their next target, subjugating the terrifying Gardalosa beast. She tells them the beast breeds in insane numbers right inside their territory, trashing the land and leaving nothing standing. Its babies are estimated to be in the hundreds, though the exact count is still a guess. Even with the danger looming, a hooded official steps in with steel in his voice confidence, insisting their forces can handle this forced subjugation all by themselves. She clenches her fist and fires back, telling them to look at what she's fighting for. her people's lives, not some pride-fueled vanity, and she refuses to lose even one soldier or let a single beast slip away. So that's why she pushed for a joint operation with the Empire, all for the sake of pure caution. With her choice sealed, she snaps that they'll hit from every angle and wipe out their target. No mercy, and even her commanders, including that young man, lean in and listen like it's life or death. Prime Minister Curve strides up with the objective locked in and lays out the whole plan for the council. This first joint operation is meant to smooth relations with the Empire and open fresh trade routes. He points out that their scouts have spotted the Gardelassa and its swarm tucked deep in the mountains, and those threads are deadly, so they'll bait the beast out of its nest before it can trap them all. He keeps things rolling, orders General Raising to send his unit in and torch the webs, then stashes whatever's left into Lord Thor's portable ultra-compact storage devices. For the attack, the elf unit fires up a long-range magical bombardment. Curve points out that range would usually spell disaster, but Lord Thor has already cracked it with laser pointers to lock in perfect accuracy. Once the plan's details got laid out, the infantry charged into brutal close-quarters fighting, and the Minotaur division, armed with health-enhancing pendants, moved in fast to mop up anything left after the bombardment, while the lizardmen fanned out to hunt stragglers trying to slip away. And with the strategy locked in, Curve leaned in and asked, "Any questions?" Once he's done, the room drops into a heavy silence, and every single one of them snaps their heads toward him. The commanders, the Minotaur, the elf, the hooded official, even the cat-eared supply officer. They all stare like they're hunting for something while he just reels back, cheeks burning, utterly flustered at what they want. The commander's thoughts spill out the truth behind their focus. He tells the elf commander they've already set traps for the beast and its threads, and that they can strike from far away while his majesty stays fully guarded. Then the Minotaur commander chimes in that the gap in power between his crew and the generals is handled too. Everyone is stunned, and you can feel the same silent realization hanging in the air. Thor and the other commanders look totally rattled. He even admits the plan clicks together way too perfectly, so confusion churns in his chest and guilt sticks like glue, and Demon King Lookier cuts him off with a sharp snap. Stops spiraling and only speak up if he spots a real flaw. Then she strides to her war council, warning them that even with stronger forces, sloppy mistakes can spell total defeat, then whips around to her prime minister and demands a status report on the Empire's communications. The hooded official swallows hard, trembling as he confirms he's on it. He steps up with a heavy, somber face, then delivers a formal apology to His Majesty as Curve insists they still haven't heard a single word from the Empires or Camus. The Demon King freezes in disbelief, still nothing. Curve presses the point. They've already sent their plan through a messenger, but the Empire hasn't answered with a single detail, and now he's left wondering what they're cooking up. Even though she joined the alliance with good intentions, Lookier's gut-level distrust of the Empire made her send out scout units just to be safe. And Thor watches her like he's clocking the doctrine in real time. Because the Empire lives for fast victories, they'll strike out of nowhere the moment they're convinced they can pull it off. And he's just put the pieces together, so. Right on cue with his thoughts, the chamber doors exploded open, and a lizardman messenger barreled in, yelling that General Raising had already sent his units straight into battle, because the Empire's troops were already locked in combat with the enemy. The hooded official blurts out the details on the spot, while the Imperial soldiers bait the smaller spiders to drag the Gargalassa down into the foothills. He whips around, staring at his sovereign. "So, what are your orders, Your Majesty?" A little earlier, the Imperial Guard packed into a giant snow-choked valley, and Minister Zagrin stepped forward to address the army, his voice blasting through the icy air. He laid out their mission, prove the Empire's strength to the Demon Lord. Then he sold the fight as a rare, priceless chance to crush monsters right in the Demon Lord's backyard, pushing them to carry out their duties with discipline. And when he finished, thousands of armored soldiers hit him with a single, thunderous roar of agreement. After the minister finished his speech, Demon King Lookier strode up to the front and took the mic. She thanked the soldiers for trekking all the way to the volcano, admitted how brutal the heat must be and worried they'd be worn out, and the troops immediately buzzed with excitement, proud that she'd shown up for them. Her words kicked up a storm. Soldiers blurted out loud denials, swearing they were bursting with energy, but inside Lookier's armor everything was pure misery. The heat was choking her, and all she could think about was how badly she wanted to go home and finally see her sister. While the crowd roared their approval, a scout's report crashed in. Lookier snapped to Zagrin that the demon beast of Gardaraz had sensed them, and it was closing in fast. Once she saw the enemy closing in, she hoisted her sacred sword to the sky and roared a blazing, rallying speech. This evil beast was the Empire's duty. the one that rose as the successor to the heroes of old, and soon they'd prove to demons and non-humans that imperial power wasn't something they could break. And right there in the ranks, the soldiers counted it out. 300 elite guards against the enemy's estimated 100. With the fighting spirit blazing in her chest, she spun to Minister Zagran to lock in the plan, only for him to repeat it even more firmly. If they doubled and tripled the manpower, they'd crush the monsters without her stepping in, turning it into a brutal showcase of the Empire's power. Lookyer nodded, gripping the drill in her bones, because the troops would pin the smaller spiders while she stormed the main Hexen beast with her sacred sword. He fired off a sharp warning, keep your mana in check, because unleashing a holy weapon took a monster load of energy, and he made it clear she couldn't hold that power for long. Once that giant beast went down, he said the soldiers would sweep up the leftover spiders in no time. Then he pushed her one last time, defeat the Hexen beast this time. She stared back and just said, look, I know Zagra. She bristled at his non-stop instructions and snapped that he didn't need to keep repeating himself, swearing she wouldn't embarrass herself in front of the demon lord. Yet beneath all that irritation lurked a crushing weight, because deep down she felt she had to be the perfect princess for everyone. She shoved her personal feelings aside and the whole vibe flipped, her eyes narrowed, that confident, almost cruel smile snapped onto her face, and to her soldiers she looked like the perfect blend of fearless hero and ice-cold emperor. Her brand new resolve got tested right away. Zagar watched their lure work as a giant Hexen beast and a crushing wave of smaller spiders burst over the ridge, and the soldiers froze in shock, because this enemy force was way bigger than they'd ever imagined, loaded with spiders in numbers far beyond what they'd predicted. A deafening roar rips through the air as a fresh wave of monsters charges straight at them. Huge, hound-like beasts with stacked rows of eyes and gaping jaws thundering forward on powerful legs, shaking the ground with every step. Turns out this first charge is just the vanguard, an endless wave of the same monstrous hounds surging over the horizon, a living ocean of claws and teeth swallowing the battlefield. A little while before all this, Minister Zagran stepped up to command the giant formation of the Imperial Guard, declaring they'd march to prove the Empire's power to the Demon Lord, turning the whole fight into a rare chance to crush monsters in their own backyard, and demanding every soldier carry out their duty with discipline. Then the armored ranks thundered their promise back in unison. He saw the enemy as nothing but a mindless swarm, easy prey for a disciplined army's tactics and formations. And when he snapped a hand signal, the drummers hammered a steady beat as the soldiers surged into a tight phalanx, shields locking together and spears thrusting forward, primed to meet the oncoming charge. When the monstrous Hexen beast surged into town, the frontline soldiers snapped into position behind their shield wall, roaring together as they swore they'd crush every last beast. The hit rattled everything. One hound rammed the metal shields with brutal force. A soldier buckled under the impact, teeth clenched as he roared for the archers to loose their arrows. A hailstorm of arrows came down, only it didn't land on the enemy. It smashed straight into the Imperial Guard's own front lines, and cries of pain and pure shock erupted as their own soldiers dropped in friendly fire. A brutal surprise tore through the formation and ripped it apart. Soldiers crumpled, arrows punching holes in their ranks, and the hounds rushed in to feast on the chaos. Minister Zagran watched it all with icy calm, then gave the next order without flinching. His mages, robed and masked, snapped to attention and carried it out. Instantly, the mages ripped their power loose. Boom. The earth tore open with brutal explosions, slamming the rushing Hexambist towns under a storm of fire and concussive shockwaves. The magical bombardment ripped straight through the enemy lines, smashing craters into the ground and painting the whole battlefield with pure devastation. With the enemy's push finally choked to a crawl, Minister Zagrant snapped out his next order with one sharp motion, then drove the cavalry to charge straight through, hacking a bloody route toward the giant spider. The cavalry roared ahead, cutting down the last hounds with brutal force, and once the path was clear, Zagran snapped his head to Queen Ryana. He ordered her to strike the main spider next, and then he demanded her answer, voice hard as steel. But Ryana didn't move at all, her eyes stayed shut. She stayed stone cold, her hand planted on the hilt of a massive sword, and the blade flared to life with blinding light. From where Minister Zagran stood, he drank in the battlefield, grinning at the way the troops moved, flexible, agile, and lined up like they'd been carved for war, a sight worthy of the Imperial army. Now that the way was open, he thought, it was time to end this mess for good with the sacred sword, because the weapon in the Queen's grip was none other than the sacred sword of Delgary. A colossal, guttural roar rips across the battlefield, spilling raw, unstoppable power into every corner. It's the massive, shadow-cloaked figure of the Flame General, Rei Zinga, so loud and fierce his cry feels like it rattles the air itself. The Imperial army gets tossed into chaos, cavalry whinnies in panic, foot soldiers backpedal in pure terror, and their whole formation starts to fall apart under the non-stop, ear-shattering attack. Watching the chaos unfold, Minister Zagran lets out a grim little smirk. Turns out one brutal roar crushed the Empire's momentum cold and he's loving it. Right next to him, Queen Rihanna snaps her sword up, face set like stone, shouting, "Yes!" Her screams died instantly as the soldiers at the front suddenly erupted in stunned shock, refusing to believe what they were seeing. Just as they start to grasp the new danger, a storm of dark, shadowy tendrils blasts up from the ground and rips through their ranks with deadly force. Minister Zagran yells at the queen to stay in formation, swearing they have to fall back, yet she won't listen, staring straight at the slaughter like she can finally see the truth. This has to stop right now. A gigantic, sighing appendage rips across the battlefield, breathing in the same dark energy and mowing down soldiers without mercy. While the minister yells for her highness in panic, Queen Rihanna explodes off the moving command vehicle and vaults straight toward Frey. She slams into the ground, sword already in hand, instincts blazing, and right now is the only moment that matters to strike. In the middle of the battle chaos, she spots it instantly, a clean path cutting through the horde straight to the giant Hexen beast's main body. Her eyes harden with pure resolve as she stares down the looming, monstrous gaze of her enemy. And then she makes a vow right there to tear revenge out of the darkness for every fallen soldier. With that promise roaring inside her chest, she surges forward, her sacred sword flashing, carving a blazing route straight through the closing darkness. Just as she charges Minister Zagran, his calm snaps back into place. He roars orders at the rest of his forces, demanding they protect Her Highness no matter what, pushing the magic troops forward to crush the main unit, while the infantry holds off the chaos and locks down their escape route. With his order cracking through the air, the soldiers smash a path forward, so the queen can charge straight at the Hexen beast's core, face to face with that multi-eyed, lion-headed nightmare, and lift her weapon to strike. She rips open the full might of Bulgaria's sacred sword, the hero's legacy, and plunges it straight into the creature's grotesque face. The blade bites cleanly through the beast's brutal, tough hide. A brutal strike rips off one of the creature's towering limbs and it slams into the earth. Then the Imperial soldiers explode into a victory roar, their confidence surging like wildfire. But their cheers get cut off instantly. The wound on the giant Hexen beast won't bleed, and then its belly blows open, spraying a squirming mass of smaller spawners that skitter and writhe as they pour out. Her eyes flare wide with pure horror. The realization hits like a punch. That creature's belly is an incubator. She knows it has to be wiped out completely because if it keeps multiplying, everything ends. A curse tears out of her mouth. The queen tunes out the spawn chewing at her heels, pours her full power into the sacred sword of Dalgaria, clamps the hilt in both hands, and whips the blade up in a raging arc, ready to cut down a bigger threat in one decisive strike. Her attack explodes into the brilliant Holy Sword Ray, an energy beam that streaks across the battlefield and smashes straight into a Hexen beast town's armored head. That beam scorches the creature's flesh, burning in a smoking wound. But the hound only snarls, its rage still blazing, and the queen's stomach drops as she realizes, with pure dread, the beast is still on its feet. Her hands started to shake and dread hit her like a punch. She'd missed the fatal blow. Those swarm of spiderlings had stolen her focus at the worst possible moment, and the fight drained every ounce of her strength, and every drop of her mana. Now she stood on the battlefield completely wiped out. Even though the holy sword strike didn't finish the beast, it left it badly hurt, and Minister Zagran knew it. He steps up in front of his mages, roars out the order, and commands the magic squad to unleash their fire. The mages launch their perfectly synced spell, and boom, a blinding blast of magical energy erupts, swallowing the Hexen beast hound in a raging explosion. But when the smoke finally thins out, the creature is still standing, untouched, unshaken, and straight up mocking them, with its many eyes blinking in shock that their attack didn't even leave a scratch. From up ahead, Ray Zinga snarls at what he sees. Their formation is crumbling fast, and he knows the only thing that can hurt this monster is a strike from His Highness. Rescue His Majesty, then regroup. He keeps running the numbers in his head. Sure, the Imperial Guard has survived the first wave, but now the odds are crushing them and he's still convinced they can flip the fight by smashing the front line, cutting down the horde and ending this invasion by decapitating it. His confidence gets ripped apart by a deep, guttural rumble, right as Minister Zagrin hears it too and instantly fears this isn't the only one. Then a soldier storms in to report fresh enemy reinforcements, leaving Zagrin stunned as he can't believe they'd leave so many forces just to spring an ambush. A brutal truth hits him all at once. He's been played and rage sparks across his face as the damn monsters grin. Then it hits where that sound comes from is crystal clear. Hexenbia's towns stretch forever across the ridge and it's like a living tide of monsters surging in. A soldier yells for everyone to brace because the minister is trapped, fully encircled. The frontline soldiers gawk at the impossible sight, outnumbered, outgunned, and trapped in sheer panic. One of them scrambles to count the enemy. 300, no 500, wait, it's all 500. Their perfect composure finally snaps, terror rushes in. Sweat buckets down their faces as they lock eyes with total annihilation and one soldier starts to stutter, it's like we. Elsewhere, a whole other clash rages. Watch this colossal, multi-eyed arachnid hexam beast tower over a writhing sea of its spawn and a massive line of soldiers. Because to this nightmare, those terrified men are nothing but an appetizer. The creature's shadow sweeps over the doomed army like a death sentence with a dinner bell. Because right now, they're nothing but food waiting to be eaten. The scene flips. Demon King, drop to your knees and stare at your own filthy nails, gasping from sheer strain because her mana is totally drained, and all she can do is choke out a bitter, helpless laugh. She tightens her grip on the sword, jaw set, magic nowhere left, so she locks in and trusts only her blade skills because fencing is the only way to cut down this monster. Her brand new courage gets ripped apart the second a hideous beast crawls into view, big, many-eyed tentacles flailing, roaring like it's tearing the world in half. She freezes, staring in horror as the truth hits. Without the legendary hero power, there's no way she can beat something this massive. Her face twists with pure despair and disbelief, and sweat pours down her cheeks as that one thought keeps slamming into her mind. Impossible. Just as she's about to give up and accept her fate, her eyes snag one tiny detail, something red on the monster's head. So she snaps her focus in, zeroing on the weird spot, and standing atop that grotesque creature's head is a young man with reddish-brown hair. A savage beam of light tears across the battlefield and slams into the grotesque monster's massive, fleshy body, detonating into a blazing starburst as it connects with that high. The blast punches straight through the creature, shredding its flesh as overwhelming energy rips through its body. That sudden assault slams into Lucia, the young demon king, and her eyes fly wide with pure shock. A wounded monster howls in brutal agony, and a commanding voice slices right through the chaos. Rucky Everguard, lord of the land of demons, claiming his name as he addresses the Empire's soldiers. He shoots his intentions straight into the air, thrusts out his hand, and declares that from this moment on his troops are backing him, no questions asked. He shouts his first order, unite, and his forces lock in. Lucia's left reeling like, how did that hit even land? She's sure it was a magic smokescreen pulled from the demon lord's side, a place she thought magic couldn't reach at that distance. Just as she tries to wrap her head around how impossible this is, magic beams start raining from the sky and slam into the battlefield. Lucia gasps in alarm as the glowing streaks race straight for their target. The combined assault lands hard, slam, and a brutal explosion lights up the monster as it crunches straight into the head. The creature screams, its flesh sizzling in pain while the masked demon king needles it like, yeah, that hit. 30 of my mages made it happen. Then he breaks down the whole trick behind the feat, some magic called a laser pointer. A thin mage lines it up and fires a glowing guide beam, and the demon king makes it clear. It doesn't just stretch magic farther, it lets spells from multiple casters volley in sync, all stacking onto that beam for a massive damage surge. He looks back on his very first take of the weapon, still shaking with that test moment, when the blast hit dead on and the impact's raw power blew him away. Miles away, another crew watches the whole demonstration, Lucia's eyes blazing as she whips around to Thor, begging to know if he caught that insane display. Thor, standing there with Mabel in an unmasked Dugneys, confirms he did see it. He even admits the laser pointer shot was unreal, but his face turns thoughtful, like he's holding back some worry he won't say out loud. He stares at the weapon, a blazing, magnificent blade, and suddenly he knows it's divine grace. For one wild moment he's so mesmerized he almost falls for its perfection, then he snaps back to reality with a jolt of star. A faint smirk flickers across his lips as he pinpoints it. Yep, it's the sacred sword. From up on a towering height, the Demon King's Chancellor, Rucky Evergarden, stared down at the battlefield, weighing the Imperial Guard's first move. Did they really think they could take down the demonic beast Gagorasa all by themselves? Minister Zagran stood shoulder to shoulder with Queen Rihanna and spilled his cruel, cynical theories. He claimed the whole scheme was pure politics. Boost the princess's prestige by putting that sacred sword in her hands, or rattle the demon forces by proving the hero's legendary weapons were real and terrifying. In another command post, Prime Minister Curve whipped around to Demon King Lucia and demanded, "Did you see this coming?" Lucia's face fell and she admitted she'd expected it, at least to a degree. The political battlefield was pure minefield. Marquis Guerra had already teamed up with another noble, realizing the Empire may have moved on from Thor, but plenty of other factions were licking their chops to use him. After he dealt with the immediate Hexen Beast threat, Guerra decided it was time to dig into every one of those schemes. Her razor-sharp foresight burned with one goal: unmask the human's real nature, and she wasted no time. She swore she'd find out if the ones toying with Thor were just a rogue crew of nobles or if the Imperial family was rotten to the core. After the battle, she planned to corner the princess and get the truth straight from her. And right there the hooded judge admitted it. Those Imperial troops didn't just fight, they pulled off brilliant tactics. Then he called out their fatal mistake, underestimating the Gardarosa's power, and the judge snapped back, saying he'd already warned the Empire that this beast was unpredictable, a total unknown, but even he hadn't expected it to be this wildly resilient. To prove he wasn't bluffing, the smoldering creature twitched and unleashed a gut-punching roar. The human forces scattered in panic, and one official sprinted out, shouting, "Your Highness," with pure desperation. Minister Zagran snatched the moment and shoved Queen Rihanna into motion, declaring the encirclement was shattered and yelling that they had to bolt before the chance vanished. Rihanna nodded with a grim stare, admitting the fight wasn't even close to over. As she stared down the monstrous Gardarasa, Minister Zagran didn't sugarcoat a thing. He snapped that even the Demon Lord's army didn't stand a chance, and that this beast was still a nightmare they'd all have to face. She clenched her sacred sword, jaw set and eyes sharp, swearing her blade would be needed again, then laid out the plan. Blast the Hexen Beast with ranged attacks to tear down its defenses, and once it's open, she'll strike the final blow. Her eyes locked onto the towering monster, and one hot bead of sweat slid down her temple. Yet under all that crushing pressure, she doubled down on the plan with ironclad certainty. As her soldiers snapped into a tight ring around her and the minister, you could see the pressure of the coming clash tightening on her face. While far from Imperial eyes, Demon King Luckier watched it all unfold, her gaze locked on the queen and the beast. On the battlefield, a Minotaur commander stares as the monstrous spider swarm turns, no more distant siege at the Imperial forces now. The whole horde surges forward and charges straight into them. From Zager's own view, the princess's weapon barely even phases them, so he lifts a hand and tells his subordinate, cool as ice, that everything's under control. Even with the enemy crowding in, their plan hasn't changed a bit. Down below, a chittering wave of spiders surges forward without mercy, and someone barks the order: unleash ranged magic to slam the brakes on their charge. The Demon King, Lucia, narrows her eyes and snaps out the final command, laying out every step. Right when the ranged magic stops the enemy's charge, her generals and the Minotaurs slam in and attack. At her command, the whole Minotaur squad erupts in one brutal roar, and their giant bodies snap into battle stance, ready to thunder forward. Their commander barks that they're to assemble and wait right now. He snaps a health enhancement pendant on his chest and it flares bright with raw power. Then he declares it. The fire mana pouring through it boosts their vigor to a full 100%. At the same time, the elven troops snap into formation, staves and bows leveled at the oncoming horse. Their commander roars at the top of his lungs, pushing them to storm back the front lines with everything they've got, and squeeze every last drop of mana out of their bodies. While everyone was scrambling to get ready, the Flame General surged his power to life, flame bursting higher as he clenched his fist. He swore to His Majesty he'd reveal the real strength of his kind and make the enemy pay for the deaths and the desecration they unleashed on their lands. Elsewhere, Agnes Frazid stands poised as her helmet comes off at last. then she locks eyes on something only she can see and declares she'll fight shoulder to shoulder with her father and Agnes. A blinding burst of light erupts from her chest and a notification flashes. Her physical strength has climbed to 400%. Eyes burning, she stays dead silent, silently begging Mr. Thor to finally look her way. In a forest corridor, an Imperial messenger shrieks a warning as a volley of magical energy rips through the air toward him. And from the trees, an entire squad of elven mages unleashes their perfectly coordinated assault. A desperate soldier sprints beside a roaring carriage, praying you can keep up as it barrels away from the ambush through the thick, dark woods. A flash of his mission hits like lightning. Minister Zagrin, all unreadable eyes behind dark spectacles, hands him a sealed scroll. The soldier remembers snapping his gaze upward in terror as the attack erupts while mocking laughter rolls out from the trees. He still feels the punch of Zagrin's words in his chest, the command, sharp as steel, "I'm counting on you." The soldier's face shone with sweat, but he didn't flinch. He swallowed the fear, accepted the charge with grim grit, and swore he had to get that precious cargo through. His resolve hardens into steel. He grips the strap of his satchel, swearing right there that he'll do whatever it takes to get that letter into the right hands. The faces of whoever this message will hit. Flash sees Queen Rihanna, iron determined, a nobleman in pieces, and the Demon King Looker looming like a nightmare, and each glimpse drives him into a desperate sprint. The stakes hit like a catastrophe, spanning the entire continent with heavyweights like Demon King Looker, Flame General Riesinga, the Knight Agnes Frazed, and even the alchemist Thor. But right when the messenger sprints into the scene, his run ends with a brutal snap as an arrow slams true, piercing his skull. On this gigantic Garderosa beast, the real weak spot is one tiny red speck of light glowing on its massive body. From far away, the elf commander squints at the shot's impossible angle, thinking, no one else will land it. This distance makes it almost hopeless. And then a blazing pink beam tears through the canyon straight for the beast. Riding on golden magical runes, that beam of light blasts forward with absolute, unstoppable precision. That weapon, the legendary laser pointer, never misses a single volley. Every shot hits dead on, blasting a blinding burst of hot pink light. The Garderosa screams in raw agony as the blast rips into its flesh, the impact's brute force staggering the massive beast. Staring at the wounded monster, the demon judge clocks the truth. Once it's lost a few legs, it's only a matter of time before its speed crumbles. Right beside him, Demon King Lucia studies the scene with cold clarity. The smaller spiders have flooded the ground in a swarm. And then she smirks like she's just been handed the opening, because now it's her turn to move. The demon judge barks a fresh order, telling Kelv to swing the laser pointer, and then he points at the oncoming swarm of tiny spiders like it's the only thing that matters. As the swarm surges closer, the demon judge snaps his hand up, and shadowy, ethereal flames spark into existence out of pure thin air. Lucio's eyes widen, stunned by what she's seeing. That surge of power slams a memory into Lucia's mind. The princess once unleashed the holy sword and crushed the Hexen beast. Now Lucia clenches her resolve and decides, she's going to show them the real peak of the dark element's power. With a cocky smirk, she barks, "Get the little brats!" and detonates her own devastating spell. Black fire gushes out as she summons the magical flames of emptiness. Her spell tore down from the heavens, an endless pillar of pure darkness, then slammed into the earth, detonating a monstrous burst of black energy that swallowed the creatures swarming below in an instant. The monsters screamed as the dark inferno erased them in an instant, and Lucia just stood there with a smug grin. Yep, she knew it. Her void flame hits hard, but it doesn't reach far. Still, she smiled like she'd solved everything because that laser precision more than covered its one big weakness. From far away, Flame General Riesinga just gawked in stunned awe, blurting out that it was absolutely awesome. Because in one brutal strike, entire hordes of creatures got wiped clean. Beside him, Queen Rihanna's face twisted into something deeper as she watched anyone hit by the blast turn to ash in an instant. It was terrifying, yet strangely mesmerizing. And that's where this video ends. Thanks for watching. If you liked it, hit like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. As Queen Rihanna choked on the sheer terror of what she just witnessed, Demon King Lucia and Minister Zagrin spun away from the wreckage. Because their job was over, and all that remained was scorched earth where the monstrous swarm had been seconds ago. On a brutal, empty hill above the battlefield, Minister Zagrin and Queen Rihanna brace themselves at the command tent while the wind lashes the dead, barren land. He stays deadly quiet, face set like stone, staring at the wreckage of their disastrous engagement like he's seeing the fallout for the first time. As his thoughts slam inward, a grim truth takes shape. Zagran has been hit with a disgrace so brutal he fears he'll never shake it off. The mercenary leader still remembers the first batch of planned landing zones. When they leaked intel to lure the bandits, they barely had 1,000 men, and nobody could have predicted their ranks would explode tenfold in no time. Zagran keeps reliving the brutal blow-up because they never had reserve troops. They were too scared the demon army would strike, so they played it safe, and that fear was nothing but a bluff cooked up by the demon lord's domain. Now he's back in that nightmare, being boxed in, facing monsters that moved in perfect sync and getting crushed by the sheer chaos of losing. He knows his own role may limp through, but when he returns, the blame will slam onto his shoulders. While Zagran stews in his own failure, Queen Rihanna gets hit with fresh chaos. She bites her lip, realizing she can't survive another mistake in the next negotiation, and her mind snaps to her sister, the perfect weapon she raised just to keep herself safe. As her mind flips through those memory scraps, Scar Man's brutal lesson hits hard. A leader proves strength and forces others to bow. Minister Zagran's words slam right after it, backing the cruelty. Leadership means taking from the weak. The flashback makes her flinch, and right now her face twists with pure disgust. His words shred through the weak, echoing inside her head, and suddenly she can't stop asking herself, between the Empire and the Demon Lord's realm, who's really the one that's weaker? That battle's verdict hits like a punch. The Empire's 300 troops could barely scratch the Gargarasa beast, while the Demon Lord rolled in with just 100 soldiers and annihilated over 1,000 spiders and a major beast besides. The stronger force was plain to see. She hears Sophia's voice in her head, begging her to listen harder, and then that ancient lesson hits like a punch. Her hands shake as one terrifying thought locks in. Is she really being pushed to steal from the Empire? Her resolve cracked and panic flashed across her face. She grabbed her chest, shaking as she wondered if brute power was really the answer, then urged them to stop and actually try to understand each other. Minister Zagran snapped at her softness on the spot, then warned Princess Lyanna that if she backed down even once, Princess Sophia would be the one thrown to the front lines instead. Then Zagran clicked his tongue, seeing right away how Sophia's gentle nature was tugging at the princess's resolve. He kept going, saying sure, Sophie's magic might outshine Lena's, but she's too fragile, so betting on her is a one-shot gamble. Then he snapped that if Sophie didn't want that, she needed to play it like a real royal and make sure the talks didn't swing to the Demon Lord's side. Lena shot back in pure rage, yelling at Zagran to stop dragging her sister into this and stop trying to brainwash her with his twisted idea of an ideal princess. His manipulative words hit like a punch, and she went wide-eyed and utterly speechless with pure horror. In that breathless pause, Zagran snapped, "Stick to the plan," and her face hardened as she swore she'd move exactly as His Majesty demanded. She spun around and strode past the horned beast's corpse, then faced the Imperial soldiers with no doubt in her eyes, ready to move forward. As she left, Minister Zagran stared her down, and a wide, deeply unsettling grin crawled across his face. Her armored boots crunched across the barren ground as she marched straight into the demon territory, where a huge tent stood and the Demon King, plus his whole retinue, waited. Inside the tent, she stood before the demon court again, calm, unshaken, and dangerous in the best way. She thanked them for pulling her soldiers out of danger, then introduced herself with perfect formality. Liana Dorgalia, third princess of the Dorgalia Empire. She kept going, stunned by how wild their domain's power really was, and told them she'd watched a sword reach even past the holy blade, firing strikes so far away they felt like the force of God, mowing down beasts and blasting clean through a mountain. As she finished, Minister Zagran clenched his fist and seethed with resentment. She trembles hard, sweat pouring down her brow as Minister Zagran watches, shocking but not surprising because even after the brainwashing, her fear still won't quit. Even now, the shock of that overwhelming power clings to her like a fresh wound. Demon King Looker admits she still trembles when she remembers the brutal force of that cursed blade. That same crushing presence hits her again right in front of her, while a masked figure steps out, eyes blazing from beneath his hood as he introduces himself as Rookie Everguard, ruler of the Demon Lord's domain, and thanks her for her gracious words. His flawless introduction freezes her in place and she can only stammer out a weak thank you. Then a twisted new figure crawls out of the shadows. The demon judge leans in and promises her there's no shame in losing because even the strongest can still break. He keeps breaking down the fight, admitting the Empire fought like they meant it, but he also points out their style only worked because the spider creatures were small. He breaks it down like a battlefield prophecy. If that beast's main body had charged in, the Empire's tight formation would have been smashed flat. And swinging her holy sword in that packed chaos would have risked her own people, so she chooses the one move that makes sense even if it's desperate, forcing a solo duel. Right as the judge wraps up his analysis, Minister Zagran strides in and demands the floor. He introduces himself as the war minister, heaps praise on Queen Rihanna and declares that sure she's a princess, but she fights like a real warrior for her comrades. Then he points out that if they hadn't been ambushed near the beast's weak, vulnerable underbelly, they could have pressed the attack so hard it would have even been forced to retrieve his. His formal greeting gets a sharp response from yet another top demon, Prime Minister Curve, the demon lord's trusted servant, steps forward, nods to the Minister of War and says he's heard plenty about him, along with the blazing General Razinga, who stands right beside him. He answers with smooth, diplomatic charm, thanking them for saving Princess Rihanna and urging them to celebrate the beast's defeat. Then he leans in close, pointing out how the Demon Lord's realm is tied to the Empire. Then he drops a bold declaration, grinning so wide it feels like the air itself cracks, saying that a victory shared together is a legendary moment people will pass down for generations. Behind him, the demon officials, Curve, the Demon King, and even Zagran watch in tense silence. A joint victory declaration hangs there like a bomb met with disbelief and raw anger. Demon King Lucia scoffs at the whole idea and Flame General Ray Zenga clenches his fist so hard his body trembles, fury held on a leash. Prime Minister Curve is the first to snap back, whipping around to face the general as he points at that distant swarm of spiders, demanding why the Empire struck first when the whole plan was to unite before the battle. Lucia watches, her face caught between pure confusion and deep, worried concern. Right before the general can even speak, Demon King Rookie Everguard shoots up a hand to shut him down. Curve begs for the truth so the soldiers won't be left in the dark, but the king waves him off, locks his focus on Princess Lyanna, and demands to know what really happened. The demon judge cuts in with a razor-sharp accusation, saying the beast's Gargalos never leaves the forest on its own. It had to be pushed by the Empire, and then he fires the question straight at Lyanna. So why did the Empire strike before our agreed meeting? His words spark a blazing rage in Demon King Lucia. She erupts in a roar, furious that their whole joint plan was built to keep casualties from happening, and that the Empire's moves just wrecked everything. She hammers home the terrifying question, what if civilians were close, or if that enraged beast had charged off the mountain straight into town? She dials her voice down, staring at the distressed princess as Lucia steps in and insists she isn't trying to throw blame, she just needs them to read the Empire's real intentions so they'll know if they can be trusted. Lyanna, crushed by it all, can only stutter out a desperate plea to the Demon King. Princess Lyanna, pinned under everyone's stares, braces herself and answers, straight to Demon Lord Rookie Everguard, then she lays out the real truth of what's going on. But before she can even finish, Minister Zagran strides forward and takes over, announcing that he'll explain everything himself, saying the whole incident happened because some soldiers acted reckless, chasing personal glory, and that leaves Leon stunned, wide-eyed, and totally unable to speak. Then he locks his razor-sharp stare on the princess and snaps that she better remember how a proper princess is supposed to act. Lucia snarls with frustration at his blatant game, while Lyanna just freezes, stunned by how far he's willing to go. His voice booms down the hall as he faces the demon court, saying that in the Empire, nobles who have broken the law get shipped straight to the battlefield for a shot at a lighter sentence. Then he adds that some of these overconfident upstarts moved way too fast. He's about to keep going when Flame General Razinga, wrapped in a blazing aura, erupts with a roar, demanding the Minister of War shut his mouth. With rage crackling in his veins, the Flame General snaps that this fight is strictly between him, the Demon Lord, and Princess Lyanna. Then he bellows at Minister Zagran that he has absolutely no right to butt in. Right as the tension is about to explode, the demon judge steps in, orders Rizinga to stand down, and even throws out their own apologies. With the commotion finally dying down, the judge swivels toward Demon King Lookier and asks, right there, what she thinks. Lookier just nods, flashes that knowing smile, and explains that later reports proved the Gargarosa beast dropped onto the plains because some rogue soldiers went rogue on their own. She keeps going, arms flung wide like she's unveiling an unshakable truth. She swears the Demon Lord's realm wasn't flagged because everyone's drowning in shame, and the Empire refused to let their humiliation be seen. That lockdown silence, she says, is exactly what gave them the opening to snatch the beast before it could slip away. The demon judge lets out a soft sigh, and it sounds like he's finally buying the story. Then Princess Lyanna steps in and throws out a heartfelt apology for every bit of trouble her people caused. Minister Zagran jumps in on the spot, slaps a hand over his heart, and declares the whole mess was caused by a handful of rogue soldiers. Then he loudly praises Princess Lyanna for choosing to save them anyway, before promising he'll spill the rest of the details next. The Prime Minister Curve slams him with instant questions, where these soldiers are right now and whether they can be interrogated. So Zagran calmly answers that they're already captured, but most are so badly wounded they can't even be brought up for questioning. Demon King Looker just watches the whole exchange in silence, clocking how ruthlessly the humans are trying to control the story, especially after the princess wasn't even covered in blood earlier. The Prime Minister won't let up, driving the question deeper. What if the soldiers swear that Zagran himself gave the order? Zagran shuts that down hard and coolly chimes in that desperate men will say anything just to dodge punishment. Then he cuts to the next move, holding up a letter for the Prime Minister like it's a victory trophy, thanking him and promising that an official Emperor reward is coming next. He makes it clear this first note is more than gratitude. It offers to share provisions, confirms their non-aggression pact, and even lays out the ceremony details ahead of time. Once the letter is in hand, Zagran folds his hands together and wears pure, satisfied relief. Inside demon territory, Prime Minister Curve reads out the Empire's letter and lays it bare. Up till now, the non-aggression pact was just ink on paper, but this new proposal demands a real, face-to-face ceremony. The Demon Lord's domain and the Empire will both show up, while Princess Lyanna and Minister Zagran step forward to present the terms directly to the Emperor. During a stiff, high-stakes meeting, Minister Zagran faces the demon leadership with a bow in his voice and flat-out admits the Demon King's power smashed every expectation the Empire ever had. So he argues it's only right they demand reinforcements to the pact, while a horned demon judge beside him studies every word in silence. He keeps going, saying he and Princess Lyanna will rush back to the capital to report everything to the Emperor. Then Zagran flat-out declares that His Majesty, the Demon Lord, and his sword of terrifying power have earned nothing less than their absolute respect. Once the Imperial envoy rides off, the demon judge snaps his gaze to his crew, thinking the humans have totally misread what that sword really is, and then, with a sharp voice, he tells them to hash out the proposal details in private. Prime Minister Curve immediately slams down, insisting they should accept the proposal, but the judge fires back like, "Take the benefits and walk away." Curve doesn't budge. He's dead sure the Empire will never, ever admit its mistakes out in the open. He lays it out, saying that once the non-aggression pact is renewed and a royal shows up at the ceremony, the Empire will have no choice but to treat the demon domain like an equal nation. Just that one move carries massive weight, and he swears it makes it impossible to tear up the pact later. Curve figures out that getting the royal family's official stamp is pure legitimacy magic for their whole domain, and the judge can't deny it. If they keep negotiating, it could even crack the door to trade with the humans. Just as they're hashing out strategy, General Razinga flames them, rage blazing across his face as he storms in and demands to know one thing. Are they really planning to let the Empire slip out of accountability for wrecking their joint operation? Demon King Lucy steps in like she owns the moment, eyes shut in quiet focus, and lays out the Empire's game plan. Those soldiers Zagran named weren't meant to be saved at all. They were set up to be scapegoats from day one, so demanding their surrender would just get spun into. They were executed. A cruel trick meant to ignite rage, and maybe that was the whole point from the start. Curve whips around to face the general, reading the fury in his eyes, then warns him not to bite into the Empire's trap. Riizinga clenches his teeth hard, his whole body shaking with rage. He's barely holding back at the humans' dirty, underhand tactics. They brushed off his silent fury as the hooded demon judge slammed down his verdict, saying he'd planned the fight to judge the Empire's true value. With Beast Gardarasa dead and not a scratch on their own people, he backed Curve's call and ordered them to take the rewards and end it. Demon King Lucia leaned in, her face tightening as the truth hit hard. The judge kept going, warning his ruler that some in their lands still have strings to the Empire, quiet barter in the borderlands, swapping rare goods a little at a time between both sides, until those tiny exchanges forged a real link between their peoples. She turned her back on doubt and the call was final. Lucia swore she wouldn't cut those bonds just to protect her people. She pushed the plan hard. This battle had to pay off with a proper formal letter tribute brought in and a renewed non-aggression pact to lock it all down. crush the beast, save an imperial royal, and then boom, send a message the common folks would actually feel. And her subordinates got it. Outside the field tent, Minister Zagrin leaned in and laid down a brutal lesson for Princess Lyanna. Listen close, shape yourself into that cold, calculating emperor, and never ever bow your head no matter how terrifying your opponent's power gets. She snapped his words right out of his mouth. Be quiet, Zagrin. Then she clenched her arm, dirt and blood smeared across it, and fired the command like a warning shot. Lyanna said he'd been drilling her with the same message since she was a kid, so she didn't need another reminder. With ice-cold certainty, she stared him down and declared, I am Princess Lyanna. Her smile warped into something wicked and unsettling, her eyes sparkling with pure predatory hunger. Then she swore, I'll never break, not for a second. Even if they're stronger, I'll still grab what I can. Zagrin flinched as her passion crashed over him. She'd take supplies, weapons, even secrets, everything. Because for his majesty and the empire, she'd do whatever it took. Later on, the Demon Lord's final decision was officially delivered straight to Princess Lena and Minister Zagrin inside their tent. At the formal meeting, Princess Lyanna, standing in for the empire, slammed her seal onto the terms, and once the rescue was done, the Demon Lord's domain got an official thank you letter and a tribute from the empire. The tribute came as an official thank you letter plus several chests, pure goodwill between the two powers. And it was all watched over by the masked Demon King Rookie and the stern Minister Zagrin before their diplomatic routine finally wrapped up. With their deal locked in, they clasped hands to seal the peace, continuing the non-aggression pact between the two powers. When the meeting finally wrapped up, Princess Lyanna shot her hand up and told Demon King Rookie, one last question, I swear. Rookie didn't hesitate, standing with his Prime Minister curve and the demon judge at his side while Minister Zagrin watched closely. She shot straight to the truth and demanded where their sudden power came from, pointing at the insane long-range magic and the brutal obsidian sword their army now carried. Judge, cloaked like a shadow, smirked and said they'd only stolen the alchemist's wisdom. And that answer totally blindsided Princess Lyanna, making her eyes go wide with shock. Her thoughts slammed into overdrive at that terrifying implication, and she blurted out loud, wait, could a wandering alchemist really be behind this? The Demon King Rookie nailed it. She knew he meant it, even if he picked his words like he was tiptoeing around danger, saying the guy basically wandered straight into the Demon Lord's domain. Her face snapped from pure shock into a sly, calculating grin, and she leaned in for more. What was this alchemist's race? Was he even a human from the Empire? The Demon King shot back, dead serious. And what would you do if he was? With a razor-sharp grin, she demanded an introduction and straight up called out her suspicion. There was no way this alchemist wasn't the same one who'd fixed her father's sword, because nobody else could have done it like that. The Demon King just stayed silent, sizing up what she really wanted. She blurted out that she wanted to thank him, and if she could, keep him right by her side. Then she snapped that even some lowly alchemist must obey when royalty commands. Demon King Lucia watched with pure disgust as Lyanna swore she'd bind his entire being to her. Minister Zagrin just nodded and agreed, because people like that exist to serve the Empire. Her excitement hit maximum volume as she declared that even an alchemist with zero combat skills could still serve the Empire. Then Minister Zagrin nodded along, saying the Emperor would back it too and that it'd be the alchemist's greatest honor. All Demon King Lucia could do was stare back, silently satisfied. Meanwhile, Demon King Lucy's face twisted in pure fury, her eyes swallowing into black pits of rage as she read the Empire's declaration. Only one shocked, disbelief-filled sound could escape her. Her rage simmered as all that chaos unfolded far away once Lord Rookie sent word that the giant Hexenbius had been crushed. A brutal dark scar still marred the land. That gut-wrenching devastation sparked a brand new mission. Lady Ugne's unit got sent out to patrol near the beast's old nest, hunting for any surviving spiders, and Thor and his aide, Mabel, rode along with them. As they pushed deeper into the forest, Ugne snapped that Thor could have stayed back at base and trusted her team to finish the job, but Thor refused, insisting he was part of the unit too. Right nearby, the salamanders hissed in awe, recognizing him as the Demon Lord's right hand and the mastermind who forged their brutal weapon. And that praise, it hit Thor like a curse. He looked downright uncomfortable. Suddenly, a runaway lick of fire from one of the salamanders snatched Agnes's armor and lit it up. Agnes gasped, and Thor snapped into action, bellowing an incantation to bottle the flames. He managed to trap the Ifrit's fire inside a tiny device, and the salamanders stared in outright shock. while Thor, blushing and flustered, insisted it was just his personal storage tool, the kind not everyone could pull off. Mabel spots the perfect opening to brag in front of the creatures, gushing that her alchemist lord is far beyond anything they can picture, even calling his feat a miracle. Yet her over-the-top praise just digs deeper and deeper into Thor's embarrassment. Once the adrenaline faded, her face hardened. She pressed a serious worry to Thor, fearing Imperial soldiers could be lurking in this territory. She leaned in and asked if meeting someone from the Empire would be a nightmare for him, and Thor just waved it off, claiming his new cloak disguised him well, then grinned and happily hinted it might be the perfect chance to snag even more alchemy materials. Even while Mabel stayed on edge, Thor's mind had sprinted ahead. He was already thinking that grabbing spider legs could be exactly what he needed, since figuring out how tough they were might be the secret to forging a brand new sword, tougher than the legendary Holy Blade. He replayed the fight with the Gardarasa in his head, the princess lifting her sacred sword and blasting a streak of light that cut down the ambushing spiderlings with zero effort, yet somehow that same swing drained itself so fast it barely nicked the beast's true body. Then his thoughts snapped back to the blade itself, a masterpiece in steel and glow, and he started measuring its power like this. It felt like it could defend against the might of 50 spiders. And just like that, the answer drew a straight line in his mind. If he could figure out how tough those spiders really were, he'd finally uncover what that legendary sword was truly capable of. Thor stands right in front of Lucy and Agnes and lays it out. He insists that cracking the details of forging is everything, especially since he's aiming to forge a weapon that'll eclipse the holy sword. Lucy's jaw drops as she blurts out what he's really planning. Lucy and Agni hear his ambition and freeze with wide, shocked eyes. Then Lucy presses him for the truth, demanding to know if he really plans to forge a sword stronger than the one he just showed off. Thor can't stop replaying his own reaction, baffled that they looked so shaken. Because that magic sword, the laser blade, is basically a glorified laser pointer that just blasted through the spiders and carved up the Gargalos abyss until it was over. He smirks to himself, replaying how insanely incredible Lucy was in that fight, and he realizes the real power wasn't just her, it was her magic, and the moment he imagines her wheel to sword again, determination slams into his chest. So he vows to forge a real sword meant just for her. Across the way, Lucy erupts in a triumphant laugh, and a dark, crushing aura whips around her like thunder. As Thor can't stop blushing at his own thoughts, Mabel steps in fast and tells him straight up, His Majesty, the Demon King, would rather have him come back safe than trade for another sword. Her practical words yank him back to reality, then he grins hard and nods, swearing he'll head back soon. Avni still just stares, worry etched in her face, whispering that she doesn't want Lord Thor getting hurt either. He whips around to Agnes with a grateful grin, thanking her for looking out for him, then locks in a promise to both her and Mabel. No matter what, if they spot any spider legs, he'll haul them over at full lightning speed. That promise calms Lucy instantly. She lets out a soft smile, then drops the hunt for materials and heads back, refusing to add even more worry to anyone's shoulders. Agni stays right beside her, still clasping her hands tight with raw anxiety. Right when the group finally lets their guard down, Thor's face snaps cold. His eyes lock onto the distance as he barks that he's spotted an Imperial soldier. And through the trees you can clearly make out a whole line of armored figures marching in. That sudden threat explodes into the party like a fire alarm, and panic ripples everywhere. Agni bolts into action, screams for Lord Thor to follow her at once, and he snaps to attention, ready to dash straight into the dark, dense woods. The Empire's reach didn't stop at the frontier. Somewhere else, a second armored figure stood rock solid, staring down a wall of soldiers whose spears formed a brutal forest of steel. Meanwhile, way outside the wilderness, deep inside the Empire, the capital kept booming behind its ironclad walls. Inside one of the city's dazzling mansions, Count Ligas, his cheek marked by a brutal scar, jerked as a maid burst in and announced she'd brought his tea. She blurted that her order to call him Count straight up came from the Minister of War, and when his silence hit, her nerves snapped. Then he finally nodded along, calm as ever, saying it was totally fine. His yes was a fake mask. Then, in a flash, his face snapped into a manic grin as he lunged close, roaring at her to call him Duke, and she screamed in terror. He turned his back on her, and his voice rang with pure conviction, saying he'd claw back his title and restore his honor, no matter what it took. He swore he'd snatch everything back, telling his target to hold tight and watch what happens next. Then the camera swings wide as he faces the Minister of War, Barga, and Ligas hammers the point again, demanding everyone call him Duke. His fist clenched until his knuckles turned bone-white, and he was dead sure that piling up achievements would shoot him straight to the top. So a promotion wouldn't just happen, it would feel inevitable. War Minister Barga stayed rock solid, then with one hand to his chest, he calmly shut down the ambitious Count, telling him that for now he'd better use the right title. War Minister Barga. With zero hesitation, Ligas spun back toward the dazed maid, his silhouette swallowed by shadow, and with total confidence he declared that victory was right within reach, all because of one special letter he held. Sweat pours down his face as he fumes through his own scheme, saying his win is guaranteed the second that one letter lands in his fool of a son's hands. He even imagines Thor getting the note, acting like it came from his adoring father back in the Empire, then slipping off to read it. And it doesn't matter if Thor obeys the plan afterward or blows it off, either way, the trap snaps shut. He keeps pressing his logic: if Thor follows orders, they'll sniff him out as a spy, and if he refuses, the boy won't be able to spill what's inside the letter. Either way, they slam the boy shut and force him into silence. He's convinced this forced silence will shove Thor straight into needing him, and he pictures the boy's allies, Maid Mabel included, getting worn down as letter after letter keeps landing, each one fueling fresh suspicion across the Demon Lord's realm while Thor secretly reads every note. Once that full wave of isolation hits, he's going to snap and turn his son into his puppet. He sneers at the absurd thought that Thor could ever form real bonds with the filthy demi-humans he's already decided are worthless, because in his mind that kid is nothing but a pawn doomed to get dragged under his control. Minister Zagran Echo thundered that he'd get his punishment cut if the mission pulled through. Then, just like Gaskov can't help believing it, Zagran is convinced this victory will be so massive his sentence gets wiped clean. His ambition doesn't stop at just getting him pardoned. He vows that once he's got his son under his control and bends the Flame General to his will, he'll march straight into the dark and kill the Demon Lord himself. If he pulls this off, he tells himself, he'll rise as a hero, turning into a living legend. He savors every possibility, grinning like it's a perfect dilemma: Minister of War or a celebrated hero. And no matter what, he's sure he's about to stride straight into greatness. His glorious rise feels locked in now. He whirls on the Minister of War and dares him to explain why he'd ever quake in fear. While Barga stirs his drink in silence, Count Ligas erupts into wild, triumphant laughter. His maniacal laughter dies down and he freezes in a dramatic pose, eyes blazing, grin stretched way too wide. Then he taunts the point of his own elaborate schemes, talking to an invisible crowd like my friends are right there, while down below the maids, glasses and all, can only tremble in pure terror. He throws his head back, bursting with triumphant glee, and roars for everyone to sing the hymn of glory with him. In his mind, he's already celebrating, chucking the wine of victory, splashing it all over his face like a total madman. His daydream bursts into action with a playful leap. He snaps his heels together midair like he's sealing the moment with a grin. Far from the Count's secret plotting, a towering winged fighter steps up in front of a roaring crowd. He lifts his hand to the sky and announces that the hour of revolution is right around the corner. In a forest clearing, Mabel, Flamed General Rizenga, and an unhelmeted Ugnis all snap their heads toward a rustle in the bushes. Then a soldier in imperial armor stumbles into view, visor down, eyes hidden, gasping that he's been chased by spiders and got lost while fleeing. As everything starts to unfold, Thor slips into the cover of twilight, checking his gear like a pro. His cloak is shadow weave, magic woven to drink up light and turn jet black, and when the sun drops, he pulls his hood low and disappears into the dark. He presses on, replaying what Rookie told him. A handful of Imperial soldiers struck the Hexambia swarm before the mission even kicked off, just to poke the bear, and sure, it screams provocation, but something still gnaws at him like there's a hidden motive waiting to be uncovered. In a clearing, Ugni takes one look at the soldier and calls out how brutal his ordeal's been, like she's trying to keep things calm. The man shoots his hands up right away, offers to disarm himself, and pleads for one thing: help getting back to the Empire's army. She accepts his plea and presses a hand to her heart, promising him she's Agnes, the Flame General's daughter, Lysinga Freesad, and she'll make sure he gets back safe. The second the blindfolded soldier hears her name, his grin twists into something deadly. He greeted her with legendary energy, and right away he confirmed it. Lady Agnes. Then the soldier swore he'd heard countless tales of her heroic deeds, his voice practically buzzing with awe. Elsewhere, a different man just sat back and watched everything explode, his smug grin stretching wider like he already knew how this would end. From the shadows, Thor's eyes snapped sharp with recognition. He clocked the man instantly as the leader of Count Liege's personal guard. He remembered the man from his past disaster, the same guy who spelled out the reasons for his exile and slammed him as useless in combat. Now seeing the guard leader show up here felt terrifyingly wrong, like it was all part of some bigger game. A squad of soldiers stands around while a woman with long, wavy hair studies a blindfolded man in plate armor, then blurts out, stunned, why the ducal house's headguard would show up in a place this remote. From way off in the distance, Thor's eyes lock in pure focus, no blink. Then he chooses caution and starts working his alchemy, swirling a tiny, dark, thick substance like it's alive. With a snap of creation, he transmutes the material into a giant, fluffy cushion and slaps it into place with a grim face. Because yeah, it's a trap cushion. He whips around to Mabel and tells her to hand the object to the niece's lady. Mabel stares back, totally baffled, wondering if it's really the cushion meant just for her. Meanwhile, the blindfolded soldier looks drained, stumbling toward a giant rock like it's his last shot at rest. Mabel takes one look and admits Thor's right, grumbling that she'd rather not deal with him whining about forcing a proud imperial soldier to sit on cold stone. Then she orders him to lay the cushion on the rock and Thor immediately agrees. A moment later, the soldier stumbles onto the rock and plops down like he belongs there, while Thor slides him that cozy cushion. Mabel, stunned by his kindness, blurts out if Thor knows the soldier and how close they ever were. Then Thor, hiding his face under that hood, admits the truth. He's the Liga's Ducal House guard captain, the one from his old home. He makes it crystal clear they're not close at all. This captain is the very guy who once mocked him for lacking combat skills after he got exiled. Mabel's eyes go wide with pure shock and she instantly blurts out, "Can I use attack magic?" Thor calmly tells her to wait, then lays it out. The whole thing doesn't add up. Why would a guard captain roam this area by himself? And deep down, Thor just wants to uncover the real reason that man is really here. She squints at the captain's lame excuse and Mabel blurts out the real problem. The Empire worships military discipline. There's no way they'd just let a soldier vanish, and they track every single unit number. So Mabel snaps the conclusion shut. There's got to be another reason this man is here. Just as he's finally locked into his thoughts, the captain explodes with a shout, demanding a moment with Lady Agnes Frisia, and Thor, Mabel, and the armored woman all freeze, utterly caught off guard. The captain swallows his shock, drops to one knee in front of the newly hooded Thor, and shoves a sealed letter into his hands, ordering him to deliver it to Lord Ligas. Thor freezes when the man calls him "my master." Lord Thor Ligas. While Agnes watches, the captain snaps the story open. He says the letter holds an apology and a fresh proposal. He insists Lord Bartoligas got tricked by that border marquis and that Thor paid for it with brutal injustice. Then he flashes a menacing grin and wonders out loud if he should just destroy. Desperation hits him hard as he begs Thorn to drop his guard, swearing he's Lord Thorn's most trusted aide. Then Mabel strides in, apologizes for the interruption, and cuts him off by declaring herself the one true loyal aide. Her calm report shatters the captain. His face twists in pure disbelief as he can't wrap his head around the fact that someone else is claiming they're serving Lord Thorlegas. Mabel grabs the opening and flashes the captain a sweet smile, then lays it on thick, reminding him of his most trusted aide claim and cornering him with a sharp question. What does Lord Thor really like? She keeps pushing for details, his hobbies, his favorite color, his favorite food, until the captain starts sweating like crazy, flat out unable to answer even the simplest questions. His stammering silence is the final proof she needs, and her eyes harden as she snaps that if he really knew Thor, he'd have those answers too, leaving the captain frozen, his lie fully exposed. Crouched under his hood, Thor watches the whole exchange unfold and smirks. He clocked it instantly. The man isn't stuttering because he's scared, he stutters because Thor has ignored him before and that's all the man knows. Mabel flashes a knowing grin and corners the flustered captain, asking if she can spill secrets with Lord Thor's okay. But the captain clenches his fist, sweats buckets and snaps that a master's secrets must never be exposed. Mabel doesn't blink, just tells him to go ahead and leaves him utterly stunned. His bluff yanked the captain's stammer into total shock, then a calm voice sliced through the chaos. Thor had arrived, cool as ice, and told the captain he could talk about him all he wanted. The captain's eyes blew wide as recognition hit, and he shouted Thor's name like it was impossible. He strides up to the stunned guard, cool as ice, while Thor remarks that he never knew the Ducal house had an aide this loyal, and he wants the captain's side of the story. Caught dead in his own lie, the captain only manages to stammer. Snapping into motion, the man quickly fixes Thor's mistake, slamming the truth down. That house lie gas isn't a duchy anymore, it's the house account now, and Thor is totally reading the situation wrong. Then the captain realizes a ton of time has gone by, clocking how much Thor has changed, and how he's changed too, while Thor just nods quietly. He replays the captain's words in his head, and unease starts crawling up his spine. Something's off, the whole story just doesn't match. He remembers the Empire and how small they made him feel every time he got snapped at, and he shakes the memory off before it drags him under. For now, he refuses to chase those inconsistencies. While the group is busy, two women slip into the background and watch from afar, one marveling that Thor's being ringed by demon folk who worship and guard him, the other staring, grim-faced, as she realizes this twist just wrecked everything about their plan. The captain finally snaps. He lunges forward, yanks Thor by the cloak and roars, "Why do the demon folk trust you so much?" Then his venom spills as he spits that Thor must be groveling, licking their boots just to win favor. Thor's explosive outburst gets shut down by a tired sigh, and he snaps that this exact attitude is why he and the Empire can't keep talking on the same terms. Then he brushes off the captain's accusations as pure lies, cuts him off mid-rant, and demands the letter his father promised him. With a sharp click of his tongue, the captain drops the hostile stance, pulls out a sealed scroll and hands it to Thor, saying it's a letter from Count Ligas, meant to be opened and read alone, slowly and with care. Thor narrows his eyes at the thing and demands, if it's addressed to him, why can't he read it right here, right now? He snatches the sealed letter with total confidence but doesn't crack it open himself. He hands the scroll straight to Agni and Mabel and orders them to open it and read every word aloud. His face tightens the moment he sharpens his order, making sure every person in the room hears those exact words from the letter. The captain from House Ligas erupts in sheer shock. His face twists into pure disbelief as he hears the public command. He blows up in outrage, screaming that a noble son can't let his father's letter get read out loud, and demanding that Thor read it in his room like the Count is right there watching. Yet Thor just shrugs off the tantrum, tells the women it's okay, and says to continue, while Mabel accepts the order as Mabel and Agni unroll the scroll, Thor lays out why he's doing this. He's absolutely sure Bargalegas's message is pure poison, a setup meant to strike the Demon Lord's domain. So he's determined to read it out loud right here and right now, proving beyond doubt that he's not part of any scheme and wiping his name clean. The captain's smirk turns into smug, knowing confidence as he asks if Thor finally gets what the Count is feeling. Then, with a quiet, pointed smile, Thor shoots back that he understands it perfectly, loud and crystal clear. Once Thor reads what's inside, his face hardens with cold understanding. He calls that letter nothing but pure poison. The letter's real mission finally slams into the light, pretty words, deadly intent. It demands intel on the Demon Lord's realm, a breakdown of how his forces are being gathered, and one thing to send chills through Thor: bring Agni's back to the Empire as a hostage. And the worst part, they're planning to snatch the letter back on the new moon because Thor suddenly realizes the handwriting doesn't belong to his father. The captain throws on an act of pure outrage, begging Thor to stop insulting the Count and swearing that the letter came from the heart, but Thor reads between the lines. Sure, the handwriting is his father's, but the wording reeks of someone else, probably an officer higher up in the Empire who shoved him to do it. With his eyes dark from this last betrayal, Thor snaps and declares he's done with House Ligas for good. His resolve hardens into something unbreakable, because he's done letting the Empire use him for its convenience, and in this brutal act of betrayal he doesn't see a setback, he sees the perfect opening to strike. He snapped his voice up toward the packed crowd and slammed down the news. His father, Bargalegas, had sent a letter soaked in betrayal. The real message, he said, was to spill intel about the domain and haul Lady Agnes straight to the Empire. And just imagining that kind of missive coming from his own blood made bile churn in his gut, while the Ligas guard captain stared back in stunned, horrified silence. He kept going, his voice cracking with pure conviction, declaring that anyone who'd written those sinful words could never be called his father. When Agni heard it, tears surged up in her eyes, and she hurried to tell him she finally understood every bit of what he was feeling, while Mabel just stared, trembling with worry. His resolve turned into a thunderous vow, whether it was the Count's house or the Empire itself. If they ever came for the people he loved, he'd rip every bond apart. They had thrown him out once, and now he'd do the same right in front of everyone. From that moment, he swore he'd live under his late mother's name. He spun back to the crowd and declared, "I'll never call myself a lie again." From that moment on, his name was Thor Kanan, nothing more, nothing less, just an alchemist. Born in the Empire, now living inside the Demon Lord's domain, and that's all he would ever be. As he and Mabel strode away from the platform, she straight up praised his choice, swearing she'd call him Lord Thor Kanan from here on out, even if it stung a little that their secret name was suddenly out in the open. He apologized for spilling it, and before he could blink, Mabel's heartbreak snapped into a dazzling smile. She admitted she was secretly happy, because now she could call him by the name she loved anytime she wanted. Mabel didn't just recommit, she stood up and formally pledged herself to Lord Thor Kanan with even fiercer devotion than before, while Agni stepped forward like, "Names don't matter." He reminded her he was the one who saved her and she would follow him forever. The demi-humans crowd roared back in full agreement, matching every ounce of that loyalty, chanting that they understood Lord Thor Kanan's wishes and that not a single letter from the Empire would ever rattle their trust in him. Among them, 2 armored soldiers from the Flame Giants contingent nodded and agreed, one declaring they had to repay that trust, because without it, even the name Flame Giant would mean nothing. A surge of hardcore support slammed into the Imperial Envoy like a tidal wave, and the guard captain from House Ligas just froze, jaw dropped, eyes wide, while the crowd detonated into one massive roar, swearing loyalty to their brand new hero. As the stun guard leader watched, the truth of his declaration hit Thor like a wave, and suddenly his eyes brimmed with tears, while Mabel stood behind him, studying him with a soft, knowing look. He shot a hand to his face and wiped away the moisture with a firm, determined motion, while Mabel's supportive smile widened just a little more. Seeing that display only pushed the leader of House Liege's guards over the edge. He roared, demanding to know if Thor truly grasped what it meant to ditch his family name and forget his imperial pride, while the nearby knight Agnis stayed kneeling in deadly silence. Thor's face hardened fast. He shut it down cold and said he didn't want that name, not even a little. He introduced himself as Thor Kanan from the Demon Lord's domain, then barked at the guard to go straight back and tell his master exactly that. He kept going, snapping that the Thorley gas was gone the moment his father tossed him aside, and now he was tossing his own father right back, word for word. The guard leader only stammered, completely stunned and lost as his sentence died mid-breath. With everything finally settled, his gaze snapped to the still kneeling woman, and he demanded to know how she slipped past the Empire's forces to reach this place, because the leaders of the demon domain would be dying to hear her tale. The Imperial Envoy just stood there, drenched in sweat and totally stunned by all this power, stuttering as he questioned whether this could really be Thor Ligas, because the man in front of him didn't match the one he'd seen in the capital. He flashed a confident, knowing smile and said the change was easy to explain. No one had ever really seen him for who he was. Right behind him, Mabel and the Agnis watched in awe as the assembled demi-humans erupted in cheers. On a barren field, Demon King Rookie rallies his commanders, praising their flawless work, and then declares the battlefield wiped clean, no monster stragglers left. Flame General Razinga stands at attention as a young man in a white cloak, Thor, steps forward and says they've been waiting for His Majesty to return. Right then, a lone Imperial soldier stumbles into view, terror frozen across his face as he spots the Demon Lord. He knows he has to run or die, but when he bolts, his body locks up mid-step and he screams like his life is ending, convinced the Demon Lord is about to swallow him alive. He thrashes and begs for freedom, but his feet stay nailed in place like the ground has swallowed him whole. He screams that he can't stand. This soldier's been snapped inside a trap cushion, an earth attribute device wrapped in magicwoven cloth and stuffed with slalomine shells that stiffen the moment they sense magic, trapping him so completely he can't escape. As the soldier keeps squirming and begging, Demon King Looker snaps her attention to Rookie with a flat, annoyed stare, asking what the hell is happening, and reminding him she ordered a search for missing Imperial soldiers, not to find one dragged in like a battered mess. Thor keeps her questions steady as he explains, dead calm, that the guy's a lost Imperial soldier, squirming like crazy because a cushion has him pinned to a rock. Then Thor leans down and calls the panicked man out by his name. Thor is. Using that name, he snaps the attention of the onlookers, and her face hardens as she locks eyes with Thor, warning him they'll have a long talk later. Then she orders Rei Zinga to haul the Imperial soldier into custody and interrogate him down to the last detail, while Thor stands there, tense, feeling like something big is about to go down. With the prisoner dealt with, Demon King Rookie snaps his focus onto the huge army lined up in front of him, thrusts his arms in the air, and roars that their monster-killing mission is done, declaring it a full-blown success. His declaration explodes, and the demi-humans answer with a thunderous roar. Rookie then shouts that it's time to drop down to the plains, pitch camp, and throw a victory feast to celebrate their win. As night crashes down, the army slams camp into place, glowing tents stretching across the plains below a jagged, dark mountain range, a brutal reminder of just how massive the demon forces really are. Inside the tents, the victory party is roaring. Minotaurs, lizardmen, and other demi-human soldiers crowd around overflowing tables, stuffing themselves on food and drinks while celebrating the fight they finally won. Beneath the midnight sky, a towering, horned figure in dark robes steps up and tells Thor, "I am the alchemist's Lige," and Thor, with Mabel at his side, looks like he's finally recognizing the guy as Lord Rookie, while two massive wind barrels sit nearby, ready to be unleashed. Then the real Demon King Lookier leans in and demands Thor spill what the third Imperial princess said. So Thor nods, calls Lookier by the right title this time, and tells the whole truth about his vow to the mysterious hooded man, a promise to become someone his king would never be embarrassed to have. He keeps going, saying he's got serious respect for Lord Rookie, hands down the best ruler he's ever seen, and with that kind of trust, he's ready to finally spill what really happened with the princess. Thor's tale kicks off with Queen Rihanna's brutal demand. The Imperial family wants the alchemist to hand himself over completely so they can order him to forge whatever they please, and when Demon King Looker hears it, shock hits his face like a punch. He tells the story of how the princess begged Lookier to bring the wandering alchemist back to the Empire. Because he'd been born there, she claimed, so he must want to go home, and she sealed it with a confident snap. Royals don't waste talent. But that sweet idea hid a brutal truth. Rihanna wanted the alchemist to obey without a single doubt, all the way to his last breath, for the Emperor standing silent behind her. Looker's words are burned into memory. Her face hardened, her voice ironclad as she shut down the idea that Thor would become just another tool for the Empire. And in that moment, Rihanna could only stand there, stunned and lost by the refusal. Her fury finally blew wide open. Lookier screamed at the memory of that princess, furious that she dared label him a mere wandering alchemist, like he hadn't earned respect. And she was insisting that if he really was her subordinate, she should have spotted his worth before he ever slipped out of her domain. She kept blasting her tirade, claiming Rihanna wouldn't even bother with the bare minimum, because any real princess, Lookier insisted, would have spotted his brilliance, kept him by her side, or at least talked to him before shipping him off as a hostage. As Lookier's rage finally cooled, the hooded judge slammed down the verdict, saying Rihanna only remembered Thor after she saw his skills in the demon realm, then calling it a brutal act of disrespect toward him. When the judge slammed down his condemnation, everyone reacted in wildly different ways. Minister Zagran broke down and openly wept. Princess Rihanna shook with fear and swore she knew nothing, insisting she hadn't been there when it happened, while the other demon leaders just stayed stone-cold silent. Her desperate pleas crashed into Demon King Looker's icy, clinical analysis. Then it hit her. The princess had no clue who he truly was, the man they shipped off as a hostage, and not a trace of the deep feelings he carried for the people he was forced to leave behind. She realized Rihanna still didn't get the real size of his power, the kind that could reshape the entire world, and that he never wanted anything for himself, only to build useful tools for everyone. That mind-blinding ignorance only sharpened the Demon King's resolve, warmth flickering in her chest as she thought of Thor. Yet she stared down the princess, who didn't even realize the danger, and told the judge, loud and certain, that she would never hand Thor over to the Empire. Her cold, hard declaration snapped the spark in her subordinate and sent him into a rage, and Loki rushed back to the furious General Riizinga, begging him to please calm down. Princess Rihanna tried to calm him down, but he wouldn't budge. Heat and rage swelled off him as he snapped that their brutal atmosphere was terrifying. His read was spot on. Rihanna was sweating bullets, shaking with terror, and when the looker glanced down, her face flickered into something he couldn't quite decode. When the princesses finally spoke up, the demon judge stepped in, snapping to Rizinga that his rage made sense, but their verdict was final, no room to argue. Even Lookier jumped in, urging her general to cool off. With his temper finally cooling, he pivoted his masked face toward Princess Rihanna and ended the whole thing, declaring they'd say no more about Thor. Even with that final tone hanging in the air, she shoved out one last desperate plea, begging them to change their minds. Then her voice faded, swallowed by Thor's ruthless creed. Anyone from any background who lived in his domain became his people, and once they were under his command, he'd never hand their details to outsiders. The demon judge slams down his final verdict on the imperial delegation, declaring Exiled that he won't hand over the alchemist because the alchemist was chosen by Rookie Evergard herself. Then he hammers home the truth. It was their empire that rejected and cast Thor away, and now they've got to live with the mess they made. While beside him, Queen Rihanna's hand clenches into a frustrated fist. Right then, Demon King Looker explodes into action, roaring her own declaration, claiming Thor will discover happiness there with her. Her explosive outburst slams the imperial invoice into silence. Queen Rihanna, Minister Zagrin, General Rizenga, and the Bat Commander all freeze, their faces torn between pure shock and flat-out disbelief. She clutches her chest and swears that the justice he gave brought her peace, and now she'll heal his heart. With iron resolve, she declares he won't leave her side and she'll never, ever hand him over. She lays it all out. Sure, killing the Hexen Beast was a shared win, but Thor's different. She won't hand him over to the Empire. Once Lookier's motives are laid bare, the demon judge snaps his gaze back to the silent princess, declaring he only wants peace to keep breathing between their nations, asking for nothing more. Then he turns it into a formal question, straight up asking Princess Lyanna if she'll accept the deal. The result of that negotiation hits Thor and Mabel soon after. Then a flashback cuts in. A drenched, defeated Queen Rihanna stammers out her acceptance. Back in the present, Thor's stunned. He admits he knew the talks would be rough, but not like this. Mabel's just as shocked as. Still reeling from the news, Mabel quietly echoes Looker's line, "I'll make sure he's happy here," and hearing it secondhand makes Thor's face flush hard. The story swings back to Lookier, who's now chatting with Mabel, and the maid beams as she breathes out her thanks to Her Majesty. Lookier bursts into bright laughter, like it's the most obvious thing in the world, that she'll make sure every one of her people stays happy, and yes, that includes Mabel. Then she adds, "Oh, and Thor." The second his name slips into her promise, Thor totally loses his cool because her words hit him like a confession and his heart starts pounding like crazy. A robe-clad demon official corners him and demands, "Did you fix a magic sword in the Empire?" Thor snaps back, "Yes," remembering he actually worked on that very blade inside a government storage facility. Right away, the official pieces it together. Thor has to be that roaming alchemist Princess Rihanna warned about. Thor then hits back, saying House Ligas wiped his office records on purpose and pinned all his wins on a fake name. That's exactly why Demon King Looker has been so blunt. She flat out says she won't trick or use Thor, and she admits she brought up the princess's interest openly because, deep down, she'd never lie to a friend. As the tense diplomatic meeting grinds on, Queen Rihanna finally dares to speak carefully at first, suggesting that because the alchemist hails from her empire, he must surely want the same thing she does. Just as she's about to finish, Thor cuts her off with a sharp, unwavering smile and demands that she pass along a message the very next time she's face-to-face with her princess. He presses on, ordering her to make the princess reign in her nobles and slam the brakes on those unwanted letters being sent overseas. So blunt it floors Queen Rihanna while Mabel watches with calm, approving eyes. Spitting in the face of the imperial delegation, Thor locks eyes with Demon King Lookier and tells him straight up, he's not coming back. If he does, the Emperor will chain him as a tool, forcing him to crank out whatever brutal orders he's given, and Thor refuses that life with every ounce of fire in him. Right now, he can make whatever he wants only because of her. He keeps pouring out his heartfelt confession, saying she handed him a home, a job, and the freedom to build whatever he dreamed, then cheered every single piece like it was magic. It's in that perfect world that he stumbles onto an online catalog, and with her as his liege he swears with a grin that life finally feels amazing. His honest words slam into the looker so hard they leave them stunned and speechless for a moment. With that bright, real smile, Thor tells Demon King Lookyer those imperial princesses mean nothing to him at all, and he's happiest exactly where he stands, deep in the Demon Lord's domain under Lord Rookaside. Elsewhere, Demon King Rookie leans into the night and stares at the moon, telling Prime Minister Curve he was terrified he'd boxed Thor in. Until now, because he watches the sky prove him wrong and Curve's smirk flashes like victory. The demon judge steps up and roars to a cheering crowd of demi-humans, praising how Thor boldly picked his new name, Thor Cannon, right there for everyone to hear, and the crowd erupts like, "He's one of us now." Look-Ear can't hide her satisfied grin because she knew it would go exactly like this. High above the clouds, she tells Thor the mission is done, then promises she'll march back to the Demon King's castle with the whole army the very next day. Thor, grateful to his core, thanks Her Majesty. When they finally returned, Flame General Razinga ordered Thor and Mabel to stay at his estate for now, then revealed Thor's new workshop and home would rise on fresh land, so Thor better go inspect the site. It hit him like a thunderclap. Thor clenched his fist in shock because this wasn't some half measure anymore. He was getting a real alchemist workshop at last. His face bursts with pure joy as the image flashes in his mind, his very own shop, finally ready to hoist a sign that screams his alchemy services are open for business. Demon King Rookie perks up and says this is real, because a workshop was one of Thor's biggest dreams, and he can't wait to watch Mabel and the others lean in, listening like their lives depend on it. "Thor, check this," she winks at him playfully and tells him, "Go too far and I'll send someone from the castle to keep you in line." Thor beams back like, "Got it." Meanwhile, in a barren, rocky pass, a starving imperial soldier gasps and staggers forward, and up on a ridge, a lone figure stands there watching as an entire army waits. The soldier crumpled to his knees in front of Riizinga as Riizinga coldly told him the letter never made it to its destination. And out in the distance, Agni's watch stayed locked on the field, watching her forces roll over everything. Inside the Empire, Minister Zagron stews over what just happened, grinding his teeth because if fate had smiled, he'd snatched both an informant and a demon's sword. But he forces himself to admit it. Even pinning Thor Ligas down as the wandering alchemist is a win, and the kid himself confirms it. That single admission hit like a thunderclap, a shocking announcement to everyone. In the demon lands surrounded by little curious creatures, Thor declared his new name, Thorkennen. He swore he'd never use Ligas again, formally introducing himself as an alchemist from the Empire who'd stepped into the Demon King's territory. Zagran still remembers the jolt of watching Thor read the letter out loud, clearing his own name while tossing his family name aside. He storms off and the truth hits him. This kid isn't just a master craftsman, he's got a razor-sharp strategic brain too. Zagran realizes it in the same breath. This isn't normal. The minister forces himself to accept it. He's up against someone who moves with surgical precision. He rattles off everything that went wrong: the botched expedition, the demonic beast Gardarasa, the Demon King Rookie Everguard, and the traitor Thor Cannon who's already flipped sides. Meanwhile, the Imperial forces' retreat doesn't slip by unnoticed. Within the dark forest, rabbit people huddle in the shadows and stare in silence as the exhausted soldiers trudge across a barren wasteland. At the expedition's camp, Minister Zagran strides up to Queen Rihanna and tells her they'll march back to the Empire at dawn, then orders her to get some rest. Rihanna's head hangs in shame as she blurts that she'll take full responsibility for the failure, but Zagran shuts it down fast, saying this isn't the time or the place to spiral into that discussion. He keeps drilling his advice with a hard, steady voice, warning her, no matter what, to never let weakness show in front of the soldiers or the people, because fear spreads like wildfire and her only job now is to stand with dignity. Shame flickers across her face, then disappears as understanding takes over. She inhales to steady her nerves, looks up and nods, agreeing with his verdict. Zagran locks eyes with her as the sunrise blazes behind him, then he throws one last desperate plea. For the Empire to survive, she has to get stronger. A fresh resolve hardens her expression. She locks eyes with him, nods at his words, and says his name with calm, unstoppable determination. Right when she finally exhales and settles into quiet thoughts, a savage rustle erupts from the bushes, and out of the dark comes a huge, horned rabbit with glowing eyes charging straight at her. Right before the creature can pounce on her, Minister Zagran explodes into its path, yanking a blade from his walking stick in a flash, then he roars, shouting if Her Highness is okay. When the rabbit unleashes a sharp pain shriek, the queen confirms she's totally unharmed. He sliced through the horned rabbit in one brutal, powerful slash, and the strike blasted its body into 2 flying pieces. As the creature's remains hit the ground, Zagran's eyes harden. He snaps to the conclusion that one of his friends must have tracked them down for revenge. He trusted his gut, drove his weapon cane hard into the ground, then roared an order for everyone to hit battle stations, because he feared some abnormal beast was lurking nearby. His soldiers snap into formation and Queen Rihanna freezes, baffled by the word abnormal. Zagran doesn't blink, rage and resolve burning in his voice, as he promises that whatever the threat is, he'll protect her. This conviction surges through the ranks, an unspoken vow every soldier swears together to stand and fight for their queen. In perfect sync, the whole retinue snaps into a defensive ring around the queen and Minister Zagran, blades out, swords poised, ready to strike from any angle. After that hair-raising silence, Queen Rihanna turns to Zagran and says she can't feel a single monster around, like it's gone for good, and then she shrugs it off as nothing more than a normal wild beast. She thinks she's finally proven her point. Then Minister Zagran tears it apart with a sharp, derisive laugh, scoffing at her conclusion like it's nothing. He forces a strained grin, sweat pouring down his brow, and grimly admits that the Demon King's domain didn't just hit hard, it scarred his mind in a way that won't fade. His grim stare gets shattered when he sees an injured soldier clutch his arm, rushing to calm Queen Rihanna and begging her not to worry, while Rihanna drops to her knees, panicked with concern, demands he get medical help and calls out Zagran's name. Her voice cuts through the chaos. She bellows for the medics to hurry and Zagran closes in fast, trying to soften it all and remind her she still has to keep her royal composure and deliver her speech. He watches her, a tangled breath spilling out like a sigh, and he can't forget Lady Sophia's warning to the queen, don't get too attached. Still, she keeps calling him Gramps. For a second, he even weighs asking her to use a proper title, but then his mind snaps back into place, cold and sharp, and he sizes her up as a capable piece he can use. A memory slings me back years, Rihanna, way younger, bubbling with childish joy, laughing as she flings stacks of paperwork into the air, while her tutor just watches on, worn down by sheer, tired exasperation. The past slips away, yanking him back into the present, while Queen Rihanna grins, teasing him that even an old guy like him can't help but feel drained. He only manages a tired little breath, admitting he's worn out. Once the threat finally calms down, they kick into gear and head back step by step. The queen talks about the mess waiting in the Empire, begging to get home fast. I know, he shoots back, his dark outline pacing right beside her beneath the blazing full moon. The very next day after Gardarasa goes down, Thor is yanked before Demon King Rookie Evergard. The king slaps a document in his hands and declares it an official alchemy permit. Thor can use his craft anywhere inside the Demon King's domain. Then Curve, the Chancellor, warns him that without this permit, Thor can't publicly distribute a single one of his creations. Stuffed with emotion, Thor can barely speak as he thanks the king from the bottom of his heart. He keeps pressing the point. Handing Thor's creations to 1 or 2 people is fine, but a huge spread could unleash crazy, unforeseen consequences, so he leans in and sternly demands Thor remember that warning. Thor stays cool and thanks the Chancellor for the warning, then Curve snaps, suddenly furious, and blurts out that he tossed in extra documents Thor doesn't even need. He panics and rushes off the topic, begging Thor to contact him often. Thor just nods and agrees, promising he'll keep it in mind. On the road, Thor leans in and tells Mabel exactly what he's aiming for. He's going to spend his time inside the general's territory, soak up as much as he can, and use it to help the Demon Lord's domain thrive. The Demon King's words keep slamming through his head. Rookie warned him he was too intense, and told him this trip was a reward for what he pulled off in that recent battle. With Lucy riding right beside him, the king pushed him to kick back, relax, and enjoy the ride as he expanded his territory, and Thor looked genuinely stunned by that. As the caravan rolls out, the Demon King and Curve track every step while a bunch of demi-humans holler out a wild farewell. Covered wagons grind across the endless, scorching wasteland, pushing straight toward their destination. Right when Thor and Mabel show up, they stop dead in front of a towering armored brute who stands with his back turned, staring out at the mountains like they're his to conquer. A man whips around, boom, it's Flame General Razinga, grinning wide as he warmly beckons Lord Thor to tour his domain. Thor nods in, and just like that, his face hardens. He's already locked in the exact magic item he's going to forge. They get marched into a towering, many-spired castle, the general's personal fortress and the heart of his power. General Razinga, flanked by a woman in full armor, marches Thor and Mabel down the city streets. Then the crowd explodes into cheers, roaring to welcome their honored guests. He's swept into a lavish feast, where a long, beautifully set table is stacked with mouth-watering dishes. He devours the meal with pure joy, and the happiness practically shines off him as General Razinga and the young woman exchange warm smiles, while Mabel lights up with delight. The general's residence sprawls as a towering castle, its spires cloying up into the cloudy sky, hidden deep inside a dense, shadowy forest. Sometime later, Thor stands over another mouth-watering feast, arms crossed tight, his face locked in deep, focused thoughts. His quiet stare doesn't slip by. Right away, the young woman asks what's wrong, and when he doesn't answer, General Razinga calls out his name too, his face hardening into seriousness. The general's eyes snapped wide as the realization hit hard. He demanded to know if Thor is already plotting to forge even more magic items. His daughter tries to brush it off, claiming the beast was only defeated yesterday, so it must just be worn out. But as she talks, Mabel and even the general start taking it way more seriously, their eyes locking onto a young alchemist. Mabel's eyes snap wide open in pure shock, and the moment she realizes it, the truth hits her like lightning. She blurts out, "It's exactly that." Her sudden declaration jolts the general and his daughter, and the daughter snaps her head toward her with wide, shocked eyes like she can't believe what she just heard. A young woman whips back toward Thor, pure disbelief flashing in her eyes as she blurts out what the general's newest acquaintance is really like. He lit up with excitement, his mind already sprinting ahead. Then he spun to his hosts and demanded to know who here could wield the light attribute. He kept going, saying the research he was about to kick off would revolve around the light attribute, and begging for any help he could get. Then he spotted the stunned looks on General Razinga and his daughter, and he immediately snapped, "What's wrong?" The general cleared his throat, eyes narrowing like he was deep in thought, and sure enough, they were already cooking up a brand new magic item. Why would they need light attribute offensive spells though? Then it hit him and his face changed fast. They might already have the perfect person for the job. The young alchemist's eyes flashed with pure intent as he blurted his goal. He was going to dig into the Empire's holy sword. He went on, hammering the point to the general. He'd also seen the Imperial Princess's holy sword, and that blazing blade of light erased a whole swarm of Gargaro's minions in the blink of an eye, and even the general had to admit the power was absolutely terrifying. The general's grin split wide with wild, manic joy. He bragged that yeah, the holy sword was impressive, but the demon lord's magic blade, the laser blade, was way more insane. Thor snapped back that this laser blade was just a prototype, jaw-dropping, sure, but still packed with upgrades. And he reminded everyone how its range outclassed the holy swords and how one blast crushed a whole wall of spiders. If he wanted the perfect magic sword, he said he'd have to start by digging deep into the holy sword first. Then he finally spilled his real plan, no cheap offense, no ego. He wanted to see if he could craft something that could stand up to the blade of light. And when those words hit the air, General Razinga, his daughter, and Mabel went completely speechless. The general, staring like he couldn't believe it, gaped at how wildly bold the idea was, saying no one would ever even think to build something meant to stop that kind of overwhelming power. Thor told them that pulling this off would be a legendary win, then flashed a broad, easy smile and admitted the truth: he just loves alchemy more than anything. And the general's face melted into a knowing smirk, like he finally understood how serious Thor really was about his research. Shor doesn't just nod, he confirms General Razinga's theory, admitting the light attribute attack is the key if they want to truly understand the Empire's holy sword. Raising his big frame, he tells the young alchemist to slow down, because the demon lord has him on time off. Yet Thor clenches his fists with pure adrenaline, swearing he has to start his research right now before the holy sword's image slips from his mind. This passion wins the general a wide grin, and he straight up admits he loves that side of Thor's character. Then he whips his attention to his daughter and asks if she agrees. She lights up instantly, throwing her whole heart behind her father's words. Then she quizzes Thor, asking if he knows someone who can wield light to counter offensive magic because their land is crawling with rare races, so she's worried. Thor gets flustered and tells her to ask around for him, and she jumps on it without hesitation. The moment she agrees, the pendant at her throat softly flares to life and Thor sees it. His health-boosting charm is working perfectly. The general's daughter exhales in total relief, finally ready to slip back into gorgeous outfits without the terrifying fear they'll burst into flames again. Her father still shoots a glance at two jittery maids and murmurs that even with her smile back, the mansion folks aren't quite at ease, especially seeing her without her usual armor. He insists that he and his daughter Agnes trust Thor's pendant with their whole hearts, but not everyone feels the same, because some still panic when she swaps her armor for ordinary clothes. At a nearby table, Mabel blasts the truth and tells a stunned Thor where this anxiety is really coming from. Everyone in the mansion remembers how, back when Agnes was a kid, she kept accidentally scorching her clothes again and again. To stop anything like that from happening again, Mabel proudly slams down a huge, neatly folded stack of fabric and declares she's already stocked up on Earth attribute magic claw. They're hit with the question, is it like tent material? And Risinga snaps back that tents rely on breathable, windproof fabric and clear panels, but this is flame-resistant Earth fabric. Right on cue, Prime Minister Curve steps in and flat-out confirms he's already got the Chancellor's approval to use it. Thor thrusts the flame-resistant fabric into the spotlight, orders the maids to stitch clothes for Agni, and then has everyone in the mansion watch the material prove itself, just to calm their nerves. Off-panel, Agni can't help but wonder to herself how far Thor would go for her. Blown away, Agni clasps her hands together, eyes gleaming with pure gratitude, and introduces herself as Agnes Freysaid, swearing she'll never forget his kindness and will do everything she can to repay his generosity. Then her father, General Risinga, jumps in with his own thanks, brushing the gift off like it's just a simple souvenir. He gladly accepts their goodwill and tells them straight up, since his workshop sits inside the Lisinga territory, the general's help is the real lifeline here. He brushes off the fabric like it's nothing compared to that, and then he returns the favor with heartfelt thanks. After some easy talking, Thor and Mabel head to their room, and it's just Agnes and her father left, so General Risinga grabs the quiet moment, stares her down, and says he owes her an apology. He keeps talking, voice heavy with grief, admitting he might not be able to stand behind her love. His words slam into Agnes like a punch to the gut, and her face twists into pure shock and pain as she blurts out what he could possibly mean. Then the general admits he can't share details, but now he said he's no longer able to back her romance all the way. Agni's marvels are so wild that even the demon lord might feel something for Thor, because once her father turns his back, he confirms her worst fear. He's already sworn his loyalty to the demon lord and he won't say another word. He instantly regrets that slip of his tongue because he just basically confessed without meaning to. Then Lord Lucy's demon glare snaps into his mind, roaring that she'll make Thor happy. And he doesn't have solid proof, just this gut-level certainty that it's already happening. Even after the shocking truth lands, Agnes' face melts into a warm, comforting smile. She tells her father, "Don't worry," and makes it crystal clear that all she wants is to give her whole body and soul to serving Lord Thor faithfully. Agnes's father still won't buy it. During dinner, he keeps staring at the way she keeps sneaking glances at Thor, and he straight up asks if that isn't just another way of saying she's in love. Caught off guard, Agnes blushes and admits she doesn't even fully get what she's feeling yet. Agni answered her father's worries with a shaky confession. She didn't know what to do because she spent her whole life in armor, seeing the world only through a helmet's slit, and she couldn't even begin to understand what it feels like to be a girl in love. She admitted her feelings were real, but she never meant that vow to Thor to come off like a marriage proposal. Mabel had already called that out, and for now she decided to just help him as much as she could while he was in town, and her dad listened like he finally got it. He stared at his daughter, pride blazing in his eyes as he realized just how far she'd grown, and when her mind was set, he finally had nothing left to argue. All that was left, he thought, was to ask Thor what he personally liked. Then his mind sprinted back to the two women fighting for the alchemist's attention, his daughter blazing like a wildfire and Demon Lord Lucy, calm and gentle like a quiet midnight. And he couldn't stop wondering which one Thor would choose in the end. Right when he started musing, his daughter's stare snapped onto him like a weapon, so he threw his hands up, defensive, and blurted that her anger was off the mark, because of course a father would butt into his work. Her face twisted into a terrifying shadow as she closed the distance, and he panicked, begging her to calm down. And so, the moment Thor stepped into Lissingham Mansion for his very first night, those halls bounced with the lively sounds of a spirited father and daughter choir. While the chaos raged outside, Thor didn't even notice. He sprawled into the big room the general set aside, and beside the window he carefully placed the special storage unit he'd hauled all the way from the Demon King's castle. The unit was packed with everything he needed for his alchemy, and he planned to use it right up until his real workshop was finished. Yet before he even started, he had another plan burning in his head. He snatched a rare book called ****The Catalog of Wonders ****, a record of the heroes and their world. He was buried in his research, tearing through the catalog for a specific defense item that could block light-based attacks until a gentle knock snapped him out of it. Mabel slipped in and asked permission, and he waved her in without hesitation. She strode in with a tray piled high with honey tea and fresh fruit, and Thor thanked her. Then she immediately started worrying, asking if he was worn out and offering to give him a massage. Thor's tempted, sure, but he waved it off for later. Then Mabel chimed in. Demon King Rookie was freaking out too because they'd only just stepped into the general's territory. With every word, her commitment showed. She said even Demon King Lucy herself had ordered her to keep him from burning out, and then she grinned, confident as ever, insisting he hand over his health and nothing else. He snapped his gaze up from the catalog and faced her worry head-on, telling her he wouldn't go too far. He'd already planned to call it a day as soon as he hit the right stopping point. When she asked what that meant, he pointed out he'd finally rest only after he tracked down the exact item he was hunting. His simple explanation hit Mabel completely wrong. He blushed, looked away, and tried to play it cool, but her face went blank. Her eyes snapped wide, her smile died on the spot, and she could only gasp out one stunned syllable. Thor's face lights up with a wide, closed-eye grin as he drifts into daydreams, picturing the joy waiting for everyone the moment his work is done. Then snaps himself out of it and decides to stop fantasizing and start acting. Just as his thoughts start drifting, Demon King Lookier cuts in, calling his name while he stands there with a shocked Mabel. Lookier snaps that he's right about who he is, and suddenly Thor and Mabel are frozen in stunned, awkward silence. Lookier's voice turns sharp as he reminds Thor he's too precious to lose, and Queen's heart would break if he crawled back to the castle wiped out. So Thor nods along and Lookier admits it. Those everyday tea chats weren't just kindness, they were a carefully timed plan to make sure he truly rested. Later on, he lifts up a book called ****The Catalog of Wonders ****, declares he's hunting for one specific item and turns to Mabel like, "Help me search." Mabel lights up and happily jumps in. As he whips through the catalog pages, that idea from dinner finally clicks into place in his mind. Mabel watches him closely, instantly clocking his plan, and she confirms the catalog has light attribute items, then leans in and asks if that's exactly what he's hunting. Yeah. He shoots a quick "why would you think that?" her way, then flashes a grin and praises her sharp insight. Then he leans in, dead sure. The catalog has something in it that can stop light-based attribute attacks. He takes a sip from his cup, then bursts into his theory. Way back, heroes from another world would tear into enemies with light-based strikes, screaming the names of their moves as rays of light or waves of energy blasting from their swords. He doubles down, saying it was these same heroes who named the holy sword technique Photon Blade. And all that non-stop light magic use screams one thing. They were born with a serious natural affinity for light. As Mabel nods and admits his logic might actually hold up, he digs in and pushes even harder, saying it's totally believable that back on their homeworld, light attribute moves were tossed around all the time, maybe even every single day, like trading friendly hellos with a grin. He kept firing off his theory to Mabel, painting the hero's world as terrifyingly normal, like power was just another daily accessory. He even imagined some regular guy in a suit shouting "good morning" and adding Photon Blade like it was no big deal. To them, heroes from another world felt completely beyond grasp, and Thor remembered the worst part. They had cloning stations too, technology that almost got him killed. Gazing at the catalog of wonders, he felt everything crash over him, tiny, lost, and asking if a rookie alchemist could ever reach the hero's level of power, because he realized this book was only a sliver of their insane might. And then a tremor jolted through his hand. At first he called it fear. But he snapped out of it fast. No fear, just raw excitement. He clenched his fist and pushed forward, telling himself there was no room for panic, only answers. Right then, Mabel seized the moment and asked whether the Demon Lord's domain held any records of the hero's light attribute techniques. Mabel nodded, swearing the records are still handed down, and then she recalled the exact move that shattered the first Demon King's barrier. A brutal blast of compressed light magic called ultimate vivid light ***. His eyes narrowed as he kept repeating it, ultimate vivid light, and then it clicked. That had to be the closest match for the strongest light attribute he'd find. He explained that heroes love to butcher the technique names into quick shouts, like guard cancel or frame cancel, so you'd better lock in on those abbreviations because that's where the key is. In the hero's own script, the spell ultimate vivid light *** was etched in a unique hand, and its initials stood out as **Q** and V***. While he scribbled, Mabel stared, totally stunned. She said he didn't just read the hero's language, he could write it too. Thor snapped back that the Empire had made them memorize every name of the hero's techniques, and because of that brutal training, he'd picked up how to write a little. Then he leaned in and handed Mabel her instructions. He'd read the catalog out loud, and she had to listen like her life depended on catching every related word. When he nodded, she nodded right back, fully locked in. Then he kicked off the hunt, and to Mabel's shock, they snagged what they needed fast, like lightning. He leaned in and declared that the catalog of wonders had revealed 2 jaw-dropping, ultra-powerful finds, both tied to ultimate vivid light, packed with wild descriptions and key phrases like strong light, defense, and those famous initials you envy. He locked eyes on the catalog page, where that slick guy in a suit and sunglasses swaggered in and declared his product had finally beaten the sun, then hit him with the first item. A UV-cut parasol that was said to block 90% of harmful UV rays, and he warned, don't ever underestimate those rays. Damage piles up in your body over time, and they've got a secret weapon to fight back. Right after the parasol, the ad slammed the next gadget in your face, UV-cut lotion, claiming it's gentle enough for kids' skin but just as powerful as the parasol, so you can hit the outdoors even under blazing full sunlight with zero stress. The figure in the catalog shot out a question: why not craft skin that would conquer the sun? The word sun hit Thor like a punch, and sweat broke out as he muttered to Mabel that the sun had to be the true wellspring of light magic. Mabel snapped that his realization was spot on. When the world was brand new and the sun finally burst into the sky, that's when the great light magic was poured into everything. And the sun, she swore, is the true source. Her words hit him like a cold wave of dread. Because if that sun symbol really meant light magic, then the people in the hero's world had somehow beaten it, somehow learning to smother the most blinding, ultimate vivid light using nothing but their bare skin. He pictured them shrugging off magic strong enough to wreck the first Demon Lord's barrier, just by raw skin, and the idea hit him like a punch, forcing him to wonder if that was really the kind of power another world even had. That crushing realization dropped him to his knees. Then Mabel bolted over, worried, but he shoved her away and pushed his own truth through. Yeah, it hit like a shock, but it was exactly the power he'd been hunting, and if they could seize this, he was sure it would be enough. He shot up with fresh resolve burning in his eyes, clenched his fist tight, and swore that with these items in hand, they could finally take on the holy sword. The catalog laid it all out in one hit. That UV-cut parasol, shaped like a regular umbrella, shut down the power of light magic just by being held up, and the other one, the UV-cut lotion, you simply slather straight onto your skin. He pressed his hand to his chin, spun toward Mabel, and jabbed a finger at the letters, UV. Then he broke his theory. It had to stand for ultimate vivid light. Mabel's eyes snapped wide as she nodded, like the answer couldn't be anything else. He had to admit it sounded ridiculous, like stopping the ultimate magic that wrecked a Demon King's barrier with nothing but lotion or a parasol, but deep down, he knew it was too real to ignore and worth chasing. Realizing how late it was, he chose not to drag the general or Ugnies into a materials hunt at this hour. He didn't want to bother them. He told Mabel they'd keep working tomorrow and thanked her for the help. Mabel sent him off with a good night, but once he stared out the window, he vowed to prep the materials right then and there. Right before he settled in, Mabel asked if he wanted to freshen up before sleep, and he nodded, so she stepped in immediately to help. She smiled and told him to raise his arms, but he shot back fast, refusing her help and insisting he could do it himself. Now he's standing alone, stripped down to the waist, and he starts wrestling with every tool, parasol, and lotion alike, trying to figure out which one to build first. His mind snapped to practicality. This lotion was the clear winner, because once it was on, his hands stayed free to swing his sword and brace his shield, while that stupid parasol would hog one hand and wreck his whole battle plan. But the lotion had a deadly flaw: one swipe too quick, and it would miss spots on his back or anywhere his eyes didn't catch, leaving him wide open. Sure, it worked for a party test, but betting everything on it alone was way too risky. The thought of slapping an unknown substance straight onto his bare skin made his stomach twist. No guaranteed results, and even he would stall. So he backed away to the parasol, which suddenly felt like the smartest move. His mind snapped into place. Of course, the parasol would make everything feel safer. All he had to do was open it and grip it tight. Right as he made his decision, Mabel's voice rang from outside the door. She'd come to collect the water. He laughed and said her timing was spot on, then waved her in. Staring straight at her, he said his decision like it finally clicked. First, they'd build the UV-cut parasol. Mabel's whole mind short-circuited when she saw him shirtless. Her face blazed deep red, and she stammered out a rushed, breathless yes. She fought to steady her nerves, then demanded, "Lord Thor, why are you still not dressed?" He just shrugged it off and told her to help him the next day, like her discomfort was nothing at all. Then it hit him. Oh no, he messed up, and he blurted out an apology, telling everyone he'd gotten lost, and his thoughts ran wild while he was washing up. Seeing how distracted he was, Mabel snapped him out of it and insisted he shouldn't fret, even offering to wash his back for him. Her direct offer hit him like a lightning strike, and all he could do was stammer in shock as his face burned with heat. A smug grin flashed across Mabel's face as she revealed she'd cooked up a special item just for moments like this. Then her curiosity hit him, and he blurted out what it could possibly be. She held up the gear, a swimsuit-like magic cloth that shook off water, and said the queen herself had greenlit it for his health, which hit Thor like a thunderclap. He stared at the swimsuit magic and Mabel's jaw-dropping look, then blurted that she didn't have to push herself. She didn't back down. She pushed forward, cheeks blazing, determination rock solid, convinced she couldn't let him catch cold no matter what. Seeing her relentless care, he let out a defeated sigh and finally gave in, agreeing to let her help. With his okay, she declared she was ready to start, and right as she closed in, he snapped into pure panic, mind sprinting as he felt her come up behind him. She slid her hands across his back, washing with calm focus and a quiet little satisfaction in her eyes. He said nothing, but every touch lit him up, sharp and unmistakable. She leaned in close and offered to help any time he needed it. Then her chest pressed into his back, and that tiny touch slammed into him, wiping every thought from his head. He slips out a quiet thank you, cheeks still burning, while Mabel, eyes shut, smiling like pure sunshine, whispers that she's at her happiest when he's relaxed right beside her. She leans back just a little, that warm smile sticking around as she tells him good night. He watches her walk away, a soft smile blooming as he marvels at just how incredible she is, and when the door clicks shut, he blurts one last thank you and good night, lifting his hand in a tiny farewell. Left alone, his mind rockets straight back to the bath, because he realizes she didn't just wipe him clean. She used that item on purpose, yanked his focus away, and soothed him so hard he totally forgot his alchemy worries. He figures this must have stung for her too, so he vows to keep Mabel from getting overwhelmed like that again. His calm, rational mind gets steamrolled in seconds by her memory. Then heat hits his face as he remembers how stunning she looked, how magnetic she felt, and how soft her presence was. He clamps a hand over his mouth, fully flustered, and admits to himself he can't focus on a single thing but her right now. He snaps back into control, eyes locking onto a book called The Catalog of Wonders Asterisk, and then he grins because it's just like knowing the exact playbook for dealing with her. After all, that tiny imagined version of her keeps whispering in his head, she's his assistant. With everything handled for the night, he finally shuts it down and commits to real sleep. Under the full moon, the estate goes dead quiet, and Thor's thoughts finally click into place, clear, steady, and renewed, until determination hits like a wave and he swears he'll do his absolute best making items tomorrow. Later on, deep in the sprawling imperial capital, everything was already kicking into gear. In a lavish room, War Minister Bardo lights up the moment the visitor steps in, grinning like he's one glass and bottle of wine in hand as he blurts, "Welcome back, if it isn't the Minister of Military Affairs." Minister Zagran answers his guest with a sharp, dismissive click. Then Varga's smile dies the second he spots the mess and the new wound on Zagran's hand. Vargas pushes for an explanation, but Zagran snaps it away, waving off the blood as nothing but rust slipping off his own blade. With the tense air swirling around them, Varga shoots up, raises his glass, and toasts their scheme's success, begging the minister to clink in and celebrate. Zagran slices through the celebration with a brutal, ice-cold verdict: the operation is a failure. Then he looks Count Bargaligas in the eye and declares his part in this mess is over. Those words hit Barga like a sucker punch. Color drains from his face, his eyes bulge with pure disbelief, and he freezes in place with the wine still clutched in his hand. As Barga blurts out protests, Zagran barrels on without mercy, sneering that the letter is utterly worthless. Then he barks for Barga to head straight to the southern front right now, and the panicked Count can only stare in horror, praying this doesn't mean Thor just denied his request. He glares at the shattered man and demands why he's even shocked, then presses the point. Did Barga really think that after all the cruelty he poured onto his son, the boy would still obey his command? Barga explodes, screaming at Lord Zagran that his logic is pure nonsense, swearing that even a strict child still aches for their parents and that if a noble has fallen he'd still obey one order, letting him go back home, because that's the whole plan. Zagran shuts down his desperate excuse with ice-cold finality, reminding him he'd already warned him not to touch his son and that the letter was only bait to spark chaos in a demon lord's territory. They never thought Thor would actually obey his father's wishes. That whole plan was just Barga's own delusion. He keeps blasting the devastated minister, Barga, demanding what kind of parent would humiliate their own child in front of everyone, then call him useless, before grinning like a maniac and offering Barga up as a sacrifice to the demon lord's domain. Zagran snaps back that the ducal house was already cut off, so this stunt makes no sense at all. Barga can only groan, crushed with anguish. Barga slams his hands down and demands to know why the whole plan blew up. He's sure the letter reached Thor. Zagran grudgingly agrees, then points out that if the letter had been opened there, it would have screamed trouble and raised alarms. He starts breaking down what happened with Thorlei's gas, but Barga is so lost you can practically hear the confusion. He spots the one fatal crack in their whole scheme: Thor never opened the letter himself. He blasted it out loud in front of everyone. The second he got it, he instantly clocked what they were up to, and Barga goes stone still when it hits him. Thor saw through their entire plan. Zagran bluntly says Thor couldn't have pulled that off unless the Demon Lord's people truly trusted him, and that's exactly why, he argues, their plan collapsed. Bargo erupts in frustration, roaring at the unfair truth. He goes on, saying the final hit wasn't a strike at all. It was Thor ripping up his own family name and announcing he lives in the Demon Lord's domain, calling it Thorcanon now. With that, they're totally out of leverage, and Barga is stunned to learn his son has thrown away the Count Liga's name. Vargas just stares, stunned as the words hit. Zagran praises his son as pure, exceptional caliber, someone who moves far beyond the usual rules. And in Varga's head, a blazing image of a confident, unstoppable Thor snaps into place, smashing the memory of the kid he thought he knew. That realization hits like a truck. Bartum gapes with pure confusion and total defeat, and he blurts out that he doesn't understand his thoughts slam back into memories of a younger Thor, an awkward, fragile kid who just tinkered with bizarre substances, brushing it off as mere alchemy. Thor can't help but wonder how anyone could ever trust someone like that, remembering the cold contempt he once poured on his son for even daring to chase those dreams. As the memory slips away, Barga, now curled up into nothing but his feet, asks in a tiny voice what's going to happen to him, and Zagran just stares without emotion before saying that, exactly like the plan, he'll be shipped straight to the southern front. Barga erupts in panic, begging that he only followed Zagran's orders and yelling about what happens to his house. Zagran snaps his cold gaze, tweaks his spectacles, and reminds him, "I said your punishment would be lighter if the plan worked." When it doesn't, Zagran tells him he'll be sent south. Barga's face twists into full-blown terror, like the last word of his sentence just landed. He keeps talking and then drops the truth: Thor Ligas, yeah, or better yet, Thorcanon. now lives right in the Demon Lord's territory, so to stop making things worse, he's got a specific move ready. That decision means the House of Ligas won't fall. Barga, the minister, can only freeze in disbelief, whispering under his breath, afraid that one wrong word might set him. Varga protests with his voice cracking in pure confusion, swearing he's still the rightful head of the house, but Minister Zagran stays cool and explains the plan. Erase every route for Thor to come back, and he'll dump all his power into helping the Demon Lord, so they'll leave him a lifeline to the Empire to blunt his anger. Sweat poured down his face as Varga blurted, desperate, "What sins did I even commit?" Then he stepped away, and Zagran's shadow swallowed the doorway, coldly ordering him like it was punishment to go inside for his sins. Zagran declares that Barga's reign as head of the house dies with the letter he signed, then hits him with the truth. Barga only keeps his title because his own son's exile is what made it possible. He starts tearing into Barga's crimes, from insulting and casting out that boy, to turning the Demon Lord's realm into a nest of imperial enemies, and even dragging the blazing general into his dirty schemes, until it all crashes in. Barga's expression snaps, horror flooding his face as the truth finally sinks in. It finally hits him hard. He's still alive only because of the son he swore he'd reject, and that cruel joke crushes him to the bone. A raw, tortured scream rips out of his throat as his mind splinters and his body seems to dissolve into nothing but despair. On the floor, Count Ligash thrashes and insists he's not done, swearing he'll rise again. While Minister of War Barga turns his back and coldly tells him a carriage is waiting to haul him to the southern front. And with that final blow, the Count crumples in despair as the guards look on. After the confrontation, Vargas collapses into a chair and lets out a heavy sigh. Like dealing with slow minds is pure exhaustion and total waste. He pauses, thinking hard, maybe he should step down right now. But then the demon judge and Marquis Gra are still out there, running wild, and he realizes he can't retire yet. First, he has to train a real successor, and right then a knock hits the door, so he calls out for them to come in. The visitor is Deputy Officer Mariella, and she tells him the High Council of the Palace has summoned him. Barguk snaps the order into his hands and says he'll get it ready. And when Mariella notes it sounded like the Count was roaring, the minister just laughs and says he gets it because Barguk is a proud noble. Meanwhile, another shadow keeps staring at the defeated Count, and the irony stings. His house will live only because of the very son he tried to banish. The observer thinks, if Thor dares to strike back and hurl that wrath again at the Empire, then this time the Count's home won't stand at all. From his window, Bargo watches the disgraced Count get dragged away, his face carved with despair, then scoffs that it's just a miserable end, nothing but the truth of an incompetent man's fate. That's it, he tells himself, there's nothing left to do, it can't be helped. As he gets ready to leave, he leans into Mariella and lays it all out. Bartoligas had a priceless card in his grasp, Thor. But the old man never even knew how to use him, and Bartol rages at the thought, saying that if it had been him, he'd have crowned Thor as head of the alchemist and never let something that valuable end up in enemy hands. He keeps sketching out his plan, start by marrying Thor off to a highborn lady to lock in power and pump out an heir, and if Thor actually proves useful, great, but if not, he'll have him quietly shipped away to some other country without a fuss. He's basically calling it now. Barga Ligas never once even entertained the idea. And he hammers Thor's lineage. Thor is the grandson of the previous Sword Saint, so there was always a real chance he'd pass down combat talent. That blind, short-sighted choice is exactly what Barga says sealed Ligas's fate and doomed his own house. He spun away from the window, finished with his thoughts, and told Mariella that it didn't matter anymore. Nobles vanish all the time, he said, like it was the final word. Inside the grand estate called the House of Ligas, a tense calm settles over everything. The sprawling manor looms under a stormy sky, and a voice pours out gratitude for yet another visit. That tiny, chirpy bird's voice bubbles out pure joy, like it finally found someone to talk to. Sophia cradles it in her hand, smiles like sunlight, and whispers that someone she holds dear is coming for a visit, while right behind her, her twin sister Queen Rihanna grimaces, one hand clamped over her mouth, clearly struggling to hide the hurt. Sophie's bright smile slips for a second. She lets out a heavy sigh, swearing her health is going downhill day by day, then a brutal coughing fit finally knocks her off balance. She steadies her breath, whispers a soft goodbye to the bird, promises they'll meet again, and watches it burst out through the open window. Then she lifts her gaze, and right in front of you, her face softens into a warm, welcoming smile for the guest. Her greeting crashes into the sight of Queen Rihanna, tears sliding down her face, and Sophia's smile dies the moment she asks her sister why she looks so crushed. Rihanna's eyes slide toward a nearby wardrobe, and when she checks it against the latest report, she realizes it matches perfectly. With a face full of terror, she blurts out that the Demon Lord's domain is packed with power she never even dared to imagine. Then she tells you about that horrifying sword, the one that carved through monsters and slaughtered entire enemy ranks like they were nothing, even though the holy sword couldn't stop him. Her face goes tight with dread the moment her sister's voice confirms it. This kind of power is real. That truth slams into her like a wrecking ball. She can't breathe. I'm dead if I don't know I'm really dead. Sophia jerks up in bed and screams her sister's name, Liana, while Rihanna whirls and spirals in terror, convinced she's somehow set the Demon Lord off. She tilts her head and sees her sister's gentle, knowing smile, and Sophia quickly tells her to pause and reflect, because Rihanna has finally opened her eyes to the fact that the world holds far more than she ever imagined. Tears keep shaking in her eyes as Rihanna finally forces out a soft yes, and Sophia slips a comforting hand toward her, telling her to breathe and reassuring her that the fight is already finished. Sophia tells her to treat this moment like a lesson she'll never forget, and when Rihanna turns to her twin, gratitude crashes over her, because she finally sees it. Her sister always steps in and saves her when everything falls apart. With a steaming cup of tea warming her hands, Princess Rihanna leans in and tells Lucy, her sister, that this comforting sip is all she can steal for now. Then she admits, with regret blazing in her eyes, that she ignored Lucy's warning about staying cautious in the Demon Lord's domain, and Lucy, worried to the core, stares at her, asking what on earth happened, and she tells me she found out about a legendary alchemist hiding in that nation, and the moment she heard he was real, she snapped into action before she could even think. Rihanna recounts that moment, how she formally demanded the alchemist, flexing her power as a princess of the empire. She finally clocked her own foolishness, realizing a battlefield was no place to make that kind of demand, and then it hit her. The Demon Lord treasured the alchemist, even snapping at her for the stunt. Lucy's fist tightens as she challenges her sister's logic, snapping out the obvious truth. Of course, the Demon Lord would rage if she tried to steal one of his top officials. Her calm instantly cracks as she blurts out her plan, because that alchemist was strong enough to swing the whole battle. Eyes glassy with tears, she admits the only thing she can cling to, if anyone can save Rihanna, it's him, and she's begging his skills to heal her sister's body. She keeps spiraling through her panic, picturing the alchemist casting some kind of magic to revive Rihanna's body, lifting the heaviness off her and letting her walk like it's normal again. Rihanna cuts in with a sharp little observation. Lucy's voice has slipped back into a kid's, and when Lucy blushes, she drops her gaze and quietly confesses the truth. She wants Rihanna to see the world beyond the walls around them. Her smile dies as she keeps talking. She tells Rihanna that her blazing light, powerful magic, and sharp wisdom mean she should be the one holding up the whole empire if the world would only stop cheating her. Lucy finally spills the truth behind this messed up scheme. She thought about begging the alchemist to cure her sister's fragile constitution, but when she pitched it to Minister Zagran, he warped the whole idea and told her to stop chasing the Demon Lord like a pleader and start acting like an empire princess instead. Go seize him. She breaks down in tears and spills everything. How Minister Zagran masterminded it all, promising that if the alchemist was truly fed up with the Demon Lord's side, they'd reel him in for her sake under the banner of the Imperial Way. Zagran wouldn't let up, shoving her to act like the Emperor and stand her ground no matter how brutal the opposition got. So when it all hit her at once, she confesses that even though fear was clawing at her, she still refused to run. Rihanna watches as Lucy chokes back tears and hiccups her way through the mess, forcing her to tell Grandpa Zagran about it, and her sister just sits there listening. Because Lucy might usually play the proper princess, but when this hits, she turns clumsy and unbearably little. She slashes through her sister's thoughts with one hard word, don't. Rihanna snaps that she shouldn't lean on a minister so much. Rihanna keeps her warning going, saying Zagran only sees the world through profit, and that kind of thinking can snap Lucy right into line. She demands that Lucy stop repeating Zagran and the Empire's words and start speaking with her own voice. Lucy gasps in shock, fighting back that Zagran has always been her mentor. The younger princess reels in shock, trying to make sense of what I even meant. Then Rihanna steps in, tells her to plant her feet and trust her own beliefs and to act on what she truly thinks is right. Her sister locks eyes with her, drops the bombshell. I know who you are, you're Lucy and you're no one's vessel. Lucy jerks back in shock, her mind crashing into confusion, because the voice in her head screams her own beliefs. Didn't the Emperor, His Majesty, and Zagran all hammer the same thing into her? She has to be the perfect princess for the Empire's sake. She starts chewing on Rihanna's words, admitting she can't flip everything overnight, but she finally gets what her sister's trying to say, especially after everything that went down in this mission. Lucy steals her resolve, tightens her fists, and shoots out, "I'm gonna try thinking for myself a bit more now." Rihanna notices the huge change in her younger sister, and a soft, warm smile instantly blooms across her face. Rihanna's curiosity spikes the moment Lucy points it out, and now she's admitting it too. The alchemist who's been stuck in her mind has her fully hooked. A gentle, thoughtful smile flickers across her lips as she weighs everything in her mind. Elsewhere, a young man with reddish-brown hair stands before a jaw-dropping estate, and they call him Sir Thor. Then they press him to confirm it's true. He wants to meet that person himself. He nods with steel in his voice. Zagran is the one he's talking to, and he pushes harder, grilling the minister on whether his true mission is to forge an artifact that can shut down the deadliest magic of all, ultimate vivid light. The minister's doubt hits hard as he straight up questions the young man. Are you talking about the hero's legendary magic? The one people swear shattered the first demon lord's supposedly impenetrable barrier. As the weight of his own request sinks in, the young man's confidence cracks, and he can't stop spiraling, thinking his proposal is so ridiculous they'll throw it out without even a second thought.